Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I am your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou. And today we have an excellent episode prepared for you with a very exciting guest. You all know him as the people's champ, Muhammad HIJAB. And we're going to discuss very interesting issues today, perhaps some controversial issues, inshallah. So it's going to be a great episode. Before we get into it, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And also subscribe to our newsletter, which is very important to get on the newsletter in case the channel gets banned. We're taken off of social media. We want to be able to contact you and let you know where we're going to have our content in the future. So make sure to subscribe to that newsletter, subscribe to the channel. And inshallah, we're going to have a great live discussion with Brother Muhammad HIJAB, unscripted, off the cuff, and we're going to have a lot to discuss, bi'idhnillah. We're also looking at the chat. We're looking at the super chat. So if you have any kind of comment or question that you definitely want us to read, you can submit a super chat. And as long as it's relevant, as long as it's on topic and respectful, then we're going to read it, inshallah. So without further ado, let me bring on our brother. Just one moment, please. Let's see here. And Assalamu alaikum.
Salam, how are you doing? You okay?
Good, alhamdulillah. So good to see you, brother.
You too. MashaAllah. How's it going? How's it going there in, are you in Texas? You're in Texas, right?
Yeah.
How's it in
Cowboys.
Texas?
Good, alhamdulillah.
How are the rednecks doing now there at the hillbillies? Are they behaving themselves, or are these guys behaving themselves, or are they say,
Yeah, we have some, behaved hillbillies here,
Really?
in Houston, yeah.
Oh, Houston.
In Texas,
good ones.
yeah.
I've heard good things, to be fair, about Texas. And obviously, like, one thing that a massive difference in living in, for example, Texas as compared to somewhere like London is the space. Like, you guys probably have a massive house and you can have massive ranch and this and that. For the same price you come to London, you get like a 1-bedroom or something in central London. So it's the space factor is something massive. I think it's a big difference.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. You're a big guy, mashallah. And here you can really spread your legs in terms of space. Like, there's a lot of open land, that hasn't even been developed. So even in the more dense cities like Houston, there's parking, plentiful parking. There's plentiful, parks and green spaces and water. It's psychologically has a good effect. Like, I'll be honest with you, like when I was in London, and that visit back in 2023, it felt very cramped for me. Because
on the flip side, when I go to America, I feel like the roads are so massive, they're so like wide, and there's so much space. It's the exact opposite experience. But so what, you have like a farm yourself? You have like a massive house? What's your living situation like? We don't know much about. All we see is the background there.
Yeah.
So what kind of arrangement do you have?
Yeah, I was growing up in the suburbs, so we always had a backyard. We always had a front yard with grass. You have to mow the lawn. The grass gets tall. Wow. You have to mow the lawn. You have to do some yard work. You have to.
Okay. So did you grow up in quite a middle class background then? Would you say? Is it? Yeah. Okay. So that's a huge difference, because we grew up in a working class background, completely different. Like, I remember growing up. Actually, it was me, my sister, and my mum. At one point, we were living in a hotel room.
Oh, subhanallah.
The council, they call it the government. The council, actually, they moved something called, at the time it was called temporary accommodation. So I remember the hotel. It was a hotel in a place called Acton in London, in West London. At the time, it was called the Park View Hotel. And I remember vividly. And I was just telling my kids the other day, I was like, situation has changed. You guys have at least some space. You have something. When I was younger, I was in a hotel, living in a hotel room for some time, So, it's one of those things that, subhanAllah, when you think about those differences. They're quite a thing. But yeah, America is beautiful. Even Canada, quite frankly, when you go to Canada, well, I went one time to Edmonton, and the houses were so massive, like they were huge. It's one of the biggest differences, I think, between living in parts of America where it's more sparsely populated in the big cities in Europe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, growing up, we used to live. We sometimes had a house. Sometimes we were in apartments, actually. And yeah, so
Yeah.
in the schools I was going to, also, you said different levels, socioeconomic levels.
Mm.
And yeah, that's the thing about America too. Like, or at least where I grew up in Texas, is that it wasn't very segregated by class. Everyone is around the
Really?
same people. Yeah.
So were you always in Texas then, or you're like
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I went to school in Boston, so I was living in Boston, worked there for total about 8 years. But I lived in LA for a period of time. I lived in Dallas, but
really?
I've been in
How do you
Texas
find
most of my
LA?
life. I like LA. I actually like it a
Really?
lot. Yeah. It has a different culture than the rest of America. Some
Mm,
people, it's definitely more superficial. People are more concerned with
mm,
their clothes and their car and their house and whatever.
mm.
But if you get past that, it's just like a very beautiful environment, scenery. You have mountains, you have the Pacific Ocean, I like
Mm.
nature, I like, even though it has a good psychological effect, I think, for me and people
I
in
mean,
general.
California, the whole of California, I think, is very, very beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Yeah, and we I think it was in 2021 went to California, went to like 4 or 5 different cities. Of them, LA was one. And yeah, we went to Sacramento, obviously it's the capital of California. We went to Santa Clara at the time. That's where, funny enough, there was a guy who approached me who was working with Elon Musk, and how how things have, how short life is, and
Mm.
how small the world is. But he was telling me that he wanted Elon Musk to see me. Elon Musk wanted to see me,
Oh, really?
and at the time, what happened was that we were doing a tour me and Ali Dawa in California. I'd done a debate with a guy called Edward Tabash, and I said, when does he want to see me? He said he wants to see me. It was a Monday. I remember it was a Monday. I can't remember what day it was, but he said it was a Monday. And I said, okay. Well, at that time he wasn't big, he was big, but he wasn't as he is now. And I said, yeah, but my flight is. We're going to go back to London on the Saturday or something. And at that time, I had been away from my family for, I don't know, a couple of weeks. For me, I don't like being away for that long. You know what I mean? I just wanted to get back. And I said, would I be able to film it? Because I thought, okay, he's a big name. If I was able to film it, then I can get something out of it. I'll be honest. He said, no, he wants it to be a private meeting. And I did. I said, I can't do it
Hmm.
because I got the flight. And I do, I'm not going to say I regret it, everything happens for a reason, but think that I should have done that because maybe at that point he was sincere. I think maybe at that time he was asking about the purpose of life in Islam. And he was, according to this employee that was working in Santa Clara, he was saying that, he's more interested to know about religion and stuff like that. So there may have been a time before the downward spiral that he was actually sincere about things. But hopefully, maybe Allah guides him. Maybe Allah guides him. Maybe Allah guides Trump and Netanyahu and all of the bad people. Allah
Yeah.
Alam. Don't know.
Allah. Yeah. Or maybe the meeting didn't happen. Maybe you're going to turn him off. He became a hardcore Islamophobe from the beginning. So that's another
Yeah.
way to interpret it. Yeah. So Allahu alam. But
Mm.
yeah, that's interesting. We want to talk about the Elon stuff as well. But
Mm.
I guess the thing that I want to start off with is you
Yeah.
just took your exams. You completed your bachelor's from Azhar, mashallah, right?
Yeah. I did. I've been doing this one because it was a bit of difficulty because I was struggling this. I was kind of juggling with the Azhar degree, which is obviously a distance degree because it's in Egypt, but I was doing it from the UK and the PhD at the same time. And I'll be totally honest, it was quite difficult. I mean, I'm obviously doing it in the Arabic language, and each year there was like 20 examinations.
Oh,
And I had a small study group, me and a friend of mine called Musab, who also, congratulations to him if he's watching, were kind of like always studying and going through it. And honestly, it has leveled me up, and I found it difficult. It's very stressful. Every time there was an exam season, and Azhar, it was always a time where I had to think in advance, time manage, and all those things. So I'm quite glad it's done now, to be honest. And yeah, it's nice to go through like a manhaj, like a proper manhaj of Islamic studies in Arabic language. It's nice to be examined about it, because now I don't feel like a fraud. You know, like obviously I speak a lot about Islam. It's not the only thing we speak about. We speak about politics, we speak about religion and society, and etc., etc. But now when I speak about Islam, I feel like at least I've tested myself with bona fide professionals, University of Azhar, and that they have looked at all my examinations, and they have, passed all of the examinations, and therefore I have some remit to talk about Islam. So I do feel good about that. And to be honest, also there's been some modules that have really piqued my interest. Like this year we were doing balagha, and balagha, actually I was surprised to find how interesting I found it. Like balagha is rhetoric, for those who don't know. It's like Arabic rhetoric, and it's divided into three, and the third type of balagha is something called al-badi'. And al-badi' is embellishments, tahsinat, or muhassinat al-lafdhiyya or al-ma'nawiyya. So what's really interesting about that is that you learn about the rhetorical devices that the Quran uses to communicate the message. And it's striking at the heart of what makes the Quran mu'jiz or miraculous. And I just felt that was a really powerful thing to go through, because I was killing many birds with one stone. On the one hand, like obviously as public orators and speakers, etc., we want to speak with the best, terminologies and phraseologies possible, and in the best, most persuasive ways possible. And we sometimes forget as Muslims that we have the best speech, which is the Quran. And so you can learn from the Quran how to communicate what kind of rhetorical devices did the Quran use. For example, a very simple example is the double meaning or the double entendre example. So sometimes the Quran can use a word that has two meanings at the same time, and it kind of keeps the reader on edge as to which meaning is intended. And this is called a tawriya, actually, and this is mentioned. Another example, let me give you an example of this in English literature that's quite interesting. In Romeo and Juliet, Mercutio says he's going to die tomorrow, and so he said tomorrow is going to be a grave day. So in this context, grave has two meanings. Grave is like it's a serious day, but it also means that I'm going to die tomorrow because I'm going to be in the grave. The Quran does that in many different places. حتى زرتم المقابر, until you visit the graves in the Quran. Does it mean you're going to die, or when you actually visit the graves? Or other things like that, which are very interesting, like this thing called al-muqabala, which I found quite interesting, which is like, if you want juxtaposition, but it's very precise type of juxtaposition. So the Quran has tibaq, which is like, okay, sometimes it uses the good and the bad, good and it's literally opposites that are mentioned in the same sentence. But the Quran does also, like, for example, it uses al-muqabala, which is mentioning opposites in sequence with each other. So for instance, فَأَمَّا مَنْ أَعْطَى وَاتَّقَى وَصَدَّقَ بِالْحُسْنَى فَسَنُيَسِّرُهُ لِلْيُسْرَى وَأَمَّا مَنْ بَخِلَ وَاسْتَغْنَى وَكَذَّبَ بِالْحُسْنَى فَسَنُيَسِّرُهُ لِلْعُسْرَى. So you have أعطى, whoever's generous, وَاتَّقَى, and was God conscious, وَصَدَّقَ بِالْحُسْنَى, and he was believing in the truth. So we will guide him to the good way. So there's four things that I mentioned here. And whoever was stingy, bakhila, wastaghna, wakadhaba, is the exact opposite of those four things. And you might think that's kind of unremarkable at first glance. But the fact of the matter is that this is happening at the same time as a rhyme scheme happening at the same time, certain meanings being portrayed. It shows you that really, what are you saying about the Prophet's ability to articulate himself in a language if you indeed believe this was the Prophet Muhammad? Are you telling me that he was able to create all of these rhetorical devices? Wallahi, I think this is the most, in many ways, why I found this was quite powerful. And doing like a Sapiens course on it. Inshallah, like one of my objectives, I want to do like a Sapiens course on this. Sapiens Institute is the institute that we do like courses and stuff. Is because it strikes at the heart as to why is the Quran truly a miraculous text? You know, and there's many of these examples. There's so many of these examples, and some of them are quantifiable. Like some of them you don't even need. They're not they're not something which requires a subjective value judgment of any kind. Like, I'll give you an example of this. And I gave this example to a few friends of mine, but I'll mention it to you too. In Surah Al-Mujadila, in chapter 58 of the Quran, there's a verse that says, "Istahwadha alayhim shaytan, fa'ansahum dhikrullah." That the shaitan, he overcame them, and so he made them forget his mentioning. Okay. I have found that Surah Al-Mujadila, I think, is composed of 30 ayahs. But chapter 58 of the Quran, the word Allah is mentioned in every single verse. It is mentioned in every single verse. قَدْ سَمِعَ اللَّهُ قَوْلَ الَّتِي تُجَادِلُكَ فِي زَوْجِهَا وَتَشْتَكِي إِلَى اللَّهِ وَاللَّهُ يَسْمَعُ تَحَاوُرَكُمَا. And so on and so forth. If you look at every single verse of that surah, the word Allah is mentioned. And so it's as if Allah, because the verse near the end of the surah says that the shaitan made them forget the remembrance of God, he is reminding us of his remembrance, but in such a subtle and understated and beautiful way. And you don't find the Prophet in some hadith saying, go and see this and go and see that. It just so happens that this is the case. But that's why I feel like there's a lot that I've learned that I want to be able to convey to the public in the English language, bring examples from English literature, compare them with the Quran, because there's a lot one can learn from that, from the Quran. It's not just guidance that you can learn from the Quran. It's rhetoric as well, it's eloquence. Like there's so many rhetorical questions that the Quran uses. The way the rhyme scheme is in the Quran, the prolonged rhymes versus the shortened rhymes, and so on and so forth. But this requires maybe a longer discussion. But I feel like that was of all the things I did in the 4 years of that particular degree, that was my favorite thing. Yeah.
MashaAllah. Yeah, one of the things that I also find miraculous about the Quran, along the lines of what you're mentioning about balagha, is that, just like you said, it's latif, like there's subtleties, and you can appreciate it. Like two people can read the same surah or the same ayah, and the two people are completely different levels of intelligence, education, but they both will find that surah or that ayah profound, and it will speak to them. They will understand maybe different things from it. They'll take different benefits from it, but they will still appreciate it and be amazed by it, despite it's the same ayah, it's the same surah. Whereas when normal people talk, like for example myself or yourself, if we try to be more sophisticated, like in our speech, or more educated and make a subtle point or a complicated point, or we use sarcasm, for example, we alienate a lot of people. Like a large number of people don't get it, or they don't understand, they don't appreciate it, and they're actually turned off by it. Or vice versa. If you speak too simply, then some people who are more educated, they will say, this is just like simplistic. This is just elementary. Like, who cares? But the Quran is not like that. No matter what walk of life, what background, what IQ level education, it's still going to impress you, amaze you, make you reflect, you appreciate it regardless, and get benefit from it. So that's something also. So are you going to...
It's a great point. Yeah. I mean, like, for example, also it teaches you how to speak with etiquette. Like, now that's something I need to learn more of. I have to say, but for example, euphemisms, this idea that the al-kinaya for Quran al-Kareem, or euphemisms, like where it says, a very famous verse, that hunna libasun lakum wa antum libasun lahunna, that they are a garment for you and you're a garment for them. Now that's a kinaya, so euphemism for sexual intercourse, but it has so much more profound meanings. It's not you're just in a sexual relationship with the husband and the wife. You're also covering her back, and she's also covering your back from other more spiritual and psychological perspectives. So it's even the use of that, because they have many euphemisms in the English language, and they're quite vulgar actually. So you're finding the Quranic etiquette is like, don't speak about and this is something maybe I should definitely take it, is don't speak about the sexual stuff too explicitly. I mean, someone like me needs to learn from that. But on the other hand, when the Quran wants to make a very decisive point, it will make a very decisive point. It will, threaten somebody. It will, do you know what I mean? So it has both. And you mentioned sarcasm. This is actually one of the rhetorical devices as well. And there is this one technique, الذم بما يشبه المدح, which is it's a very specific الذم بما يشبه المدح, very specific type of sarcasm, which is that you are dispraising someone with that which looks like a praise. And for example, in the Quran, where it's mentioned ذُقْ إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْعَزِيزُ الْعَلِيمُ, that taste. So this is a person in hellfire. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْعَزِيزُ الْكَرِيمُ, that you are the one who is mighty and generous. So it's a kind of sarcasm. So since you're so generous, okay, here's the food. It's kind of like an offering to you. Here in the hellfire, you can have it because you are so insincere. But the way it's done, okay, is really powerful. And obviously Allah is the mutakallim. He's the one who's speaking here. And so Allah can speak to his servants in whichever way he wants, because and it's so powerful how that pans out, because if you look at how the Quran speaks, like how Allah speaks to believers versus how he speaks to disbelievers versus, it's all different. And I was even thinking about something else in some tadabbur of Quran that I was doing, which is how Allah speaks about the human being psychologically, like the psychological assessments of the human being as per, like for example, إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ خُلِقَ هَلُوعًا إِذَا مَسَّهُ الشَّرُّ جَزُوعًا. The human being is born in an anxious state. وَخُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ ضَعِيفًا. The human being is weak. The human being is kafur, ظَلُومًا جَهُولًا. He's also ignorant, etc. There's a lot of dispraise of the natural disposition of the human condition. وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ أَكْثَرَ شَيْءٍ جَدَلًا. The human being is very argumentative. That he can't resist being argumentative. So there's very interesting things about the human condition. So it's kind of, Allah is outlining to us some of the weaknesses. And I find this is a very powerful thing. I think there needs to be some kind of dirasa, some kind of study about how Allah describes the human being. It's fascinating as well.
Yeah, I mean, these are the things that are also discussed in Tazkiyah and Tasawwuf and understanding the internal state, because we're held accountable by Allah for our internal states. So if you're not aware of the conditions of the heart and the mind, then how can you correct yourself, improve yourself, purify yourself from things that can destroy you? No doubt about it. Certain things like hasad, for example, unjustified hatred, these things, or just lusts shahawat that you don't, even if you don't act on it, the limbs don't act on it, but the heart is constantly going into these shahawat and you're entertaining it, then they're destroyers of the heart and soul. So the question that I want to also ask you is, now that you have finished this degree, do you plan to continue like with your studies, you're going to do your PhD, inshallah?
I've done 3 years of my PhD. This is my final kind of, I need to write up everything. So that will be the last degree that I do, because I mean, the reason why I've done so many degrees is not because I've kind of wanted to be a quote unquote perpetual student. It's simply because I kept getting fired from jobs and I didn't want to be a bum. so I'll be honest with you. It's not just like I'm collecting these things. I got fired in 2018 from, I was working in a secondary school. And I said, what am I going to do? So I went back to tutoring and stuff like that. And I said, at the same time, I am going to go and do another degree because I need to make optimal use of my time. So it just happenstance, the circumstance that just so happened. And it was probably a good thing because now I can contribute more to the public, to the Muslims. Do you know what I mean? And this will be the 6th degree that I do. There's 6 degrees. I mean, it's a lot. And I've started to get really tired, from all of this stuff, So I do want to just be an ordinary student, because I feel like when you go to durus and stuff and you go and you have fun with ilm, it's a better way of studying. Like, we sit in an informal setting, we'll go through something and we have fun. We'll go through what we want to go through. Like I said, my favorite thing in Islamic studies is actually tafsir. And I would even make an argument that tafsir is the best thing, because I would make an argument that really and truly, like, the best things you can go through is the Quran and the Hadith. Okay, because this is the words of Allah and the words of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? I'm not saying anything. Okay, Aqidah studies and stuff. When you go deep into Aqidah studies, quite frankly, it's just a kind of kalam or a kind of falsafa. Or when you go deep into it, that's what it becomes. And I obviously enjoy doing that, but it's not. It doesn't have the same guiding effect as the Quran. I go through the tafsir. For me, that has much more. Like I get much more iman, of a spike of iman if I'm going through the Quran, versus if I'm going through falsafa or words of man. Quite frankly, like especially continental philosophy and philosophies of wisdom and all that kind of stuff, I respect it because I think it's quite interesting and all that stuff. But really, if you have the Quran, in a sense, we don't need that. In a sense, we don't need anyone to. What greater wisdom is than the wisdom of Allah? So I want to dedicate much more time. It's really where the juice is for me. With the Quran, doing like more tafsir studies, going more about the rhetorical aspects of the Quran, more of the message, more of the asbab al-nuzul. What does Allah intend to tell me, and in which way does He intend to tell me this thing, and why? These questions are actually more powerful to me than, okay, well, I mean, no disrespect to these other ulum, but like going through fiqh and stuff, how many times am I going to be told that the water is divided into three? Or how many times am I, according to the Shafi'is this, and according to the Hanbalis this, whatever, and how many times am I going to be told this kullatain and this and this, to the haid and the menstruation? Yeah. I'm not saying anything. Fiqh is very important, but how many times am I going to hear that without getting bored and restless and whatever? The Quran.
Well, to make it, yeah.
The Quran is
make
not
a
like
defense
the Quran
of...
is proper like exciting, bro. I find that I've never gotten bored. Yani, we're going through, okay, what is Allah? Why did He use that word? Not this. This is a different kind of ilm. You know what I mean? So I want to be able to spend more time with the Quran and with the hadith, because sometimes I feel like there's many hadiths that I just come across I've never come across before. It's what the Prophet is telling us. That's a great thing. You know what I mean? It's a very important thing. Did the Prophet say that? What context did he say that? What's the authenticity of the hadith? So these two things I want to spend a lot more time doing, rather than doing the Aqidah studies, the Kalam studies, and the fiqh studies, and these kinds of things. And I think that's where the juice is for me in Islamic studies.
Do you have a favorite mufassir, or like popular speaker, modern or pre-modern?
I'll be honest, when I was growing up, and this might be controversial because I know you've refuted some of the stuff. When I was growing up, like I wasn't fluent in classical Arabic. I was fluent in Egyptian Arabic, but not in classical Arabic. So I don't have access to like the Arabic stuff. I couldn't open an Arabic book and start reading it. And I started listening to Noman Ali Khan. I think we spoke about this last time we had a conversation. And I'll be honest, I really enjoyed his stuff. Like at the time, this was maybe, I don't know what year it was, but maybe about, I'm 33 now. So this was when I was around 20, about 13, 14 years ago, 19, 20, that kind of age. About 13, 14 years ago, he had, and I think he still has it, something called Bayana TV. Yeah. He done these little things where he's going through Juz Amma. And then afterwards, he went through like other big surahs. And I exhausted everything he went through. I just found it exciting, enjoyable, like a movie, basically. I was waiting for the next surah. The next surah, Nazat came out. Oh, I'm going to listen to that one. Then from him, I started listening to people like Father al-Samarra'i, because I noticed Father al-Samarra'i was a guy that he kept mentioning. So Father al-Samarra'i is an old grammarian. He's an Iraqi grammarian, but he's got videos in the Arabic language. I started to want to know what he's saying. You know what I mean? So I started to learn Arabic just to understand what these guys are saying, and it got me into it. So Father al-Samarra'i now is a huge figure, and he's gotten these nice books in Arabic. The one is called Min al-Shakk ila-al-Yaqeen, from doubt until certainty. Lamasat Bayaniyah, which he actually made into like these other longer question and answer type formats that are online now on YouTube as well. There's a lot of like these little books that I really started to enjoy. There's even one book that's called Taswir al-Fanni fi al-Quran al-Kareem, which I enjoyed that book, and there was a few of them. And then I started to obviously Ibn Ashur and stuff. But like right now, if I want to know tafsir of an ayah, the first thing I go to is Tabari. I'd simply what I would do is I go on Google, I put the beginning of the ayah, and I put Tafsir al-Tabari, and then this thing comes up with his tafsir, which I know is like, and then this يقول في تأويله blah blah blah. It's always the same beginning, and then he brings like 4 or 5 different aqwal. Then he brings his own kind of opinion near the end. It's the same format with the Tabari all the time, and he's actually quite deep. And you know what I like about Tabari, especially I know you're gonna want to speak to me about the sectarian stuff and whatever, but he was aware of all of it. Do you know, like a Tabari was aware of all. Huh?
He was accused of being Shia, Rafidi. He was accused of that.
Yeah, I'm sure people are going to accuse him of that. But yani at-Tabari, like the way he deals with it is kind of like, do you know what I feel like? At-Tabari is a huge name, and the Nawawi is a huge name, and Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani were huge names, and the whole ummah accepts them. It's because the way they dealt with the differences between different tawa'if, like you'd be surprised. He'll say, okay, the Mutakallimin say this. He say the people of Ahl al-Ra'i say this, for example, and people of Ahl al-Hadith say this, and this seems to be do you know what I mean? It was like more of it really was an academic approach. It wasn't, there was no tahazzub or there wasn't ta'assub or anything like that. There wasn't sectarianism. He wasn't into that. And that's why I find his approach most refreshing. And obviously he's looking to go to the Salaf. He's looking to see what Ibn Abbas said. He's looking to go to the people of Kufa say it this way, he says. The people of Basra say it this way. But I think this way is correct because this is what this Sahabi said, for example, he would say. So Tabari is the gold standard. And obviously, like Ibn Kathir's tafsir is based on Tabari. Like Ibn Kathir's tafsir, it's very famous, but it's actually based on Tafsir Tabari. So that's, I would go first, like if I wanted to, it depends on how deep I want to take it. If I just want to know the basic meaning, I'd go to Tabari and I'd just aktafi bihi. I think Tabari can be enough to tell you what it is. If I want to go deeper, I'll say, okay, well, let's see what some other people say, like Qurtubi. If it's an ahkam-based ayah, because Qurtubi deals more with ahkam. So I'll go to, his thing is too big though. Like, I don't know if you come across, but like, it's massive. Like he in one ayah, he will speak for 10 pages, 15 pages. So it depends on what kind of mood I'm in. If I'm in the mood of research, okay, let's take a look and see what Qurtubi has to say about the situation. But I'm going to have to spend 30 minutes on Qurtubi, or even maybe on a single ayah. Then I'll go. I like At-Tahir ibn Ashur. I think he's maybe about 100 and something. I don't know when he died, like 100 something years ago. But really and truly, his tafsir is probably one of the best of all time. Like because he's going to bring in like the lughawi stuff. He cleans up a lot of the things. He has good opinions. He's very critical. So I like his tafsir. This is going to be very controversial, but if I want like lughawi, if I want to know like lughawi stuff, I'll go to Kashaf as well for Zamakhshari. I want to see what Zamakhshari has to say about the situation.
That's not controversial.
Yeah,
I think it's accepted. I think it's
but for lugha, he's very, very good. Obviously, he's a Mu'tazili, but for me, I don't care, to be honest, what he is.
No, but other Sunni ulama also, like, I don't think it's controversial to go to Zamakhshari for lugha, especially of the Quran.
So yeah, he's good with that stuff, like. And he's very critical as well. Yeah, so Quran I think is one of the things that I just want to focus on it. My aim was always to focus on the Quran after I've done a lot of these debates. I wanted to kind of, because when I grew up, I was affected a lot by the debates. I was affected by Zakir Naik and Ahmadidat and that culture. But I was also affected, as I mentioned, by the whole Quran stuff. So I want to give what I was given. I want to give to the public what I have received from certain speakers and certain ulama and scholars and certain books and stuff like that. That's what I want to do. So, but the thing is with this, I don't want to start doing it now because I'm still aware that I'm 33 years old. I don't want to speak about Islam right away, like as the main thing and the Quran and stuff as the main thing. I'll do it as a practice because the thing is, I feel like I need to really improve my Arabic. I need to really improve my hifd of Quran. I really need to improve all these things before I can do a good job of this, because it's a big task. Like I've heard reports of Ahmad ibn Hanbal that he didn't start giving durus and stuff until he was 40 years old, because he was afraid that he was going to fall into khata and mistakes. So really and truly, if that's Ahmad, then I should be 50 or 60 before I start speaking or something. But because the situation has not, the standards are lowered now, you could say, maybe I could just follow the same protocol, and I'll probably relegate myself to just doing that stuff as a main thing near my mid-40s. That's at least my ambition. But right now, in the meantime, I'll be like spending a lot more time studying and doing the fun studies, like the munaqashat and that stuff, rather than the deadlines and the examinations, because I've had quite enough of that, actually.
Well, that actually leads to my other question, because how do you view yourself when you say that in your mid 40s and 50s, you want to really focus and be kind of teaching? That indicates to me that you perceive your future in a certain way, your future self, but now maybe you don't view yourself like as a preacher. And I think this is something that myself, like, I try to, I don't want to say struggle with, but it's a kind of perception amongst the Muslim community or public, the ummah as a whole, that if you're going to be like a speaker, or you're going to be a public figure in any capacity, then you must be a sheikh, right? You must be a sheikh, and you must have a certain ijazat, you must have a certain background in studying Islam for years. Otherwise, you can't be really a Muslim public figure. Like, that's the kind of either explicit or implicit rule. Yet you have other Muslim figures who are very well beloved and who their impact is known, like public figures. If you look at Habib, for example, or you look at Muhammad Ali before him, or you look at different, maybe the previous generation, someone like Cat Stevens. They were seen as not only Muslim public figures, but also defenders of Islam and Muslims. And they were well beloved, but there was no expectation that, oh, well, what exactly is his Aqida, his manhaj? What exactly, where has he studied? Like, what are his ijazat? The value of those people, those Muslims, is recognized by the wider community. But then for someone like you, and you tell me if my impression of you is wrong, that you don't very neatly fall into one category. Like, okay, he is this or he's that. And I know that this is actually part of your own exploration. Like, what do you want to do? So you have been in actual MMA fight. You've actually been part of like a drama series. You've had like, you've been debating, you've been lecturing, you've been teaching. Like, these are all different kinds of roles that you've restarted the stream, so we should be going live. So yeah, we're live now. Okay. Sorry guys, to the audience. I was thinking earlier today that I wonder if the power will suddenly go out, because it has happened many times. My audience will know that the power has gone out many times for even days at a time. So it happened even though we don't have like any bad weather. But we're back. So everyone, is the sound okay? I hear an echo. Do you hear an echo as well?
No, I can't hear that. Right.
Okay. So I was joking that maybe the Wahhabis are running the power grid in Houston. Yeah. So okay. So I was saying before we were interrupted by the power that your self-perception as a da'i, as a debater, as a maybe entertainer, like in terms of Islamic entertainment, because if you remember from our previous interview 2 years ago, you said that there is, this kind of monopoly that Hollywood and entertainment industry has on people's attention. So how can Muslims tap into that for the cause of Islam, for the cause of da'wah? So maybe even you see yourself as an entertainer, Islamic entertainer. So what exactly is your self-perception? Because you don't fit in a simple box or under a simple label. And that causes a lot of controversy for you. It also causes criticism. It causes a lot of hate that you get from Muslims. So why do you think that is? Like, what do you make of all that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe master of all trades, jack of all trades, master of none. And I to be honest, I don't have this. I mean, in terms of self-perception, it's a question probably I ask myself, like, how do I self-identify? But the truth of the matter is, like, it's more of what I do. Like, I can only tell you what I do. So I've done things like I like. It's weird to say this, but yeah, but I like martial arts. At the same time, I do like Islamic studies. At the same time, I do like philosophy. So it's the incongruence of it is what I think causes a lot of disturbance, because it is incongruence. It's like, on the one hand, you're doing this stuff which you don't actually associate with someone who's doing this other stuff over here. But to be honest, for me, it's just like I've got a different selection of interests than someone, for example, who's a student of knowledge. He'll have maybe a pure student or a sheikh or something. I'm not, I don't fit into that. And to be honest, like, even conventionally, and that's why I don't really like it if someone calls me Ustad, this is Muhammad Hijab. I don't get anything out of that by way of feeling good, or sheikh for the poor people who actually mistakenly say that about me, and a few people have said that. But I get nothing from that, because at the end of the day, I don't have what it takes to maintain the conventions for that label. Like, I think there's formalities and conventions which I've broken, and I can't maintain that. It's too much of a burden. I feel like having that label attached to yourself, if I were someone who was worthy of it, would actually limit me, to be honest. I think it would make me feel as if I can't do certain things and can't live a certain life that I want to live. So, there's a principle in Usul al-Fiqh which says al-jam'u awla min at-tarjih, that doing things together is better than choosing one over the other. So I've done lots of things together. In terms of how I self-identify, my PhD supervisor keeps telling me that, okay, you're a philosopher of religion now. That's because if you've done a PhD in the philosophy of religion, that means you're a philosopher of religion. So I guess you could argue from a academic perspective, that's some label that you can put. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't feel like this need or this fixation to label myself or identify myself in certain things. I've been interested in the same things for the last 15 to 20 years. I've been interested in having fun with my friends. I've been interested in going out, having a laugh. That loud laugh I do, I've got videos which I'll find of me doing it when I was 10 years old. You know what I mean? This is just what I've been doing. I'm just trying to be myself online. There's going to be aspects of myself people are not going to like, and aspects of myself people are going to like, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm engaged in multiple activities to varying levels of success, and I'll leave it to the public to label me in whatever way they want, praise or dispraise. And truly, I think it's somewhere in the middle. The truth is somewhere in the middle. Like, so those who are supporters of me will say, oh, he's an academic and he's this and that and the other. And the ones who hate me or dislike me, they'll use, he's a preacher, or he's a street preacher. Like, they'll use more lower terms, like he's a street preacher, or he's a thug, or whatever it is. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, probably. Whatever, they can call me whatever I call them. I don't want to call myself anything, because the moment you start labeling yourself in a certain way, you now have a standard that you have to live up to. And the burden already, I think, being a public figure, there's a burden of responsibility that's on you. I started doing public speaking and Islamic apologetics, if you want to call it that, or this polemics, since I was 24 years old. So from 24 to now, it's like 9 years. It's going to be 10 years soon. So I've been doing it since I was 24. And to be honest, the stuff that I've done for my age is something that has made me feel like there's too much pressure on me, certain things. Like, if you just add the three Piers Morgan's thing together, that's millions and millions of views. People are watching me. I have to represent the community in a certain way. I have to do certain. So I don't want to say and do things that's going to put even more pressure upon myself, so that I can. It's like this performance burden I'm putting on myself. It is what it is, People have to notice I'm actually much younger than I look. People, no one guesses my age right. Like, if I leave my hair to grow, it's mostly gray, because I don't know why it's gray like this. Maybe it's because of the stuff that I've done. But in the last 10 years, having the kids as well, 4 kids, I've married for 12 years, doing these degrees, and then having all these public engagements, being fired and then go from one job to another and all this stuff. There's a lot that's happened, and then all these the illnesses and stuff. There's a lot that's happened. So I don't want to say and do things that, okay, now I have to live up to a certain expectation for the people that, oh, I'm a sheikh now. I wouldn't call myself that. Never. I would never want to call myself that.
That's fine if you don't want to call yourself that, but what about the perception of, like, how are you?
Yeah, I don't. They can perceive whatever they want to perceive. I want to bring out certain things. I want to do certain things, to the public, and whatever they like, they can take. Whatever they dislike, they can reject. You know what I mean? It's really as simple as that for me. I'm just trying to be myself in a way. I know it sounds cliche to say that, but really and truly, even if the people were not there, I'd do the same stuff. I'd have an MMA fight. Wallahi, if there was nobody around, I'd still have an MMA fight. If there was nobody around, I'd still be engaged in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'd still be engaged in laughing loudly. I'd still be engaged in socializing. I'd still be engaged in talking about Islam all the time to some people. I'd still be engaged in all these things. So whether the people are there or not, or whether they like it or they don't like it, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, because I do have respect for our followers. I do have respect for them. And it is a symbiotic relationship. I mean, being an influencer is not just being an influencer. It's also being influenced. And I would be a liar if I said I don't sometimes look at the comments and sometimes see the feedback and try and refine myself based on certain user feedback and end user feedback. That's not the case. I do sometimes look at it and try and amend certain things. If, I said this right and I should say this in a better way, and so on and so forth. But I can't be imprisoned by the formalities, the conventions, or the expectations of people. I'm going to do things because when I'm 50, 60, 70 years old, I don't want to look back and say, I should have done this. I regret not doing this. The Prophet ﷺ told us, make use of 5 things before 5 things come. And one of them was shababaka qabla hiramik, that your youth before your old age comes. Now, I'm 33 years old. I don't want to act like a 55-year-old. I don't want to act like I'm a big, sheikh and this and that. And because I'm going to end up making the mistakes of a 33-year-old, and everyone's going to see it, and then I'm going to be revealed as a fraud. That's it. So I might as well show you what I'm about. The public can see what I'm really about. If anyone has seen me, if anyone has met me in real life, they will say I'm the same on the. That's the first thing. You're the same on the camera as you off the camera. The same stuff. I don't need no camera around me. I'll be the same in and off the camera. I don't care. I don't have the energy to keep an act. Sometimes I will be a bit more performative and stuff if there's a video and but really and truly, it is what it is. Because for me, that's the only sustainable way. I have shown people my flaws. People have seen my flaws, and I'm trying to work on myself and try to do better. But it is what it is. People can accept or reject, or they can identify me a certain way. This guy could call me a missionary. This other guy could call me an entertainer. This other guy could call me a philosopher. This other guy could call me a street preacher. This other guy could call me a thug. And there's probably an element of truth in all those things. You know what I mean? Honestly. So,
yeah. Well, in terms of your perception publicly, there's been a lot of feedback, you could say, from non-Muslims now, because you're getting attention from people like Piers Morgan. Obviously, you've been on his show several times, but also Patrick Bet-David covered you as well. And then you have someone like Elon Musk. So now let's talk about some of these issues, maybe starting with Elon. So what came of that? Because you released a video saying that someone in Elon's circle contacted you and basically said something that sounded like a threat. And I was worried, actually, because he's been unhinged. Like, Elon has been unhinged. You've criticized him as a reaction to his assault on Muslims, and he's slandering Muslims. He's smearing Muslims as groomers, etc., for his political purposes. He's in the pocket of Zionists, etc. So you came out very strong against Elon, and you not only you endanger your account, by the way. Like, if you go after Elon, he's made it very clear that he will just delete accounts from without any worry about public perception that he is just manipulating the platform for his benefit. He doesn't care. He just presses the delete button and suspends accounts. So going the way that you went after him, you threatened your account, but then news came that, oh, maybe there's even more than your account that's under threat. So can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so like I got this message from somebody, definitely he's confirmed to be someone who knows Elon Musk and someone who Elon Musk knows, and they've appeared together publicly. And I'm sure that that's the like I have no doubt that the person who spoke to me was that person. Like there's no shadows beyond reasonable doubt that the person I spoke to was that person, and that person sent me these messages, and they were basically messages that, okay, well, Elon Musk, he knows who you are, and the brother was, or the guy or the man or whatever, the figure, the informant, was putting it in a way which was like a well-wisher, like he's a well-wisher, like, okay, I mean this, that, and the other. And so, and he said this is, he made a certain threat. He says this is, you're gonna be implicated for a crime that you did not commit. You need to stop speaking about Elon Musk. You need to stop criticizing Elon Musk. And if you don't do that, things are going to start getting really bad for you. You're going to be gone. That's one of the phrases that's, I don't know what that meant. So that's what he said. And then the thing is, I don't want to break confidentiality, because the Prophet ﷺ did say in the hadith, he said that one of the worst, the traits of the hypocrite is that Tomina Khan, that if the person is entrusted with some confidential thing, that he will betray his trust. And so I have not revealed the personality in question, and it will only be revealed if it's a case of necessity. Like, for example, if I am put in prison or something happens, then obviously there's going to have to be some publicity. That might be part of the strategy, that I have to now reveal the exact chain and who said what and whatever. Is there a possibility that the person who was in the inner circle of Elon Musk, or the circle of Elon Musk, has made this up? Yes, there's a possibility of that, because I cannot be sure that that person didn't make it up themselves. But then what's the motive for that? Why would someone, that's the question, what would be, what's the motive for that? So I have, like I said in the video, I've left the information with some people, and I've told them, given them very strict instructions not to look at anything, and they have given me their word, and they will not look at anything, because they don't want to breach confidentiality unless, and only unless, or reveal anything, I should say, unless and only unless the situation is that I go to prison, or that they try and harm me, it gets physical, or something happens to any member of my family or anything like that. That now it's necessity. Now at this point, well, I can't justify it at this stage, but look, I mean, this is not new for Elon Musk. He's on the record, and there's a whole documentary on something called Tortoise Media, where he basically, he hired private investigators to certain people who had disagreed with him, and they gave him 24-hour surveillance. In fact, even this guy Asmon Gold, you sent me something, right? Can you tell me more about that one? Because how he reacted to that?
Yeah, so it's ridiculous because Elon Musk pretends that he is some master gamer and that he is like an elite with some of these games. I don't know what the genre of these games are called, like Diablo, if you've heard of Diablo. Games like that. So he claims to be a master, but then people started analyzing some of his gameplay because he streams his gameplay. I don't know how the richest man in the world who has all these companies has time to spend hours on games.
Computer games,
computer games, yeah.
PS5.
No, computer games.
Oh, computer games are different to PS5, yeah.
Yeah, PS5 games can be played on the computer as well, but
okay.
Yeah.
But these are specific games just for the computer.
I'm not sure if they're specific, because some games you can play on like PS5 or Xbox or whatever.
Yeah.
But so he's playing these games, but the other gamers started analyzing those games, and they were seeing that he was making like very basic elementary errors. Like, it's impossible to be at a certain level in the games because you level up. and he was at the top levels. How can he be at the top level unless he's spending literally 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day playing these games?
Wow.
And then when he actually streams himself playing, there's inconsistencies. Sometimes he's like doing very well, and then other times he looks like he is just a beginner. So these inconsistencies indicate that he has paid people to like someone in China to level up for him and, you know, play hours and hours to get to the elite levels, and then he just takes credit for it.
Oh my god! So what did he do with Osman Gold? This guy. Oh, what happened?
So
with
Osman Gold, apparently, I don't follow him, but he's one of these gamer channels that reviews games and whatever. So he covered Elon Musk, this controversy. He covered it and he commented on it and he started criticizing Elon. But he, in the past, had interactions with Elon and direct messages. So Elon had a meltdown. He leaked and he like posted those private messages with this YouTuber. And he started like insulting him. And
how many subscribers does this guy have? It's not huge, isn't it? He's not that massive, is he?
No, he's a big Twitch streamer. Actually, he does have millions of followers. Asman Gold, this guy.
Yeah. On YouTube, how many has he got? Like, for example,
maybe like over 1 million.
Yeah, so he's kind of like me. So yeah. So that's why, because a lot of people were saying like, oh, why would he attack Cube? Well, he's attacked this guy.
Yeah.
Osman Gold.
Yeah, much smaller accounts. He's like gone nuclear. Like he's gone DEFCON 5 on much smaller accounts. So
yeah,
it would not surprise me that that message that you got did actually come from Elon, or Elon was looking at your tweets, because he's constantly on Twitter. He's constantly tweeting. So seeing your replies, like you're talking about his father, you're talking about grooming in his family.
Yeah, talking about his father, incest and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would not be. It's completely plausible that he saw your tweets and your replies, and he saw them going viral, and he made a remark. You know, this guy, you know, that person, whatever contact, heard and conveyed to you. It's 100% plausible that he's very upset with you, and maybe even thinking in that, you know, autistic mind of his how to punish you.
Yeah, maybe. Exactly, and that's why I thought that the safest thing I could do is make it public, just to preempt anything. That's why I done it. But
yeah, that's a good strategy. So what about this Patrick Bet David? Like, what is the falling out there? Because I know you have been in touch with him in the past.
I think he did it like on the sly. He got this guy, and there's these videos on the internet. They're all chopped up. It's shameless. Of me speaking about, like, for example, the age of consent and the age of Aisha and stuff. There's one that's going around with me speaking Quran, and I was like, there's nothing in the Quran that says that you can't have sex with a child. But then I say, but it's a hadith or something like that, you know, something so obvious that it's been cut. And they're using the first part. They now become shameless and they started to lie. So to be honest, with the right wing, the far right people, I've noticed that it's a mistake to defend yourself too much against them, and you should get them on a back foot. Like today, I was quite surprised because one of them on Twitter was like, "Oh, you know," and this is the age that they want to ask. The question they want to ask us is like, "What was the age of Aisha?" So I just thought, okay, this guy's probably a Christian. Let me go for it. I said she was 3 times the age of Rebecca, according to Genesis. And that approach, I felt like, okay, putting them on the back foot, letting them go and defend themselves and go and find the biblical verses, is probably a better, you know, station to be in than having to always defend yourself and defend. We don't need to do that all the time. Yeah. So, because whatever you say, they're not going to be happy with you. So you might as well get them to defend themselves. I think that's the strongest thing to do with those guys.
Yeah, it's very strong with secular people as well, because what I always point out in these types of debates is there's like a difference between the age of consent and the age of marriage. And you have these secular liberal people, like let's just say they're atheists. They want the age of marriage to go up. They're not even satisfied with like 18 years old. Like there are examples like, an 18-year-old has gotten married to a 20-year-old and they call it pedophilia. That 20-year-old has groomed the 18-year-old to marry her. So they want to keep raising the age of marriage, but they want to decrease the age of consent when it's legal to be sexually active as a child. So even 7 years old, even 6 years old, they have no problem with that. Why? As long as it's like only a 1 or 2 year age gap, they have no problem with 6-year-olds being sexually active. That's why they have sex education for kindergartners. That's why that's the whole left
So
wing
has there been
controversy.
anyone making an argument for that in America? Because we used to have this in England. We had the PIE, I think it was called. This like a pedophilia something or association, which is now linked to the Labour Party. And they were making the case in like the 80s and 90s. They were making the case publicly. Is there any equivalent organization doing that in the United States at the moment?
Yeah, they have organizations like NAMBLA, for example.
What's it called?
National
NAMBLA.
NAMBLA, yeah, National Association of Man Boy Love, something like that.
No way, boy love.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So pederasty, basically pederasty, and they're trying to revive the Greek tradition. The very well-established Greek Western heritage of pederasty.
I don't want to attack too much of this one because I have read some of the Arab poetries as well, and unfortunately, it does exist there as well.
They got it from the Greeks. They got it from the
they probably
Greek.
did. That's where they got it from. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's blame them.
It wasn't just
probably,
kalam.
it might be true. It actually might be true because I've always wondered why this, especially with Arabic poetry, why these sorry to say, these guys always talking about this. Not always, but especially in the Abbasid period, it did become quite somewhat popular, I would say. Sorry to say, at one point it did. Not in all parts of the Muslim world. Definitely, I know the Mughal Empire had that stuff as well. We had.
I have to be a little bit self-deprecating. Unfortunately, it's associated with Persians.
Oh,
because.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Because the Persians, this is where kalam also comes from. Like, this is taking from the Greek falsafa, bringing the philosophy and kind of elite culture, cosmopolitan culture, where you're reading Greek philosophy and you're also adopting some of these practices. So unfortunately, like, this is something that was completely disgusting to the Arabs and the early Muslims. But then because of the influence of Greek and Greek texts and Greek culture, then Abbasids or Persians, they started adopting.
Where it is happening in the Muslim world, without causing any controversy or mentioning any names, I wouldn't want to do that now. But I know it does. To be fair, I know it does happen some places in the Muslim world. Yeah. I think that these people should be publicly executed, man. Yeah. I'll be honest. Where it's proven, there should be the ultimate force of the law should be on these people. Like, sometimes they're deeply Islamic conservative societies, and then you've got like, you're abusing a boy, and it's open. Everyone knows. Yani, I don't see how that can happen. In some parts of the Muslim world, it's unthinkable, and other parts of the Muslim world, it's actually not unthinkable. And that is one of the worst things that in those places of the Muslim world, and it's, I would say, minority of places, very much so, it needs to be removed, like by force. Like whoever's in charge needs to take like some serious action that show the world what you're doing to people that do this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is when you call for the hudud, you call for the sharia to be established. Like, that's a part of it. Like, you do have capital punishment for these kinds of crimes, sexual crimes. And as soon as you take away the hudud, then you find the increase in these types of behaviors.
And I this might sound controversial, I'm going to say, but I do think that when you go too far in the way of like segregation of the sexes, that can happen. I was speaking to one brother. I'm not going to mention where he's from. One second, I don't want to cause a controversy here. And he was bragging that in his village, this is not obviously the UK, right? Just anyone is probably watching and waiting, right? But this is in Asia, let's call it, yeah? And he was saying that in his village, he's never seen a woman in the streets. He's never seen it. And I thought that was pretty... to be honest, I thought that was pretty severe. Yeah, I thought that was pretty severe. He's never seen a woman in the streets, ever. He's never seen a woman outside of a house, ever. And then I spoke to those brothers, and I was asking them some serious and honest questions. I said, this thing where the boys are being taken and stuff like that, does that actually happen? I want you guys as, first person accounts, tell me the truth. And they said it does happen. And sometimes it can happen openly. Like they won't actually, sorry to say, have intercourse with, it wouldn't be that open, but everyone knows what's kind of going on, and they accept it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that what's going on here? This is meant to be a deeply conservative Muslim society, and yet you're doing something which is totally against the Quran, totally against the Sunnah, totally against the Ijma', totally against the four schools, totally against human decency. Something that in Islam, actually, there should be a capital punishment for. And you're meant to be conservative Muslims, and you're bragging about the fact that you don't have women in the streets, but you have boys in the bed. What the hell? What the hell is this? I'd rather have women in the streets than boys in the bed. Do you know what I'm trying to say? What are you talking about? So I think when you go too far in the whole thing of, segregation, this and that, whatever, it creates like this. It creates perversion. I think it creates perversion, to be honest with you, bro.
But would you think that it's a causal thing? Because if you look at in the US, if we compare the most liberal societies with some of these traditional societies that you're talking about, the more liberal societies are actually far higher in terms of abuse of children and like molestation of children, like diddling kids in the closet.
I think if you go too far in either direction, so if you go too far in the liberal direction, it produces pathology and perversion. But ironically, and also kind of like counterintuitively, if you go too far in the segregation, I'm not going to see women in the streets direction as well, that level of suppression also creates perversion. So that I think there's something in the middle. Maybe I'm subscribing too much of like,
but like if you don't see women in the streets, like you have a wife at home, maybe multiple wives, maybe you have like, so how, I don't understand how someone who is older and has a wife, like it's even more disgusting and despicable that he would abuse a child.
I know, as mad as this sounds, and look, I feel like you still need to communicate with women who are not your wife, even if it's a normal interaction, because if you have no schooling on how to do that, if you don't know how to speak to just a normal woman who's selling you a loaf of bread, or someone who's doing this and that and the other, then when you see that woman, you can start to become like a freak. You don't know what to do. You have no skill. You have no training on how to deal with that. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like going too far in either direction, and let's be honest, at the time of the Prophet, it wasn't this strict thing of seeing a woman in the street. Like we were just talking about Surah Mujadila. The Prophet was having a debate with the woman in front of, like she was in front of him, and they were having a kind of debate with each other. So how did that happen if there was such a strict laws of segregation? I don't see it like going too far in either direction. Just follow the Sunnah. The Sunnah was, I mean, at the time of the Prophet, they were all in one masjid. In fact, I'm not saying do that, but I'm saying fine, put the barrier, put whatever, but don't go too far of like, this and that. And because when it comes to sexuality, I feel like if you do suppress it, and once again, it might be I'm subscribing too much to the psychoanalytic thing. If you suppress it too much, it comes out in freakish ways. You've got to have some level of balance here with the thing. Like for example, my kids,
go ahead.
So with my kids, they're growing up and they do certain things. Obviously, I've read a lot of Freud in my life. I've read his stuff, and I'll be honest with you, I agree with a lot of it. Like the unconscious mind, not necessarily the Oedipus complex and all the like a lot of the presuppositions of psychoanalysis. I agree with a lot of it, and I think a lot of it is not contradictory to the Islamic belief system. And so, for example, there was this one study that I saw with this boy called Hans. I actually did this for A-level, psychology A-level. I did a psychology in A-level a long time ago now. But I read into it a bit more. And the mother kept threatening the little boy. And obviously Freud was there taking notes. Sigmund Freud. And he was taking notes. She kept saying that if you do this, I'm going to cut your penis off. I'm going to cut your penis off. That's what she kept saying to the boy. And it just made him want to do that thing more. It made him develop pathologies. It made him develop. So I feel like the way we deal with sexuality and gender relations, there's got to be a bit of a balanced approach, because if you tell someone not to do something too much, even some psychologists have dubbed it as the Romeo and Juliet effect. Sometimes it makes them want to do it even more. Al-marghub, al-mamnu' marghub, something which is not allowed. Even Ibn Qayyim mentions this actually in Duat, al-mamnu' marghub, that something which is not allowed has become more attractive because it's not allowed, especially in the sexual field. So I feel like you've got to be kind of like a little bit, like for example, if I see a child of mine doing something like which is not crossing the line too much, I'm not going to go and bash them badly, because it's going to make them feel like, okay, well, what's going on here? Curiosity. The thing is with sexuality is that if you mix it with curiosity, it makes it more attractive. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if you tell someone don't do it, it's okay. Well, especially if you're an authority figure, and you tell someone don't do this, don't look at that. The woman you shouldn't look at any. Don't discuss. It makes them more curious, and then I don't know, something happens. I'm not saying it's definitely a causal link, but there may be a causal link between over conservatism in terms of the segregation issue and perversion, just as there may be a causal link as well with the over liberalism of. There is actually a causal link between that and like sexual perversion. I feel like on both sides, I know it sounds cliche, but the middle ground is the best.
I would just want to contextualize your statements because like we're in a very liberalized society, and unfortunately many Muslims have like, because what you consider Muhammad hijab considers like the middle ground for the majority, I'd say maybe 90%, or in the West, not necessarily the East, 90% or 80% or 50%. Their middle ground is very much on the, incorrect side. They think that, oh yeah, well, no problem, I'll have my Muhammad hijab said be balanced, so yeah, I go to the cafe with a nice Muslim sister from the MSA or from the ISOC or from the masjid. We go have some coffee. That's the middle ground, just like Muhammad hijab said. You have to be balanced, not too conservative.
Some Shafi'is allow that if it's what do you call it, for the purpose of marriage, and like, for example, if it's not khalwa, if they should get each other, if they're getting to know each other, like for example, a man and a woman in a public place getting to know each other for marriage,
without the
wali, but it's not khalwa.
Well, I'm not sure if there's any Shafi.
I mean, the Hanafis don't even say the Hanafis say you don't need a wali anyways to get married.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you go and. But the context of like going to a cafe, sitting in front of someone, having a nice little chat, like having, isn't that ikhtilat? Like this is ikhtilat.
Is the intention to get married, or like is this person doing that to get married to this person, or is the intention to? I don't know. Like, I feel like you'll find a scholarly difference of opinion on this in these issues.
I'm skeptical of that. I don't think there's much difference of opinion when it comes to ikhtilat like that. You're sitting in a cafe looking in the face of a beautiful woman, even for purposes of marriage. You're not supposed to keep looking at her. Once you got the look and you know what she looks like.
Yeah. I mean, it's not classy to do that. I mean, like if you're about to get, do you know what I'm trying to say? If you do that, she'll think you're some kind of a pervert guy if you try and do that. But I mean, if you're speaking,
no, she'll like it. A lot of these, unfortunately, a lot of the sisters like the attention. They like the idea of going to a cafe or going to have a meal with a brother, and they just look into each other's eyes and have a conversation. Oh, but my intention is marriage, maybe in the future.
Oh, no, maybe no. It's got to be for sure. Like, so for example,
but even if it's for sure, is it justified that once you know what she looks like, to just continue to look at her and have a conversation? I don't think that's
I don't
allowed.
know. Continue to look at her. I think you could argue. You could argue. I don't know. I'm not giving a fatwa here at this point. I've just finished a degree. I don't want to do that. But I'm just saying, like, Yani, if you're gonna get married, because I'll be honest with you, Akhi. I'll be honest with you. Since we're being like very casual about the situation, bro. Like, it's a big thing, bro. If you're not attracted to the woman, like for example, some brothers, before they get married, and some sisters, same thing. It's the same thing both ways. But like, I'm just gonna speak from the man's perspective for a second. Yeah, like, so for some brothers, the sexual aspect is actually it can be a make or break. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And sorry to say, I'm gonna need to make a real taqdeer. I'm gonna need to know what's going on, because I'm gonna need to know whether I'm gonna be able to perform with this individual or not. I'm going to be
euphemisms now. Euphemisms.
No, but I'm just saying, like, let me take a look, because this could be a real problem if I don't see what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to be able to.
No, granted. No, we don't disagree on that.
I need to look and see. We
don't disagree on this. This is known. Yeah. Like, this is from the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that the Sahabi came and he wanted to marry, and he asked, "Did you look at her?" And he said, "No." He said, "Well, go make sure to look at her first."
I'll look at her.
So it's known, but that's very different than going on a romantic date.
When I first got married, I don't know, 12 years ago or something like that, obviously I looked at, but when I looked, I didn't do it. I did do it in a classy manner. You see what I mean? I did do it in a classy manner, but I was able to make a taqdeer. I was able to see what's going on. Like, okay, this is how much you weigh. This is how much. This is what is going on here. This is what's going on there. This is what's going on there. Would I deal with this situation? Yes, I can deal with this situation. Yeah. Is this going to be something I can deal with? Yes, I can deal with. Because the thing is, it's a real problem. I'm going to repeat this issue. It's a real problem that if one, yeah, do you know what I'm trying to say? If one, looks at the woman and she's like, I'm just saying from man's perspective, obviously it could be the same thing with the yani. And she's, let's say, not voluptuous enough, sorry to say. Yani, some men like the skinny look. Some men, they like it thin. Some men, they like it more voluptuous. Some men, they like it like this way. Some men like it like that way. But if it's not, yani, it could be a real problem. And then she'll feel real inadequate. Okay, I have to stop now. I think I'm going too far. I think I'm going too far.
No, we're on the same page. You have to know what you're getting into. Just like when it comes to buyur, like buying and selling, it's a contract.
Yeah,
you're setting a contract.
We've got a thought of, sorry to say, some companions. I'm not gonna go. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Let's not get into that because we don't want to confuse more people.
Yeah,
we don't want to confuse more people. But the point is, you have to know before you get into the contract, like what you're buying, what you're selling. It has to be known. But that doesn't justify ikhtilat. Like that doesn't justify like a gender mixing. Where you're going on dates, nice romantic dinner, nice romantic coffee across the table. Get a
bad coffee or a good dinner? Like I don't see. When go out, give her a good one. Has to be done. No, I get what you're saying. Look, the most proper way of doing it is having the wali there. There's no question about that. But is there scope in Islamic fiqh? I think there is scope. There is scope. Some Shafi'i say it's not khalwa. Some Hanafi say you don't even need the wali. I think there's scope for that kind of thing. And I think that, look, for me, I'm a great advocate of marriage, Islamic marriage. I think it should be done quick. I think it should be done properly, because it's where the shaitan gets involved when you're not married. If you're married, you're safe. You're in the safe zone now. You're actually in the safe zone. So my thing is, let's get the nikah done. Do you know what I mean?
I'm fine with that. But again, like, let's just be, maybe one way to put it is for your own daughter. Like, would you want your daughter to follow this, even the Hanafi opinion, just because that's not necessarily a part, according to one of the opinions within the Hanafi school, that the wali is not needed. But that doesn't mean that, she can go and sit with anyone and basically act like a man would. So look, we have to be careful.
Everything's got to be done with my consent. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, as the father, it's got to be done. I'm Hanbali.
But why would you want your daughter, right, to go to a coffee shop? Oh, there's no khalwa. It's a public place. You wouldn't want that, right?
I would go with her to the coffee shop to see the guy.
Okay, yeah. So, and then what if he's like sitting like this, looking? Oh, I'm just getting my niyyah is marriage. My niyyah is marriage. I'm just getting a good look at your daughter. Just a good look at your daughter.
I'd go to
Shaykh Muhammad hijab.
This guy, why is he doing this? What's wrong with him? Absolutely.
Yeah, you give him a smack. Like, lower your gaze, like, for your daughter, right? So this is like,
I just say, like, I wouldn't smack him because I don't want to assault him, but I would just say, like, at that point, if he's doing that kind of weird stuff, I say to my daughter, I think.
No, it's not weird. He's just getting a look. He wants to make sure, is she like this or that? It's just like you said, just getting the right.
But you can get it.
Understanding.
You can do it in a manner which is a bit more sly than this. So which is getting up, go to the place, to the restroom. You quickly take a quick look. That's it. You don't need that long. But the thing is, I need to know the proportions, brother. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says. I need to know the proportions. Otherwise, people are going to be in trouble, bro. There's going to be some issues that are happening.
Okay.
Father's not going to be happy. I don't care what anyone says. No one's going to be happy.
Okay.
The second night and the anti-taliq. What's better? Me to take a couple looks, yeah, which is a ru'ya shar'iyya, or for the talaq happen, akhi. No chance, brother.
Yeah, okay, jazakallah khair. We're on the same page. We're on the same page for the most part, but we have to clarify.
I have to know something, some at least ambiguous thing, because if I know, if this ain't, because sometimes it can be like on the on the cusp. How much does she weigh? It's a very rude question to ask the question. Okay, I can't say to I couldn't say to my wife, how much you weigh. It's a really, really, really like unclassy question. But I've become an expert in predicting like people's weights. I know what people's weights are. I look at that's you are that. But I have to look. I have to see what's going on. I don't know. I think it's one of those situations that it can go terribly wrong. It can go terribly. But the main thing is for you to have an intention to do nikah. Nikah is a very, very simple and easy thing to do in Islam. Allah has made it very easy.
Yeah. Yeah, but we just have to recognize the reality in which we live, especially in the West, that there's a lot of mixing and it can lead it leads to a lot of problems, not only the potential for zina, obviously, but also it just lowers the testosterone, actually. I've noticed. Like men in the UK, I think part of the reason you guys have higher testosterone than in America is there's in Muslim spaces, it's just become normalized where men and women are together, they're talking casually and interacting. And it actually affects the behavior of men. Men start taking the mannerisms of females. And they start acting, some certain interactions are required just for business purposes, or you're part of a organization or a masjid. And there can be, according to proper hijab, an interaction between the opposite sex. However, it's become something much more than that. Like they have used this as a kind of a doorway to put their foot in the door to just normalize casual interaction, and it causes divorce. It causes zina. It causes this kind of feminization of the Muslim men. And because men just act differently. When you're in a gathering with other men, you act differently, you speak differently, you joke differently, you think differently. As soon as you bring one female into the gathering, then it completely changes the dynamic. It ruins the dynamic, actually.
It's true. It does. It ruins the dynamic. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So this is why we have to maintain segregation. It's important. I know you're not speaking against that. But we just have to make sure that people don't get the wrong impression, because it's a problem. It's a big problem in the US, and I don't want the same thing to happen in the UK, where you open the door. You open the door a little bit, and then people take a mile. Like you give an inch, they take a mile. And so, but this question of marriage, I actually had a post that I wanted to read to you and get your reaction to it. I'm going to put it on the screen. But you won't necessarily be able to see it, but the audience will see it. Okay, found out about my wife's past. Am I justified in wanting to divorce her? This is from Reddit. Someone Muslim posted it. I'm a male, 29 years old. I've been married to my wife, who's 27, for 4 years. And before I married my wife, I'd always thought she had never had a past. She didn't seem like that sort of woman. And also, when I asked my wife whether she has ever had a relationship before, she told me no, that she's never been with a man, and even swore on Allah. So I had no reason to doubt my wife. She prays her daily 5 prayers, wears the hijab, and has a good character. In fact, before I married my wife, my family was told that she's a good religious woman and would make an excellent wife for me. Everyone vouched for her. Anyways, a few weeks ago, while I was cleaning my wife's room, I found medical reports from when she must have been around 18 to 20 before we met, where she was prescribed birth control, and she told the doctor that she had been intimately active. I also found evidence that my wife had once gotten pregnant, and she terminated her own pregnancy. At first, I thought these could be. What was that?
Does he mention that? Did he mention that she had kids with him? Does she have kids with him?
Yes, it's getting there. At
Oh,
first,
okay.
I thought these could be maybe her sisters who aren't practicing and obviously date men, but the name and age on these reports were all my wife's. When I looked clearly, and I had no reason to doubt the papers in these files, I felt disgusted. I confronted my wife with the file and those papers, and she started to cry and tell me that those are her papers and that she did have promiscuous past when she was in university abroad. She studied in Canada on a scholarship, by the way. She told me that she never thought that I would find out that she has come across many fatawa that say that any sin, if you repent, that Allah has forgiven, it is like you never committed the sin, and that one is allowed to lie to conceal their past sins. I was really upset at the time, and I called her a bunch of names like 304. She was sobbing, and because I couldn't even look at my wife without imagining her with all those men who had her before me, I left the room. I'm beyond devastated, and I want to leave my wife. I feel like she only married me for the financial security, as she had asked me for a huge sum of mahar, to give her also to give her a monthly allowance, and also is very demanding. But I can't believe that there were men who didn't have to do any of that to get my wife to be intimate with them, and now I feel like I was always the safe option she would marry after she did all that. I haven't spoken to my wife since that incident. Now, even though I want to leave her, my wife and I have a 2-year-old daughter together. I fear divorcing my wife could hurt our daughter, and also have a feeling my wife could tell our daughter stories about me so that she would see me as the villain in this situation. I mean, she would be the one who gets the custody of this child, and I would have to pay child support according to the law. That's why I'm confused as to what to do in this situation. A part of me feels like getting revenge on my wife by marrying another woman who is much prettier to get even once she becomes old, and then leave her to make her feel as betrayed as I did. I can't stand her anymore, and I want to get out. Am I justified in wanting a divorce?
Well, look, for me, I would say a couple of things. In Islam, like let's go with the fiqhiyat first, from what I've understood, and then also let me just give my personal advice to the brother. And the fiqhiyat, the fiqhi aspects of things. Do you even need a reason to divorce your wife? You don't actually even need it. There's nothing in Islam that says you need a reason to divorce your wife. Now, it doesn't mean that you should therefore divorce your wife. It's not advisable to just divorce your wife, especially if you've got kids, etc., etc. But in terms of the protocol of divorcing your wife, do you actually need a mubarrir or a illa or a sabab or a reason? Not in the abstracted ruling, okay? And people are going to take this out of context. I'm saying not in the abstracted ruling, not in the applied ruling, but in the abstracted ruling, there's not any requirement for that. However, now going back to the second thing about what she said and to him, she said that she was told that she could lie, because she's concealing a sin. I have to say I agree with that. I think she could lie for that. I believe that. I believe that she could lie for that because it's mbab akhaf ad-dararain. So you've got two sins. You've got the sin of her committing the sin, the sin of her spreading her sin, and then you've got the sin of her lying. I think the sin of lying is less than the sin of her saying it. And there's different fatwas on this, and you'll find all over the Muslim world scholars saying that if you've committed a sin and someone asks you directly, did you do this? And you lie, it's allowed in that situation because mbab akhaf ad-dararain is the lesser of the two evils. So I don't disagree that there's fatwas out there, and if she's following those fatwas, she's not sinful for that aspect of things.
No, but she doesn't have that qaida doesn't come into play because she's not forced to only have two options. She can just exit out of the arrangement. She can make an excuse that, I actually don't like you. I don't want to marry you. Or she can reject the marriage. She's not forced to those only two options.
But the thing is, when she's now made tawbah, the question is now she's made tawbah, she's now, it's like a ta'b min al-dhanbi kaman la dhanba la. It's true. This hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the one who's done tawbah from a dhanb, from a sin, is like they've done no sin.
Yeah, in the sight of Allah, that is the case. But in terms of an actual contract, like let me give you another example. If someone has been a drug addict and he's been taking hard drugs and he knows it's a sin, or he's an alcoholic, he knows it's a sin and he's trying to get over it. He comes to the marriage and you ask as the father, are you have any drug abuse problems? He says no. and he thinks I'm concealing my sin, it's almost like I haven't even sinned because I've made
No,
tawbah
but
from this.
is it current or is it past? Because the thing is, as we've mentioned,
Well, that's the thing about an addict. An addict, yeah, it's in the past, but he could always relapse, and that's, you have a person who has done hard drugs. At that moment, they're not doing drugs, but they could always relapse. Shouldn't you have the right? Shouldn't you have a right to know that as
if
a
the person has
wali?
done it in the past and they've repented from it and they don't want anyone to know about it, the question at hand is, can they lie about, if someone asks them directly? And you'll find that like there's different opinions. Some scholars will say no, because the sin of lying is more, and some scholars will say yes. The opinion I just follow, I'm not a mushtahid here, but the opinion I follow is that it makes sense for the lying, I think, is less of a sin. It's because if imagine a woman or a man or whoever it is committed zina, like I meant to tell people about that if they ask them, because there's an injunction against that in the hadith.
No, but there's they're not constrained to those two options. Like he can just say, as soon as that man or boy finds out that that's an issue for you and you've asked about it, he should just exit out. He shouldn't force you to, or he shouldn't lie to you in order to sell. Like, think about it like a contract, right?
I get
like
it,
if you're selling something.
In their mind, they've done tawbah. In their mind, they're free from the sin because they've done tawbah.
No, but
so in their mind,
it's not about the sin. The effects of that sin are very relevant to the terms of the contract. So like in any kind of contract, like if I go steal a car and then I come and sell it to you, I say, oh, this is a legitimate car that I'm selling to you. I'm selling you something like this has a defective element to it because it has been illegally acquired.
Do you think the contract would become invalid, or do you think they would become sinful? What's your
you're selling something defective. You're selling something that with you're deceiving the party that in the contract.
Sure, but
this is deception. You can't lie to conceal a sin.
You've got two ahkam here. You've got either the sahha of the nikah, the validity of it, and then you've got the hurma. You've got is this person sinful or not? It's possible that you can do something which is sinful, but it's the sahha of the nikah is still not affected, so it can be valid and sinful at the same time. That's an argument I think you can make. I don't think anyone can make the argument that the nikah is not valid. It's a valid nikah. Ijma'. There's definitely a valid nikah here. The question is whether she's sinful for not disclosing the information. I say that I think from what I've read from some of the fatwa of the modern age, there's two opinions. Some say she would be sinful, some say she's not sinful, but it's which sin is more heavy, the sin of revealing her sins of the past that she's repented for, or the sin of lying.
No one's telling her to reveal her sin. No one is. That's not even on the table. Don't reveal the sin.
No, but if you ask her point blank, did you have a past, and she's now saying no, so she's lying essentially. But then the question is that
no? You can answer questions without answering questions. You can answer questions without.
Yeah, that's that. If she was able to do tawriyah in the same way the Prophet ﷺ, when he was asked where you from, and he was they were trying to kill him, and he said ana min al-ma', and I was from water, then that is khuruj min al-khilaf. That's fine. But we're being practical here and thinking that really the conversation that's likely to have taken place is that he pressed her on the issue. So if she does tawriyah, there's only so much she can do tawriyah until she's going to get to the final stage. Now, I'm saying I can respect the opinion that says, okay, she should have revealed it. And I respect that opinion. But there is this other opinion. And I would be academic.
It's very damaging. This is an opinion that has caused like a lot of damage. As you can see, like there are many cases like this. And it also, it basically, it causes girls to not be careful about what they do in their lives because they think, well, I can have fun all I want, and then when it's time to get serious, I'll just lie about it. And by the way, I'm going to ask for a huge mahar. I'm going to ask for a huge amount of mahar and a monthly allowance.
Yeah, well,
so whereas if they're worried about the consequences, like I will not be able to find a decent Muslim husband if I engage in this behavior because I can't lie about it. And I listen to the actual fatwa. I've listened to the scholars speak about this and say, you cannot lie about your past. Then I'm going to not engage in this kind of risky behavior. I'm not going to fall into zina. That is a huge discouragement.
So it's like
deterrence.
A mafsad argument. You can make a mafsad argument. I think you can make a mafsad argument. That's a good argument you made. It's a mafsad. It's more like a mafsad argument. But it's not like the mafasid masalih argument. Sometimes they can affect the ruling, sometimes they don't affect the ruling. Once again, I'll leave it to the scholars, but I would offer her an excuse. I'm saying at this point, she's not away from Islamic scholarship. She's still within the remits of Islamic scholarship. So, like, she's not saying something.
Is there any
that,
kind of pre-modern fatwa on this? Because I haven't found any like.
There's even modern fatwas on it. Some
No, I know
Salafis
modern fatwas. The modern fatwa I think is influenced by feminism. I don't think I don't see any pre-modern fatwa on this.
That have no semblance of, they don't care. They've been asked this question. I remember Lajna Da'im and stuff. They answer. I've read this fatwa, but I was going to say that what I think this guy should do as now as an advice. Look, is he a day youth for staying with her? No, he's not, because he didn't know. He got into this relationship. He didn't know anything. Do I think that she's playing a game? It's possible. It's possible that she's not playing a game. What do I recommend for the brother? Look, he said, I want to get married to another woman just for revenge. I think the first thing in these situations is never to act from an impulse of revenge. That wallahi, you know, فليصفح وليغفروا ألا تحبون أن يغفر الله لكم. You know, so forgive, forget. Yani, this tasaffuh, this idea of turning a page, is a very important thing with the Muslims. Generally speaking, having a hatred or ghil or anger for the Muslims is a very bad thing. It destroys you more than anyone else. Do not act out of revenge. That's my first advice to the brother. More of a batini, tasawwuf or tazkiyah type of a thing. Never act like that. What I'll say to the brother is, look, here's what I would do if I were you. Here's what I would do, all right? Don't ever feel bad about giving. For me personally, I never feel bad about giving a woman money. I don't care, okay? I gave her a mahar. Don't even speak about it, brother. Don't even speak about it. You agreed to it, it's done. Don't mention it. Because it's kind of like, it's like giving a gift and then reminding someone of it. Don't do it, yeah? You've given a mahar, done, yeah? You've agreed on a monthly payment, done. If she was able to strong arm you, I'm sorry to say,
bro.
Yeah,
but like these wives are not like you. These wives are not like your family.
If
we heard about your family, mashallah. You have a report card for your wife. You expect breakfast in bed.
I'm gonna get to something.
These women are not. They're getting the monthly allowance, and they're not giving him breakfast in bed. They're not giving him like this kind of treatment.
They're not giving him breakfast in bed. That's a different story. Because I'm gonna give him something now. I'm gonna give him the golden bullet. But before the monthly allowance, you can play around with that, brother. So if you feel like you're giving too much, the mahar you cannot take back. It's done. You gave it. You cannot take back. There's even verse in the Quran about it. You know, in Surah An-Nisa where it says, you know, I forget now. وكيف تأخذونه وقد أفضى بعضكم على بعض وأخذنا منكم ميثاقا غليظا. How can you take it back when you have had sex with each other and Allah has taken amongst you, you know, a very solemn pledge? So that's number one. So the mahar, don't ever speak about it. It's done now. The monthly allowance, look, Islamic ruling that I've read, and Allahu Alam, is you have to give her the basics for what she's living. Yeah, she's not entitled to more than this. If she's rebellious, you can actually remove money from her monthly wage. So, for example, if she's nashers now, you're not going to give her money. Okay, or you can decide not to give her money. Now, obviously, you're not going to leave your family to be in a state of desperation or disenfranchisement or weakness or something like that, but you can. And nashers can, the haqq of nafaqa can be removed from a nashers. That's in the books of fiqh. You can go to it. It's an easy thing. So you can reduce the monthly payment if you think you're paying too much, so long as you're covering the basics. And number two, you can even remove the amount if you think that she's going nashers on you, she's becoming rebellious on you. I think you should get married to a second woman. This is what I think you should do. I think you should take it upon yourself to get married to a second wife. Because you will never be happy. But based on the levels of resentment that your message is showing, yes, don't be angry towards her, though. You will never be happy with this woman by herself. But because you've got a child, okay, because you have got a child, you should not, I think you should prioritize the child. Yeah, let's say she made a mistake. She might not have made a mistake, whatever. You know, put that to the side. She's done something that she shouldn't have done. She had a bad past. You feel sickened about it. It's within your right to divorce her. You can decide, you know what, brother, I'm not going to take your advice. I'm going to go back home. I don't care. Anti-taliq, good night. Some brothers would do that. And you know, some brothers would do that, and I say, whatever. Okay. If you really feel like that about it, I don't blame you, brother. Go and do it, no problem. But what I'm saying I would do, this is what happened to me, and wallahi, I'd get married to two other women, not one. I'd have 3 wives at this point, maybe 4 actually, because I think that now if this woman come back and say, actually, you know, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I said, sorry, brother. So you want me to imagine you with this and that, and I'm not going to do this and that? No. You can use this as the opportunity, to psychological leveraging, so that you can go and get yourself a second and a third and maybe even a 4th wife, depending on what you can handle. And when you do that, you're going to find that the dynamic of the relationship, brother, is going to change completely. She's going to actually offer you more respect. Go and find the second wife. I'm telling you, Akhi, go and find it. And if she decides to leave, or she says, oh, this and that, jealous, whatever, and she tries to get whatever, then get out of here, man. We've already dealt with your lies. We've already dealt with this and that and the other. Yeah? Even though, once again, we give her the excuses and whatever. But you know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say that I think the best option for this particular situation is polygamy. This is what I think. It will save your first wife. It will save your marriage. It will have your kid will have a net outcome that's good, and you will be happy. That's what my advice.
It's good advice if we're living like in Islamic, state under Khilafah. Unfortunately, we live in a secular liberal world, and he's going to get divorce raped. Like he's going to be destroyed. Like if he goes and gets a second wife, she's going to pursue divorce in court and extract so many resources from him.
But he's going to get down anyway. He wants to divorce her. He wants to look. Think about this, Akhi. He's going to divorce her. He's going to go through that process anyway. He might as well get something out of it. You might as well now go get a second wife, a third wife. Enjoy.
That first wife is gone then. That first wife is gone. So what's the point?
I'll tell you. I'll give you another one, bro. If he doesn't want to tell her, then go and get a second wife without telling this woman.
It's so risky.
She hid the whole life from you. So what are you scared of? You I'm sorry to say, you can get married to a second wife without your first wife's knowledge. It's valid. Do something, Akhi. But I think the worst thing is you got to think about the child. The child in the situation is the most important variable. I would say divorce should be the last of your options. Number one option, I think you should do this. Just open marriage. Second, go and get a second wife. Simple as that. Go and get a second wife. Go and just go to the
People
coffee
are gonna
shop.
clip this. People need to clip this.
Go to the coffee shop. Go to the coffee shop or go to or go to the restaurant. Get the welly. Yeah, no problem. Say it with the second one. Yeah.
Check the proportions.
Make sure you check the proportions. Yeah, and make sure they're better than the first ones. I'm only joking. You don't have to be the better. But it's different. It's got to be tanawwa now. Yeah. If you've got a North African one, you have to go for the black. If you've got the black one, you have to go for the Asian. If you've got the Asian, maybe you want to try the white. It's got to be a level of tanawwa and
variety.
Diversity in your taste. You got to refine your palate.
Refine your palate, yeah. You have a very refined palate, brother Hijab. I think we're appreciating a connoisseur right here. We're talking to a connoisseur.
Brother, go. Do it, Akhi. It's not that hard. Go and do it, man. Bismillah. Have a different attitude towards the situation. Don't show her you're so insecure. You care too much about it. Oh, you had a past. Okay, so no more. I'm gonna have a future. You're gonna have a past. I'm gonna have a future. That's what the situation is. Yeah, you're gonna have a past. I'm gonna have a present right now. No problem. You had your fun. Now it's my turn. You say that. You say that here. Now it's my turn.
Yeah. It's good advice, but it's gonna result in a lifetime of misery.
Yeah, no. If you don't like her, remember the child is very important.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. The law is gonna take that child, and she can be so vindictive. And this is what the case. The law in the UK is the worst. Like the horror stories. We were on that podcast, remember, with the Muslim Father Support Forum. We had that whole discussion, like the amount of how they use the law to punish Muslim men, especially if there's any. You don't even have to get a second wife. If you have even mentioned second wife, they will take you to court and make the rest of your life miserable. And they use the children as a leverage against you.
Doesn't matter. Just do it. At least you get something out of it. It doesn't let them. At least I'll have misery, but it's worth it. Just go for it. No problem. No problem. I'll go and do it. You don't even need to tell anybody that you're doing polygamy. Akhi, you can do shafawi nikah. Shafawi. You do it with. You don't even need papers, akhi. 4 madhabs, they say you can do nikah without papers. How is the law going to know anything? I'm not saying do this, but if you went to the court and say, yeah, this was my mistress. I'm not saying do this, but yani, what can they say? How can they disprove it?
No, that comes into consideration with the custody battle.
They all
you're unreliable. It's still considered unreliable for men to have a mistress. They can use that in court against you. And anyway, I mean, this is it's good to have your kind of optimism, and men need to have this kind of perspective instead of being simps. Like this is what you're saying. Don't be a simp. This is what you're saying.
Solution, akhi. That's the solution. And then just watch it. At least, akhi, just try it. Don't just go and do it, akhi. Simple. Second, third, fourth. Actually go for 2 at the same time. You'll be fantastic if you do that. Akhi, show how respectful you will go from here, inexperienced Muslim man and so that, and I was doing this and I was doing that, to here, akhi, she'll feel, okay, wait up. He's doing this, that, and the other. Okay, say no more. That's what I think you should do.
Yeah. I mean, this is also another difference in perspective between the US and the UK. So here's this is not a personal question. We're just speaking in the abstract about demographics. In the UK, what percentage of Imams and Shuyukh and Duat have a second wife? What percentage would you say?
That's very difficult to know, but that's a difficult one. It depends on what kind of community as well. Like the Asians here, they're not really into it that much. The Pakistanis but the reverts are into it. Like black people are into it here. You know, not all blacks. Somali uncles are into it. Like a lot of Somalis with it. You'll find like Somalis have a lot. Arabs are into it. North Africans do it. You know, so it depends on. I think a lot of it is to do with like community-based demographics and how the woman will take it. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. From my experience of observing the situation, you know, I've found. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Scientific observation.
Yeah,
double blind study. Double blind.
yeah. So yani, every community has their thing, you know, and I think the Pakistanis are the least likely to do it. Like the older generation Pakistanis and Bengalis and stuff, they're least likely to do it. I haven't really seen that many, but now the Salafis are doing it. Salaf Pakistanis are doing it. It's more possible in the Salafi communities, I think, than the Deobandi communities and the.
Would you say it's like half? Is it 50% or more?
Who?
Of all shuyukh, imams, and du'at?
Much less than that.
Much less.
The du'at, I would say it's about 85%.
Well, that's way more than 50%.
No, the da'is. Who have
da'is, shuyukh, imams. That whole class.
Either who are in it or have done it. The da'is that I've come across in like proper mashayikh and stuff like at that level, 80%.
Yeah, that's compared to the US, that's very high. Like I don't think that over here it even reaches 50%.
So people like all the but most of the big names of da'wah have at least done polygamy once. Most of them, if not, say, like every person that you can think of, like you know, almost the big names and people you wouldn't expect. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's surprising. You know? Some people have like 20 kids.
Wow.
I know there's one guy who I won't mention, very famous guy. He's got 30 kids.
Wow.
You know,
mashallah.
So
yeah, we'll let people imagine who.
But Zakir Naik has only one wife, which I found quite surprising.
mashallah. He's a
He's
good
only
husband,
one.
I'm sure, a good father.
Yeah,
Mashallah.
exactly. Like has only one wife.
Yeah. So, I mean, on this topic of red pill or simping or what have you,
Yeah.
I want to talk about Tate. Actually, I want to talk about Tate. I also want to look at these super chats. So, you want to look at super chats first, because some people are asking a lot of questions. They want to
Okay.
get your
Yeah, let's do
perspective.
that. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the super chats, and I'm not sure if they will show properly. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so Brother Muhammad says, keep speaking about Yemen. We will humble Madkhalis. They're Western puppets, and they want to make a Sunni Shia fight so bad when it's not. Thanks for everything. So let's keep speaking about Yemen. Do you want to get into this now or later?
The Yemeni people, I think, are very like of the Arabs. There's probably top 3 most honorable Arabs out there. They actually are honorable. They actually are hospitable. They actually will give you loyalty and respect. And it's a tradition that goes back for thousands of years. And for me, the Shias there are the least problematic Shias in the entire Muslim world. But the Zaydi Shias are the closest to the Sunnis. So I have a lot of respect for them, but they're obviously under the saytara of Iran at the moment. And I do believe Iran is trying to spread its tentacles and do its thing, and spread Shiism in a way. What's ironic because in Iran itself, Shiism has gone down to levels which has never historically gone down for maybe hundreds of years. I saw a poll recently which said that I don't know if it's 30% of Iranians consider themselves to be atheists or non-religious people, because Shiism really, when it's extreme, 12th Shiism, it's not actually Islam. When it's extreme, when it's actually extreme, it's a different religion now. It's when it becomes extreme. I'm not saying that the 12ers are not Muslim, but when it becomes extreme, and therefore it doesn't have the capacity to keep people to be Muslim. Like you could never imagine the same thing happening in Algeria as what's happening in Iran. It's because it's like people are not attached to the Quran as much. There isn't. If you look at 12 Shiism, the emphasis, generally speaking, is not on the Quran, Hadith, and the life of the Prophet. The emphasis on the 12 Imams and these kinds of rituals and these kinds of things. So that's why you're seeing apostasy rates at a very, very, very high level. And
I've seen that statistic, but can we compare somewhere like Iran, but look at what's happening in Turkey, or look at what's happening in Saudi. Like you have, these Shakira concerts, and you have OnlyFans in somewhere like Turkey.
Yeah, but these guys are still Muslim. Like you go to Saudi Arabia and speak to the Shab there, they're proper Muslim. Like you might have a couple of atheists here and there, but everyone's a Muslim. Like Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country. There's no question about it. 99%, 98, 97, whatever it may be. Atheism is not rampant in Saudi Arabia. Like, it's not, even Turkey is not like that. You cannot compare. Like, do you know what I mean? It's Iran now. If you go on, even the Iranians I see, a lot of the guys in my area, because there's a lot of Iranians in London as well, they're not Muslim. They're not even openly, like they're openly about it. Like they're secular, nationalist. Some of them become anti-Muslim. Actually, a big contingent of them have become anti-Muslim. I think that the only other Sunni nation you can compare this with is like Albania, or I would not say Bosnia, like maybe Albania, maybe Kosovo. But really, I've heard that there's a resurgence, in religiosity in those places, and the reasons for it are a little bit different, because obviously these countries are in Europe, and I think that there's a colonial influence and a westernization that's happening, and it's a bit of a different reason. Whereas with Shiaism, it's just deterred people. It's like ever since 1979, there's a strong positive correlation between apostasy in Iran and, like, for example, the Pew Research study that was done in America, where it said like 20% of people apostate.
25% of Muslims, they claim.
Whatever it was. A lot of it was actually they spoke to Iranians.
Yeah.
It was a disproportionately high number of Iranians in that study, which is why, that study is actually fraught with inconsistencies and problems, because there's not that many Iranians in the Muslim population, and it's not a good study at all. I don't think there's that much apostasy in America, but in Iran there's a huge number of apostasy. And so if you've got these, the Shia Muslims, 12 Shia Muslims in Iran, and you don't even see this level of apostasy in Iraq. Like you don't, it's another like half of the country is Shia, but you don't see that many people leaving Islam altogether. I think it's something to do with the psychology of the government. People hate the government, and they associate the government with Islam, and therefore they hate Islam. They think that is Islam. Khomeini is Islam. Khamenei is Islam. Sistani is Islam. And so when they see it and the brutalization and this kind of things and whatever, they say, we don't want anything to do with that. We would rather be like the Westerners. And I think that whole resentment culture is what's causing a lot of people to apostate in Islam. But I
agree. Like, I think it's a combination, as you mentioned, that you have Shiism itself that doesn't inculcate necessarily the same kind of strong faith and religious identity that Sunnis have. I think that's definitely a part of it. But I wouldn't characterize the general Iranian society as extreme Shia. If anything, they're more like Ikhwan type, where it's in the sense of like a more liberalized Islam. Like they believe in feminism, they believe in liberalism, they believe in these kinds of things, but they have a Muslim identity. I actually wouldn't put them in like extreme, using that label. But
I know this sounds like a bit of conspiratorial, but if you look at the history, I know this sounds like if you look at the history of Shia empires and their interaction with Sunni empires, there is almost no. I mean, there are too many examples of Shias attacking Sunnis. And let me give you a factual statement, and I don't think this can be disproven. Yeah, I don't think Shias have ever expanded into Kafir land. I don't think there's been one single Shia empire that's ever expanded into Kafir land. Sunnis have only expanded to Kafir land, disbelievers' land, and Shias have been way more concerned for all of history of expanding into Sunni land. In fact, that's 99% of what they've done. In fact, maybe even 100%. I don't know of one example of a country which is majority Shia empire going into, a Kafir land and trying to expand it. Because I think what it is you mentioned Ikhwani, but I think it's more to do with why should we need to first conquer Islam before we think about conquering outside of Islam. There's a bit of that going on. So I don't know. I'm always skeptical about Iran because the history. You can't tell me now that after all these hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years of Islamic, 1,400 years of Islamic history, and there's so much of that going on, that now Iran has taken to a principled stance with the Palestinian people and stuff. I think they're just trying to continue the same project of the same empires, the Safavids and this and that, and all these empires that came before the Shia ones. I think.
For your statement. For your statement, like to be understood or to be meaningful, we have to have like a baseline. So which one of these governments in the Middle East do you trust? That you don't trust Iran? Okay, but do you trust like the Egyptian government, the Saudi government, the UAE government?
I don't trust any of the governments.
Like which government do you trust that Iran is somehow the exception that you don't? Because all of these countries spread their influence. All of them are operating under realpolitik.
I don't trust the Iranian people. I'm making it clear. I think the Iranian people are the ones. Look, first of all, there's a lot of racism in Iran, especially anti-Arab racism. It's very well documented.
You're saying that they're atheists, right? You're saying that they have high apostasy rates because they're dissatisfied with the government.
Yeah,
so the people, so they're both like atheists, but they also.
There's this kind of like anti-Arab rhetoric, and there's also this kind of like, so there's anti-Arab behavior, racism in Iran. With the Shab, with the people themselves. And then you have the atheism. I don't think these people, the 80 million odd people in Iran, are going to have the motivation to save the people of Palestine. They don't, the people
they
themselves.
Do. Like the polling shows that they're extremely in support of Palestine. I mean, this goes deep into Shia theology because they have the idea of Yazid and Hussein, and Israel is Yazid. Israel is the one who is boycotting and isolating Hussein, the Palestinians, in order to starve them to death and ultimately massacre them.
No, but
the polling shows that the public support within Iran is very much in support of the Palestinian cause. The people who are not in support of Palestine are the atheists that you're mentioning, the liberals, the atheists. They don't like Palestinians at all. But that's not the general sentiment within the country.
But think of this, Akhi. Look, you've got. I personally believe that I can't substantiate this with evidence at the moment, but I think there is a sentiment in Iran that a Persian is not going to put their life on the line for an Arab. It's not going to happen. And I think the best example of that is
they have
Iraq
done that though.
No, but look at the Iraq War. Okay, so the Iraq War, you had like how many people died? Over 1 million people died. Half of them were Shiites. So the Iranians didn't get involved in that. They didn't support the Shiites in Iraq. Do you know what I mean? So I think that there's always
there was a war with Iran. Like Iran was involved in the war, right? You mean the Iran-Iraq war or the
which war?
I'm
saying the one that happened recently in 2003, the American Iraq war.
Yeah, who else? Like all of the Arab countries were also not there to help their Sunni brothers. There were Shia militias, right? There were Shia militias that did go to Iraq, but they weren't from the government. But you can say that about the other Middle Eastern countries as well. The Arab countries also didn't go and help the Sunnis in Iraq either.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where we know that the governments of those Arab countries, that it's basically one step is between the Jordanian people and the Palestinian people. It's a government decision, one government decision. I don't know if that same logic applies with Iran. I don't think there's one government decision between the Iranian people and the Palestinian people. Like, consider like Jordanians, right? Jordanians, half of the people are Palestinian themselves. Who do you think is going to be more mutahammis, more motivated to fight on behalf of the Palestinians? Jordanians or the Iranians? Think about that.
I mean, I think that that's just based off of anecdotal evidence or impressions that.
No, I have no doubt. Like, I have no doubt that the Jordanians, it's like they see themselves as.
I mean, if you're just talking about a general sentiment that people are going to be more inclined to help their own race, yes, that exists. So Iranians will help Iranians more than an Arab. That's true, but that's the case with every single race. The Pakistanis, the Bengalis, the Arabs, the Bosnians, like that's just a universal thing. You can't pin that specifically on the Iranians. But I think that when you look at the polling for Iranian public, they have shown a lot of support for Palestinians and positive sentiment, just like everywhere else in the Muslim world.
I'm more skeptical. I don't know. I just don't see it happening. But maybe I'll be proven to be wrong in the future. Maybe I'll see that there's in the future the Iranians will become very, very, like at the forefront of this, and they'll start doing this, that, and the other, and the people.
I mean, nationalism is a big problem across the Muslim world. Nationalism, just supporting. Why do we have Pakistanis and Bengalis fighting each other? Why do we have Moroccans versus Algerians fighting with each other constantly? Egyptians and Sudanese, the dispute over the Nile. Like, this is conflict. This is nationalism. It's a universal thing. Yeah. I don't think we should make it necessarily specific to Iran, though.
Maybe you're right, but I do think that this Iran has got very specific demographics now, like with this whole religiosity thing. The surveys that have come out, 30%, maybe 40%. This country is moving in the same direction as the United Kingdom, like in terms of irreligiosity. And so I don't know, I'm more skeptical. And then you've got like the racial element, the nationalistic element, and I just don't see. I feel like if there's going to be Nasr, if there's going to be victory for the Palestinian people, it's going to come at the hands of, like, say, Syrians and Jordanians. These are the people that are more likely to want to intervene from a motivational perspective. I don't know.
Isn't that like a racist perspective? Like, why should it not come from Africans? Why should it not come from Americans or Bosnians or Albanians? Like, why Pakistanis? Like, why couldn't it come from others?
It's like you said, it's the proximity thing. People are just more connected to their own. And so I feel like the Jordanians, like what I saw in the Jordanians, in the men and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. But when they stood up, it was just more than anything else I've seen in the Arab world. And speaking to Jordanians, I know it's anecdotal, but I spoke to some of Jordanians. They consider themselves Palestinian. A lot of them are Palestinian.
They are Palestinian, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where the closer you are to something, the more likely you are emotionally involved by it. I think that's the reality.
Yeah, I think it's bad though. I think it doesn't matter what's your race, as long as you're Muslim, you're one ummah, one body, Everyone has to be equally invested, and actually it's a sign of weak iman that you don't feel the same pain if the person suffering, the Muslim suffering, is not the same race and ethnicity as you. This is actually a sign of defective iman, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, well, I'm sure this issue is going to come up more, so let me go to the next one. Let me actually try this so you can see the super chat. So BXZ says, "Free Palestine." Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Sorry. Next one is Ziza says, "Salam alaikum from Bosnia to both of you. Hijab next time, come to our club, BJJ Brotherhood to train. Daniel, you're telling the truth on each topic, so be prepared for toughness. Free Palestine, and thanks to Iran and Yemen." Appreciate your super chat. Let's see. This is Lil Bro says, "Omar and Uthman were both voted in as caliph, I think. I've been telling everyone the Sultan is Muhammad Hijab. Bay'ah for bro, 100%. We await orders and nasiha and adherence to Islam."
I'll start with the brother that needed advice.
Yeah.
Second one.
Yeah. So then, let's see. This is old. Dolatul Cringe says, "Fun fact." Thank you. Let's see. I don't know what this is referring to. Bilal says, "Do you know Sheikh Bassam Jarrar's online tafsir classes, and what's your opinion on them?"
I don't know them.
Don't know them? Okay.
Good. Are they good?
Okay, let's see. "What is thine Aqida, brethren?" the medieval postal worker says. So this is a joke, but we'll talk about Aqida, I guess, later as well. Osman Gold called for the unaliving of Palestinians. Yeah, that's another thing about that guy that Elon leaked the DMs of. He's like a sheer racist. Like, he made disgusting comments about Palestinians and wanted to exterminate Palestinians.
I think we made videos against him.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. That's the guy that Elon took away his blue check mark and leaked his DMs.
Well, at least he didn't put him in prison or kill him. That's what to say, Annie. That's fine. You can take the blue check mark all you like.
Yeah. So
at the moment Elon does that to me, I think I've won. You know.
Yeah. Let's see. Ahmed says, "Alhamdulillah, I learned a lot from you guys. May Allah grant you both Jannat al-Firdaus. Ameen. Jazakallah khair."
Oh yes.
Shadman says, "Thank you for your work." Here's a good one from Kosovo. Assalamu alaikum from Kosovo, dear brother. May Allah bless you. Two big intellectuals of Islam. Jazakallah khair to all our brothers in Kosovo. Let's see. Dolatul Cringe says, "Did someone say Afghanistan, the country that curb stomped England, Russia, and America, backed by a global coalition back to back? Yeah, I don't dare mess with those guys. The most powerful country in the world." Love for Afghanistan.
Yeah, beautiful country. One of the most honorable people in the world, really. The Pashto people. The hospitality, the loyalty, the respect, the bravery. Yeah.
Yeah. Seeker of Knowledge says, "The Shafi position is not for general chit chat. It's specific to getting married, not meeting up every week for coffee." Yeah, you weren't saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course not. Check that, brother.
Super sticker from Adam. Thank you. Palestina Viva says, "MH needs a second wife ASAP." Are you making assumptions that he doesn't? No. Just messing around, guys. Just messing around. Let's see. Immortal Technique says, "Trump proposed that Palestinians leave Gaza and go to Jordan and Egypt so they can use Gaza as real estate over bodies of our Muslims." Thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's like the ethnic cleansing thing. They're trying to do it, trying to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. But the thing is, the way that the Egyptian government's going to think about this is in their own interest, you know. And the number one concern they have is of anything that threatens their rule. And so they know that if they bring in Palestinians, they're going to have an antithetical, for the most part, Like they're gonna have a bad opinion of them. So that you can really, I think, the whole international relations, realist international relations framework. I think it's probably more useful now than ever, where you can predict a country's behavior based on its own interests, based on its own. It's more useful now than ever. So I would have been able to predict that just based on the interests of that particular governance or that particular government in that particular country at that particular time. It's pretty, what he's going to say. And I think he's been saying that from the very beginning, to be honest. And it's just because it's in the Egyptian interest. That's how he sees it.
Yeah. Do you think that the ceasefire is going to hold?
That's a really tricky one. That's a really, really tricky. I hope so. I really do hope so. I really, 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 really hope so. Inshallah, it does hold. Inshallah. That's thing is, if it doesn't, look, if you think about it, if it doesn't hold, it's a PR disaster for them, because then they would have broken the contract. But it's a very
but they don't care about PR, right?
I don't know. I think after this, they may care about it, because it's like after this has happened, I don't know. We don't know. I don't know. This one, I don't know. But what I do know is the fact that sometimes, subhanAllah, like the chain of causes and events that have taken place has affected the Syrian condition in a better way. Like now, so subhanAllah, who would have known that the situation in Gaza has alleviated the suffering of the people in Syria in a way? Because remove Bashar al-Assad, had it not been for what's happened in Gaza, then Hezbollah would not have been involved with Israel and been weakened by them, which is the enemy of the enemy. And had that not happened, then Syria wouldn't have fallen. So, and then Bashar al-Assad would still be there. So sometimes يضرب الظالم بالظالم. Sometimes you need one oppressor to hit another oppressor, as the Salafi used to say, ولا يعلم جنود ربك إلا هو. No one knows the soldiers of Allah except for him. So it could be that Allah uses a kafir, a mujrim, and a zalim to violate another mujrim and zalim, in this case Hezbollah, which has weakened the situation in Syria and allowed that person to be removed. And let's be honest, we talk about genocide, 50,000 people died. But in Syria, 500,000 people died in the span of 10 years. We can't, just because we didn't see it in real time in the same way, we can't undermine that. Because I remember seeing that growing up. I was growing up, I was seeing it. I was very affected by it. Very affected by the Syrian situation, just as much as I'm affected by the Palestinian situation. So for me, all of these people are the same. Do you know what I mean? So I was very, very happy when Bashar al-Assad was disposed. I was very, very happy that the Syrian people were celebrating and jubilant in the way that they were. And quite frankly, it's a great victory. So in a way, what this whole thing achieved is something indirect. The greatest thing, because someone would argue, well, you can't say that the Palestinians had victory here. Well, you could, yeah, I'm not saying that the Palestinians had complete victory, because complete victory will only happen when Palestine takes all of the occupied territory and makes it its. And that might take a very long time. So I'm not saying the Palestinians had complete victory, but they prevented the victory of the Israelis and the Adu, the Sahayim and the Zionists, and they allowed a victory of the Syrians. Or allowed the disposition of the Syrian people of Bashar al-Assad as well. So this, subhanAllah, the chain of cause and effect, how all of that happened, I think Allah has his ways.
Yeah, I obviously was also very happy that Bashar al-Assad was deposed and that the Syrian people came out from that dictator. I think that at the same time, like, we can acknowledge different realities, because in other ways now the opposition to Israel in the Middle East has been greatly weakened. We can acknowledge both realities, like, and people will take offense, and they've attacked me relentlessly for this, actually, because they say that, well, if you acknowledge that, how can it not be true? Like
because
this is exactly what, and you just have to look at what the enemy is saying. Like Israel is very clear on who their enemy is and what is giving them the biggest problems. It's not just Hamas. Like there are other regional actors, and they have a lot of pressure on Israel because they have their missiles pointed to the country. And they are also militarily supplying. So when Yahya Sinwar
like,
goes
Assad
and
didn't
says
do
that we couldn't have
anything.
a revolution, or we couldn't have a resistance without Iran supplying us, there would be no resistance without Iran. This is coming straight from the Palestinians. This is coming straight from Yahya Sinwar. Like, how can we say, oh, he's telling a lie? Like, why would he lie about that, right? So we can acknowledge that the removal of Bashar al-Assad and the Alawi regime that committed mass genocide, killed, I think the official number is 600,000 died in total in the Syrian revolution. It's great that he has been removed, and may Allah like bring him to account sooner in this dunya before the akhirah. However, like it's also a reality that there is big challenges and a big threat that is created when Syria, as it is now, has been neutralized as far as Israel is concerned. And even the most minimal thing, you can say that Bashar doesn't give any amount of concern for Palestinians. That's true. He doesn't care about anyone except himself. But he was at least allowing his territory to be used for the transport of weapons, for the transport of supplies.
On this point, on this point, for example, right? So yeah, Bashar al-Assad we agree that there's no track record of him actually intervening in any way, right? So he's just like all the other Arab nations from that perspective. There's no other, maybe with the exception of Yemen, right? He didn't intervene in any way. So he didn't fire one bullet to the Israelis. So now the only argument that I can see is that they transferred weaponry to Hezbollah. That's the only thing I can see. But that weaponry that they transferred to Hezbollah was being used to kill Syrians. So my problem is, the blood of a Syrian is no less than the blood of a Palestinian to me. They're in fact the same people. Genetically, they're probably the same genetically. So my issue is, okay, so why do we want to? I don't even want my resources to go to Hezbollah. The stuff that they've done to the Sunnis in Syria has been disastrous. Has been, they've killed all the Sunnis and they're bragging about it. Nasrallah has come out and, was bragging about killing the Sunnis in Iraq and in Syria. So why is it that I don't trust them? If you're going to kill one of my guys to save another one of my guys, I'd rather neutralize you, in fact, which is the Hezbollah.
I mean, even if you go by a zalim bi-zalim argument, like, okay, these are two oppressors and you want them to, like, let's just accept that. Even though I disagree to an extent, because I think that there's a difference between Muslims who are Shia versus kuffar. But let's just assume that, let's take zalim bi-zalim. But even in that framework, you still want both of them to be equal in power. You don't want one of the zalims to win and eliminate the opposition, because as soon as that happens, because you're making like a maslaha mafsada argument, you're weighing the pros and cons, and you're saying, well, the life of a Syrian is equal to the life of a Palestinian. So what is really the benefit of supporting one side, or thinking that the Hezbollah side or Iran side is better? But the other consideration is the future cost, because if this opposition, this zalim, as you've defined it, that's opposing Israel, when they're eliminated, then Israel is not going to stop at its borders. They are going to invade Lebanon. They're going to push into Syria. They've already been pushing into Syria. They're occupying southern Lebanon. They're going to start pushing into the entire Middle East, because they have the agenda for a greater Israel project that's biblically defined. That is the threat. It's not a faraway threat. This is an immediate threat. And the bulwark, or the dam that's preventing that, okay, define them as zalim, but they're the ones. So our interest, actually, according to your framework, is that we shouldn't want them to be eliminated, because as soon as that zalim is eliminated, then the bigger zalim, which is the Zionists, they're going to cause much greater harm to the entire region. Forget about the Palestinians.
Let's look at, because you just mentioned yourself 600,000. So 600,000 is more than 50,000.
Well, the
So far,
50,000 Palestinians, that's like back in after a month after October 7th, it was at 50,000. I think it's closer to
sure, but
200,000 Palestinians have been killed in this conflict.
Sure, but still,
in this war.
That's so. Bashar al-Assad and his friends, including Hezbollah, have killed 3 times more than the Zionists, if we're taking this stuff seriously.
Well, 400 killed by Bashar al-Assad and 200 killed by the rebels side.
Like,
so
including
total,
Hezbollah.
Yeah. So no, Bashar al-Assad and Hezbollah, 400,000 can be attributed to them,
So
and
why are we
200,000 to the.
people? Like, imagine. So imagine.
We shouldn't.
Like,
we should not support them. We should not support Bashar al-Assad. We should not support Hezbollah. I'm very clear. We should not support Iran killing any Sunnis. We should. I'm very clear on this. However, we can support the bigger work that they do against the Zionists. Like, you can have that kind of
okay,
nuanced position, right?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I've always said this. If, for example, if it's Hezbollah versus the Zionists, then I back Hezbollah on that. But in general, because of what Hezbollah has done, if we accept that they've killed, essentially hundreds of thousands of Syrian people, right, including civilians. It's for me. I'm not trading lives with. It's not a bartering game. I'm not bartering a Palestinian life with a Syrian life. That's if you've got one entity that's killing the Syrians, then let's remove that entity. If they're going to kill the Syrians, they're going to kill the Sunnis in Syria because they want to expand their reign and do what they want to do. I don't see why we should kind of hail them as some kind of heroes in the region. I don't think they are heroes. I think they're in fact villains, quite frankly. And they haven't done anything for. I mean, we talk about the things that they sent to Hamas, for example, or whatever it may be. But how does that? Can you explain to me how that works? I've always wondered. Like, geographically, if you bring a map and stuff, right? You've got Iran. How are we getting the stuff from Iran to Gaza? How is that being transported? Okay. Is the argument that there's a transportation happening from Iran to Gaza? How is that working? Is that what the argument is? How is it being transferred? Like, it's going through. That must go through Israel then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly of the supply lines. Obviously, in Gaza, they have a tunnel system, and they are connected to the sea. And I'm sure that they're not going to reveal exactly how these supplies are coming in. But the explicit statement of people like Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, is that there would be no Palestinian resistance without Iran. It would not exist.
I'm sure
right?
that's all like political rhetoric. But I just want to know how logistically the stuff is moving from Iran to Gaza, because there are so many countries in between, and they'd have to go through what Israel proper. They'd have to go through what is referred to as Israel proper. So how are they doing that? Do you see what I'm trying to say? You could say, oh, they go through the Mediterranean, but how is that happening? Like, if you put a map in front of you, I just don't know how the stuff is being transported. I don't think it is being transported, because I mean, what's his name?
I mean, you have a connect. You can go through the Sinai. You can go through
or Egypt,
the Red Sea. You can go through that side. Yeah,
I don't think
you can go through. You can go through the Suez. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's not from the eastern side. It's from the western side.
So the Iranians are going into. So the Iranians somehow are going into Egypt, and then the stuff is being transported from Egypt through. Like,
I mean, it's very limited. Like, they're smuggling things through other kinds of shipments. And this is the argument that Israel makes. This is why we have to have a blockade. We have to blockade Gaza, because even any kind of supply that we let in, if we let the Gazans have flour and they let them have cookies, they're going to smuggle in.
So I just want to know, how are they getting in there? So you're saying they go through Egypt, for example? Is that?
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about that, and I just don't think it's a plausible thing. Because Abu Ubaidah recently came out, either him or one other person. He said that we make our stuff from the debris of and the missiles that fall on us. We basically engineer it all in Gaza, And it's plausible. That is plausible that they've actually gotten to a level of engineering sophistication that they're just doing it in Gaza. It's not like they've got hypersonic missiles. They've got like,
Yeah, so the things
makeshift.
that they get is not necessarily munitions. There might be some of that, but they get just aid. They get also intelligence. There's communications, obviously, so they're getting intelligence.
I
They're
don't
getting.
deny those points.
There's no reason. Even Abu Ubaidah has come out praising. Why would they do that? Why would they praise Iran when they know that for the majority of the Muslim world or the Arab world, they don't like Iran and they have this kind of bias against Iran? Why would they go and put their necks out and actually go and travel to Tehran, go and travel to Iran and meet with them if they're not getting actual benefit from them? What's the quid pro quo in that type of relationship? So they're getting something from them.
Yeah, they're getting
that's significant enough that they're damaging their reputation with the broader Arab population by praising Iran.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would prefer not to praise Iran, praise Hezbollah. I'm sure that and from a PR perspective, there's no benefit from that unless you're getting something and you just want to acknowledge the benefit that you're getting.
They're getting like training on Zoom. Like genuinely, like they're getting training on Zoom. I think that's the extent of it, because what can they actually give? They're not close to them.
But that's damning as well. That's damning for the other Arab states. So like Saudi can't provide training on Zoom, like Egypt or these other countries. Jordan can't provide.
These governments are not interested in doing that. Like they've made their positions very, very. We know where they stand. The only difference is now the reason why we're having this discussion about Iran and we're not having it about Egypt or Jordan or whatever is because the case is clear with those countries. Like everyone knows, a layman knows what's going on with those. Like anybody knows, right? Even someone who's not interested in the conflict would know. But I'm saying that really with Iran, there is this kind of, we're lionizing them. It's as if they are like they've done this great thing, but which we can't put our finger on. This fireworks display which killed nobody, maybe killed one Palestinian. In fact, you know what I mean? Like, is that really what we're talking about? Like,
it's deterrent power. Like this is severe deterrent power for them to have these hypersonic missiles that outmaneuver the Iron Dome. It's like a deterrent. Like I'm holding up a gun to your head, and I can pull the trigger. You don't know if I'm gonna go crazy. Obviously, we would all prefer Iran to have maybe a little bit more aggressive approach. But the fact that they have this deterrent power, like that's not nothing. It's a very significant thing.
So what are your views on Iran? Like, are you pro-Iran or?
No, I believe, and when it comes to Palestinians, we should acknowledge the power that Iran has wielded in support of the Palestinian cause. Do I say that, this is the second coming of Salah ad-Din and these are like the heroes of the Ummah? No, they've also committed great atrocities against Syrians and in Iraq as well. And other parts of the Muslim world. We have to acknowledge those crimes. I even on Twitter, I ratioed the supreme leader. Khamenei, I told him to stop killing Muslims in Syria. I ratioed the supreme leader. So this is, we have to be fair, we have to be just, and we have to recognize that even the enemy, even Israel, recognizes that this country is a real threat. Their proxies are a real threat, and we want to eliminate them. That's a big reason that they're putting Trump in office.
I think we can converge on a certain point. You can say like, okay, well, they've done certain things, which is better than all the other Arab nations and stuff. I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like,
it's for me, it's not about better or worse. Like they're better, they've done better, or they've done worse. For me, the main motive is we want these other Arab nations have made the standards so low that just a mere fireworks display has become regarded as some kind of great feat. Even if we want to call it a fireworks display, why aren't these other countries doing a fireworks display? Like, why can't they do a fireworks display? That's like, I agree. The bar is low.
And everyone agrees with that aspect here. But I just feel like there's not much harm that has been done to the Zionists. Like, this thing we're positioning it in a certain way where it's like, okay, well, Syria has fallen, Bashar al-Assad has fallen, and somehow that's really, it's really deterred the Zionists. I don't see what's happened. Bashar al-Assad, what has he really done? I mean, like objectively and materially, what has he done? He's not fired one single bullet in Israel. And he's been there for, I don't know how many years now, killing his own people, of course, and doing all this stuff as well. At the same time, you have like at the same time, you have like, these fireworks displays. They may be doing some Zoom calls with the Hamas guys. They may be doing that. They're definitely, I mean, 90% of the chances they're not sending anything to Gaza because it's just geographically, logistically implausible, like almost implausible. They're not going to go through Israel proper because they'd have to go through, like, it'd have to be a serious matter. They are not going to go through Egypt. They're not going to go through the Mediterranean. I doubt they're going to go through the Mediterranean. So Bashar al-Assad, the fact that you got a man that's killed 600,000 people with the help of his friends, Hezbollah, that's been disposed. And
I mean, have the Houthis done anything?
Yeah, they have. They've been very good, actually. I've got nothing bad to say about the Houthis.
Who's giving them their weapons?
The Iranians are giving them the weapons, right?
Yeah, so Iranians are doing something then. Like,
yeah,
that's it's not just fireworks,
how
right?
are they giving them the weapons? Are they giving them? How are they going through it as well? Because I'm just wondering. Once again,
to Yemen?
Yeah,
it's just through the sea.
So are they going through like the Red Sea? Are they doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
through the Persian Gulf, they go to Yemen.
They go through the sea. If that can be substantiated, yeah, it does seem like that's a reasonable thing. And they've what's that place called, Iliat, that they kept bombing, isn't it? The Yemenis. The Yemenis have. I don't really have a bad thing to say about. As I say, the Zaidi Yemenis here. Got nothing bad to say about them. I don't think they've done anything. The Hezbollah are different. Hezbollah have killed Syrians. My issue with Hezbollah is that they've killed Syrians and they've bragged about it. The Zaydis, yes, they have killed. You could make the argument, but nowhere near like the Hezbollah. So my issue is not as much with. I mean, you can make the argument that they have had obviously conflicts in Yemen with Sunnis and stuff like that, and they've killed Sunnis, but it's nowhere near what happened in Syria with all these hundreds of thousands of people killed. It's completely less forgivable with the Hezbollah, I think.
Like my thing is that we have to have the ability to create political alliances that when you make a political alliance, it's a practical decision. It can't be on the basis of a hard and fast principle. Like, we will never ally, and countries who have killed a single Muslim, we will never ally with them. Because if you have this principle, then you have to be against every single country. Like, you have to be against Saudi, you have to be against UAE, you have to be against, look at what UAE is doing in Sudan, in South Sudan, actually. You can't be with any single country because they all have blood on their hands.
Yeah. Right? I mean, on that point, we can agree. On that point, it's like, we have, what do you call it? Shared interests against the Zionists, etc., etc. Yeah, at that point, I don't disagree with. I just, this whole narrative of, okay, well, the Syrians, now that Syria has, Bashar al-Assad has gone, somehow that's a thorn in the side of, he was some kind of a thorn of the side of the Zionists. I don't see how that's the case. I don't, as much as anyone else.
Look at what they're doing. Like, look at what Israel has done. They've taken the Golan Heights. They have pressed into southern Syria. That, right? No.
They had the Golan Heights.
It was occupying it, but it was disputed. And now they've pressed even further. They've taken Mount Hermon.
Yeah, they've taken
the most strategic spot. There was a buffer zone. They've occupied the entirety of the buffer zone, and they've pressed even further than the buffer zone. They've also completely eliminated all of the military depots, and then even the naval base that was there when the new government took over. So in Israel, they did this. Why? Because they wanted to further entrench the stability in their favor of Syria. Why? Because if those weapons are there, again, it's a deterrent power. It's a deterrent power against them. And now they have just further entrenched their control. We can acknowledge that that's a bad thing while also saying that we're happy. We're celebrating that Bashar al-Assad is gone. We're so happy about that. And we're so happy that Hezbollah couldn't stop the takeover of the new government.
I think we just got to give it time, really, because we just don't know what's going to happen with their new administration in Syria, what direction they're going to take it, and what's going to happen. We've got to give it a good 5-10 years, really. Like, if we want to make it a fair comparison or even comparable, we've got to give it 5-10 years, see what happens, and then we can make a proper comparison. This is what Bashar al-Assad did. This is what this new government did. Compare and contrast, and then, you might have a point. But I think, you might be right, you might be wrong. I think that the future will see who is right and who's wrong. It could be that the Syrians because now, look, the ideologies, let's be honest, of the new administration in Syria and Hamas are very remarkably close. In fact, you can argue they're the same ideology. You can make the argument. It's completely different to saying the ideologies of Bashar al-Assad and Hamas. They're not the same. Hamas and the new administration have a very similar ideology. That is a fact. People that are more similar are more likely to back each other. It makes more sense for me that if there's going to be any action that's taken by Syria, it's more likely to be taken in the next 10 years than it has been in the last 10. And it's not a big threshold to cover. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what happens. And I think the Israelis attacking them is probably that they're cognizant of that fact, that they're saying, okay, well, this is a new administration. We've got to just kind of stamp our authority here because we don't know exactly what they're thinking. They're very worried about the situation. So let's quickly do it. In many ways, the fact that Israel attacked these military bases is a sign of sincerity on behalf of the new administration. I'm not saying that they are sincere or insincere at the moment. I'm saying we have to wait. But I'm saying it's a sign of sincerity because if the Israelis are anxious about what's going to happen with them, and they're doing that, if there was some kind of a deal all along, so why do you need to bomb this and that and the other and go into the behavior of the Israelis is actually anxious behavior, and anxious behavior only happens when you don't know what's going to happen, and you don't know what's going to happen when there is not a collusion, that's a pre-existing collusion. So, in many ways, the fact that they've made these advancements and all these kind of things, it could actually be a sign of anxiety. We'll have to wait and see. With political analysis, you just have to wait and see because no one can know for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. We have to wait and see. I mean, there are positive signs for the new Syrian government. There are also some concerning things. I think ultimately, like my approach has been, we have to have criticism. We have to have accountability. They do pay attention to what people in the West say in terms of criticizing. So if they do something good, we praise it. If they do something wrong, when we criticize it, and try to encourage them in the right direction, inshallah. So let me get through some more of these super chats, and then we can continue with the rest of the interview, inshallah.
I'm good.
Let's see.
Yeah. You guys don't mind if I eat at the same time as doing this, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah, because just.
Seeker of Knowledge says, whilst the Hanafis don't need a wali, the father can revoke the marriage afterwards, so the wali is still basically needed. He's still an integral part.
Source for that one, brother. Give me a source for that one, Akhi. Give me a source. I don't think that's true.
It is. In the Hanafi fiqh, it's true.
Okay, give me a source for that one.
Al-Hidayah.
You give me the source, or does he give me the source?
Well, I'm giving you the source.
Okay.
For the Hanafi
Show me
school.
what Hidayah says about that. Because now, say for example, like what revoke at what point? Let's say, imagine for example, now I'm with my wife, the nikah has been done, right? And he revokes it. Okay, so
I mean, there might be some consideration of if she is like, it's like suitability status, like
the whole wali thing is not. Let me read you a source because you might not believe it unless I read it out. The whole wali thing is not just in the Hanafi madhab, by the way. It's actually the aqwal in the Maliki madhab. That if a man leaves his, and I'll read it out in Arabic as well. If a man leaves, if a wali, if a woman is in a country and her wali has just left her in that country, yeah, she has a specific classification according to some Malikis. That means she does not need to get married to the wali. So I'm not advocating this position, by the way. I'm just saying that it exists in the literature. Let me give you the source for it. Yeah, read it out for you.
You can find these aqwal, but they're very specific to conditions that exist. Like, she's been left in a country and there's literally no one else, and there's like condition after condition after condition. You can find those kinds of opinions.
No, it's not. There's only one condition, which is that if she's left, I'm just trying to find it because I did save it. Because these kinds of things, I collect them. I put them together. No, because honestly,
Fatwa shopping.
I collect.
I'm joking.
A bit of fatwa shopping myself. I'm only kidding. No, just to look, because I get surprised, like when I find aqwal like this. fiqh. It's, what do you call it? Yeah, you can continue as I'm finding it. I don't wanna. I don't want to do that.
So let's look at some other super chats.
Here we go. 1 second. Oh.
Immortal Technique says stand against radical Zionist Jewish terrorism. Thank you. This is another related to marriage. I think Daniel is right. Free mixing is haram. I love Muhammad hijab, but unmarried Muslim and Muslima going out is free mixing. Would you let your wife do this? Perversion.
Because I'm already married to her, so the Hajj is gone. The Hajj is gone now.
Yeah. Let's see. Someone is saying, Baran is saying,
the argument, by the way, would you let your daughter do this and you let your wife do this? It's not, you cannot do ta'sis of a hukm based on this. I know the Prophet ﷺ, he said to the, what do you call it, to the woman, would you like this to be done? Because the hukm had already been established. You know, when the man said, let me do zina. And he said, would you like that to be done to your aunt, your mother, your auntie, your sister, etc.? But the hukm here had already been established, right? But I'm saying it's not Allah. It's not a causative reasoning in any school of thought that you say, oh, just because you wouldn't, there's a lot of things I wouldn't let my wife do. It doesn't mean just because I wouldn't let my wife do it or let my daughter do it, that's halal or haram. It's just my preference. So she has to follow what I have to say. So for example, I've become much more lenient now. And let me not pray the macho man, because at the end of the day, she has a lot of power. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about the situation. But the truth of the matter is, a personal preference is not. You cannot do ta'sis of hukm. It's not illah. So I've never been.
You're absolutely right. This Baran says, would you please remind hijab about eschatology series he promised to do?
Yeah, we'll do it. Don't worry. I was thinking of doing that. I don't know, the balagha one first or this one, because I got notes for the balagha one. I'm starting to really get into balagha. Like the only bab I'm interested in, the only real thing I'm interested in when it comes to fiqh is babul nikah. Babul nikah, chapter of nikah. So, you can ask me any question, akhi.
And you said at the beginning that fiqh is not interesting, but now it looks like you were only referring to kitab al-tahara.
No, that one is not. Babul nikah, babul talaq is the Hanafi madhab is the most lenient madhab when it comes to nikah, and the Hanbali madhab is the most lenient madhab when it comes to khula and talaq. It is the most lenient. So it's very interesting, you know. I can tell you about those things.
Hijab is crashing out. I don't know what that's referring to. Maybe when you were laughing. That was good.
Also the food, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's see this one.
Oh, yes, one. That's fantastic.
This can all be solved if women just didn't accept nikah. Most fatwa based on not offending women. It's about that situation with a woman lying about her body count.
Yeah, whatever, man. Who cares about all that, man? You know what I mean? Like, you just get married to a second wife, third wife. Don't worry. Don't show too much insecurity to the woman, man. She's gonna get put off you or something. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Sure.
You decide whether you want to be with her or not. If you don't, just move on, get a new one, or I would say get a second one, man. To be honest, or a third. That's my advice. But that's not no fiqh thing. I'm just saying.
Right. So the Warner says, I'm loving the show. I miss hijab. Let's link up Ramadan, inshallah.
We have to. The Warner, the big Warner.
MashaAllah. Yeah, thank you, brother, for your super chat. We appreciate it. Here's something relevant. Isn't it time that Muslims had an intervention with Andrew Tate over his recent bigotry? Yeah, so let's talk about this, actually.
Yeah, I've spoken to him. You know, I'm very disappointed with this man, you know. But you know, I know that I'm probably one of the only guys that still has a functional relationship with him of some sorts, and I don't know if I want to burn that card, because at the end of the day, like,
he has a relationship with Faris Hamadi, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. No, but he's not going to become madkhali because he can't. That's too much for him. You know what I mean? So, but for me, like, I don't know if I want to burn that card, because at the end of the day, whether I like it or not, the man is influential. And I know people in my local area that become Muslim because of him, white boys, you know, become Muslim because of him. So I don't want to necessarily like ruin that. You know, you asked me in the beginning of the show, like, what are you? You know, how do you identify, etc. Really, we're missionaries at heart, bro. That's what we are. You can call it what we're gonna call it, but that's what we probably are. Actually, the thing I'm most enthusiastic about is bringing people to the religion of Islam. That's the truth. So I have to kind of be wary of how I deal with the guy personally, as me. I don't blame anyone else for saying or doing whatever they want with him, but I have a different kind of relationship with him because I have to have hope in the man. I have to have some level of hope. I have to have some level of support. If I write him off completely, let me answer your question. Yeah. Imagine the following scenario, and I'm not saying this would happen to him, but imagine if the guy becomes murtad, like openly murtad, and then he becomes an enemy of Islam, and then you see him with David Wood and Apos and those guys making a video. Would that be good or bad for the da'wah? It'd be bad. So I don't want to push him to that level. Do you know what I'm trying to say? لا تجعل الشيطان عونا لأخيك. Don't make the shaitan, you know, as the hadith says, or kama qala sallam, like, don't put him on your brother. So me personally, because I know that I'm one of the only du'at to have any level of communication with him, and I can go and speak to him personally and try and privately change him. I'm one of the only, if not the only da'i, really. Like, you know what I mean? That has that relationship. I don't know if I want to burn that card. I know people will say, but this, but that, but him, and that. Remember, I'm a missionary at heart. My thing is I want to convert people to the religion of Islam. That's what really I am. So
there are people who are takfiring him. There are people who are takfiring him, and they say he left Islam a long time ago, and he's a kafir.
I mean, I know too much about, because all those things that that people have spoken about, I've spoken to him about personally and privately. For example, what he said about Jesus, this and that. What do you say, Lord? This. I asked him about every single one of them, and he made ta'wil for every single one of them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I spoke to him privately, and he told me he made ta'wil. He basically excused himself somehow in every single one of the instances. So for me, I can't. I know there's other. I personally know, because I have information no one else has. I speak to him more than anyone else does. So I know there's other because of what he's saying to me. There is some level.
I mean, it's ignorant. It's ignorant to even takfir him based on a statement, because of course he should be assumed to be ignorant. Of course he should, even if he didn't have a ta'wil. Of course he should be considered to be ignorant. But these people are takfiring him without udhr. They're saying, they're not even thinking about, well, maybe this guy is drunk. Like, maybe this guy is, you know, under the influence of some kind of substance. He's not speaking correctly, or maybe he just hasn't learned like a basic thing, like don't say such a, like a statement of kufr threatens your iman. So how are you like takfiring? And they're like putting on like polls, like Twitter polls, like, is Andrew Tate a kafir? And they have made videos like, is he this guy's a kafir? Like, just very pure ignorance of the fiqh of takfir, and they're doing this with no shame.
They've got to be careful, man, because the thing is, the guy, he's shown me a lot of authenticity. Like, I can't lie. So that's what's causing. Actually, I don't have a problem making takfir of someone who I think is a kafir. I've done it with the prime minister. The guy was his name, Hamza Yusuf. Yeah. But with him, I've just seen a bit of authenticity. So I can't lie. He's asking questions. He's trying to figure out about this hadith. Do you know what I mean? So I'm put in a position where, like, I don't want to actually alienate him from a dawah perspective. I have a different relationship. I'm giving the man dawah as much as I can, and I people will say, oh, but you said this and you should do this and you should do that. Remember, I'm sorry to say, but I'm a missionary at heart.
Yeah, you're doing dawah, you're doing islah,
Yeah, I'm a missionary at heart. And my main, if there's one objective that I have, it's a missionary objective. And so I know this guy, if he becomes muslih and he becomes salih and all that stuff, the guy will bring so many people to Islam that it will be generations worth of dawah. For me, I don't want to lose that. So I don't really want to burn that card too much. I have criticized him. I've attacked him a few times. I have, because there's a limit for everyone. I have my own limit, and our community has its own limit. So I had to do it, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like, you can't attack the Muslim community that much. He needs to understand as well. Yeah? You can't do that, man. You know what I'm trying to say?
What's your analysis, though? Like, why do you think he does this? Is he being influenced by someone? Is he like... what is actually the analysis of that?
I think there's a part of him which is basically strategic. Do you know what I mean? But is he strategic enough to convert to religion falsely and in a fake manner? I don't think he'll go that far, man. So, at the end of the day, I'll give him a chance. Because if you don't give him a chance, Thing is, I don't have a problem with anyone doing whatever they want to him publicly. Do you know what I mean? They can refute him. They can do whatever they want. As for me, I have to maintain a degree of cordiality, because if I don't, and we lose him, and he's on some podcast with David Wood tomorrow, or some other ex-Muslim, I'm sorry, but all these people that are talking about this, that, and the other, and you should have said this, you should have, they're not thinking that far ahead. They're not thinking that far ahead. And then let me ask them this question. Now, me, I'm different. If I was you, I'd be more harsh against him. But me, because I've got a personal relationship with him, I'm giving him da'wah, I'm speaking to the man privately and regularly, I can't burn that card too much, because if I do that and he becomes an atheist and he becomes a non-Muslim or whatever, then and then say, for example, Akhi, imagine he's on a stream with one of those ex-Muslims, or one, you know what I mean, like, or David Wood or this and that, and attacking Islam.
Forget about David Wood, PBD. Like, he'll go on he'll go on Piers Morgan. He'll go on Piers Morgan. He'll go on CNN. He'll go, like, forget about these ex-Muslim garbage. Like, he'll go to the biggest platform, and you know that they're going to advertise it. Like, this is what Islam does to people. It drives them, it makes them into extremists, it burns them out, and then he goes on to these major platforms. They're going to make him like into the biggest celebrity. When he became a Muslim, they started deboosting him and started censoring him. Yeah. If he leaves Islam, he's going to be the most famous person in the world. They're going to make him famous for that.
Yeah, I can't afford that. So I have to play, okay, refute, fine. I refuted it a couple of times. I will speak to him harshly if I really feel like I need to, but don't make me burn the card too much, because if I burn the card too much and he becomes something bad, then you're gonna blame me. You're gonna say, why'd you do that? You went too far with him. Yeah. You could have spoken to him a little bit nicely. And look at, you can never, to be honest with you, you can never please these Muslim people, yeah, online, on the behind the keyboard. It was
keyboard warrior.
Aki, with all due respect to the Muslim community, I've got more experience than you. Be quiet on this issue. Be quiet. I know I'm doing. Just be quiet. Yeah, don't get involved. This is something I know I'm doing. I need to leave. Don't get involved in this. This is missionary work. We've been doing this. I've been doing this about 15 years old, Aki. I'm not some 12-year-old or 15-year-old getting and telling me do this. The psychology of dealing with an influential, I'm sorry to say, you don't understand it. Don't get involved. If I want to be harsh, I'll be harsh when I think it's the right way. And it's got me. Look what it's got me. Look what it's got me, Aki. Don't try it. Tell me, oh, don't be harsh. Be more. I'll be harsh when I think it's right, and I'll be lenient when I think it's right. With whom I will be harsh with, I will decide based on my experience, which is much more extensive than those people. With all due respect. Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you an example.
If I get it wrong, I get it wrong. I don't care. But if I've got a personal relationship with this guy, I'm not gonna. I don't care what you say. Oh, but he said this and he said that. You refute him. It's fard. Well, okay, let me ask you a question. What in fiqh, is it fard ayn or fard kifaya? If someone comes out and does something wrong, yeah. If someone comes out and does something wrong, is it fardu aynin or is it fardu kifayatin for that person to be thing? It's fardu kifaya.
It's a communal obligation, as opposed to individual obligation.
Yeah, so I'm saying, for example, like if someone does adhan, that's not fard ayn. Not everyone has to adhan. Yeah. All you need is one more adhan. Likewise, yeah. Likewise, if Andrew Tate needs to be refuted, and Daniel Haqiqatjou refutes him, if Dili Hussein refutes him, then I don't actually need to refute him. By the way, Islamic speaking, just to be clear, because if someone's done it, I don't need to do it. So if I've got a relationship with this guy now, which is personal, I've got missionary objective. I'm sorry to say, I know that if this guy becomes kafir, if he becomes murtad, if he jumps on board with the atheists and he's attacking the Prophet now, that's going to make our kids more likely to be murtad. And for me, that's more important than any political objective. It's more important than any of your objectives. I don't care about any of you. If your objectives violate this point, I don't care about your objectives, my friends. I don't care about your objectives. My objective is to try and increase the amount of Muslims in the world and to reduce the amount of murtads in the world. That's my objective. So what I will do is the thing that leads to this. Anyone gets involved in that, you should be ashamed of yourself, actually. Don't even get involved in that. Don't even try and get involved in that. Because when your kid comes to us, like they do, we have at Sapiens Institute and Lighthouse, we have thousands of people. The Lighthouse Mentoring Service is the best service in the world dealing with shubuhat. We have people everywhere that's like, it's the best service in the world. People speaking one-on-one. We know we have the data that no one has. Yeah? Oh, but we've seen Andrew Tate say this, that, and the other. And it made me murtad, or it made me have shak, or had me doubts and stuff like that. Why do we create a problem that we then have to fix? Why are we creating a problem? I'm giving a guy, if I'm good with him, if I'm respectful, yeah, I'll be harsh in certain areas, but then my objective is a missionary objective, and he becomes a murtad, then إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ. That's where that comes in. But if anyone gets involved in what I consider to be my primary thing, which is the missionary objective, because they think I should refute this one or that one, the other one, really they should be ashamed of themselves, and they have no idea what they're doing. And we've been doing this thing for 15 years. So, brothers, with all due respect, I'm going to have to pull rank here. Leave it. I know how to deal with the influentials. I know how to deal with this guy, that guy. I can deal with politicians. You don't know how to do it. You cannot do it. You, the Muslim, who is speaking and judgmental. You can never be like Muhammad. You, that's criticized. You can never be like me on this regard. You would need years and years and years of training until you become like what I have. Don't ever try this thing, you know. Don't ever try this thing. Don't come with this. They tell me who speak harshly to. I know who to speak harshly to, and I know how to speak to lenient to. Don't get involved in this matter. Yeah? It's like the similitude of this, me speaking to my kids. If I speak to my kids in a certain manner, I know when to speak to them harsh, I know when to speak to them. So be quiet. If I had to listen to you guys every time I did something, I'd be nowhere. Just let me tell you that now. You, the Muslim, you want to criticize Muhammad HIJAB, yeah? Or Daniel Haqiqatjou, or you want to criticize Jake the metaphysician, yeah? Or you want to criticize, or you want to criticize Adnan Rashid, or you want to criticize Smile to Jannah, which you should. I'm just telling you, that's a different story. You want to criticize people. Aki, bro, these guys on the front line. These guys are top guys, top A grade guys. They have to deal with your criticism. They have to deal. You are ungrateful, Muslim. Wallahi, you are ungrateful. We offer you a free service. Mr. Daniel Haqiqatjou is offering you a free service. Mr. Jake Brancatella is offering you a free service. Mr. Ali Dawa is offering you a free service that you should get your money back for that. No, but it's true. He's offering you free service, and all you do is just chat this and that online. Get out of here, man. If you were face to face, would you really speak like that? You'd ask for a picture. Let's be honest with you. Yeah, that's what you do. So shut your mouth. Don't ever get involved, Muslim community. Get involved in big man's business and this and that. Don't, Muslim community. Be quiet, Muslim community. I'm not even talking about Hanbalis. Muslim community. I can say this. I'm Muslim. I can say this. You shut your mouth, Muslim. Yeah? I am Muslim. I can say you shut your mouth, Muslim. Yeah? Don't get too involved in what the Duat are doing and this and that. What, you specialist now? Who have you converted to? How many people have taken shahada of your hands? You know how many people take shahada of Daniel Haqiqatjou's hand? And Jake Brancatella's hands? Shut up, man. Don't get involved in this. You're not your business, bro. You are probably a Netflix guy. Shut your mouth. Watch your Netflix. Don't get involved. Yeah?
So I'll give you a practical example. Because what you're describing is tone. So the tone that you take, whether you're harsh or you're lenient, it's going to be a ijtihad. It's going to be like a dhanni situation. However, the one example, for example, that one person's ijtihad is different, but one is right and one is wrong. I'll give you a practical example. You were on Piers Morgan debating Rabbi Shmuley. Unholy Shmuley, right? Unholy Shmuley, as you put it. Yeah. So when I was watching that debate, you brought up his daughter and the daughter's business and his involvement in his daughter's business. You know, a very seedy type of disgusting business that he's involved with his daughter. So in that moment, I questioned, is this the best strategy for this debate on Piers Morgan, to bring up his daughter, to bring up and start criticizing his daughter? Is this going to be the best strategy? That, I'll be honest with you, that was the thought that I had. However, what was proven is that bringing that up, he became known for that. His reputation became known, Rabbi Shmuley, as he's a peddler of these adult toys with his daughter, and even people like Candace Owens,
Yeah.
And others, they branded him with that label. They didn't give you credit, but that was from you. That was you bringing that up and speaking about it publicly. So you made the decision to have that kind of tone.
Exactly.
And it was actually, it hit the mark. The arrow hit the mark right in the target.
Let me tell you something, Akhi. These people that try and criticize the Duat and the public speakers and the Muslim that trying to look. Let me tell you guys something, yeah? Criticize us, no problem. Good at do it. But here's the thing you need to understand. There's one question, one fundamental question you need to ask yourself and be honest. Before you criticize, just ask one question. Can you do a better job? That's an honest question. Sorry to say. This is the question. Can you do a better job? All right. If you can do a better job, why don't you do a better job? Look, you know what? Let me give you an offering. Yeah? Sapiens offering, Muhammad HIJAB offering, which is the following. If you can do a better job than Muhammad HIJAB, if you can do a better job than Daniel Haqiqatjou, if you can do a better job than Jake Brancatella, if you can do a better job, no, I'm just saying.
I think a lot of people can do a better job.
Did he say he can? No, Akhi. In some areas you can't. Let's be honest, bro. Christianity is number one, Akhi. Let's be honest in the world, bro.
Wait, does he talk about Christianity? I don't think he talks about Christianity.
I
thought he just talks about Wahhabism only.
No, man. This is whatever, man.
I thought he only talks. I thought he only Aqida tests people. I didn't know he talks about Christianity.
Did
he suddenly change? Is he debating Christians?
I'm telling you, Jake Brancatella's on a different level. When it comes to Christianity, I've never seen him. Wallahi, I'm not just like you, Akhi. Look, Daniel Haqiqatjou, when it comes to feminism, liberalism, this, that, he's world class. That's the truth. Everyone knows. If someone asks, okay, who deals with the feminists the best and liberals? Say Muhammad HIJAB. Who's number 2? Daniel Haqiqatjou. No, I'm joking. No, but honestly, they'll mention Daniel Haqiqatjou. Have you seen his last thing? Have you seen this and that? Have you seen that lecture that he done? This is world class. Muslim Ummah, don't say anything. Whole Muslim Ummah, Arab world, the Persian, this one, that one. No one can say nothing. He's doing it the best. And it is probably something to do with his education, Harvard education, this and that. He mixed it with the Islamic. When it comes to Christianity, when it comes to the philosophical issues of the Trinity and the logical problems of the Trinity, who is number one? Jake Brancatella. It's my opinion. When it comes to the church fathers and this and that, who's number one? Adnan Rashid. It's my opinion. When it comes to, for example, what do you call it? The texts and stuff is Ijaz the Trinity. You know, for example, when it comes to hadith and this and that, Bahrain, Farid Bahraini. Have you seen in the da'wah? I'm not saying as a muhaddith, but like he's very, 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 very thorough, bro. For example, when it comes to like, for example, when it comes to, let's say, dealing with fiqh and this and that, then you have the ulama. That's the truth. You have the ulama. But we have an A-star lineup. If you guys can, whoever's criticizing the guys, okay, they might be saying something here and there to the brother. There might be a little fight between Daniel and Jake, little one. So what? So what? Some scholars of the past, they had fight. Akhi. Some scholars of the past, Akhi. You know, Al-Ahwazi and Ibn Asakir, bro. Have you heard of this one? I'm not going to go into detail, but one of the scholars was calling the other one homosexual, bro. He went that far. Well, I'm not saying who is who. But one of them called the other one homosexual. The scholars get a fight. So, of course, Duat sometimes gets personal. Yeah, you know what I mean? With Sajid Lipham or Shamsi or this one or that one, I had my fair share.
No, but you have to.
The matter is that these are the A-star. You cannot, you need 10, 15, 20 years of work to compete with Dili Hussein when it comes to political agenda, or Zishan when it comes to the politics, or Zishan Smart Agenda, or Ali Dawah when it comes to being a fool, or whatever. Really kidding. Or no, relationships and stuff like that. He knows like his things, you know. He knows, and he's front line, all these things. Hamza Zulfis when it comes to, come on, man. When it comes to the philosophy of the mind, when it comes to atheism, when it comes to the arguments. Sabur Ahmed when it comes to Darwin, who is better than him? And one person in the da'wah can, you think you're better? Go and do something like Sabur Ahmed. Do a PhD in philosophy of biology. Go and do it. Don't talk about it. Oh, this and that. You're getting a free service from all these men that I've just mentioned and more, and you're complaining? Oh, but he should have said this, and he should have said that. Damn. You go and do it. You go and do it. Let's see what you... The person who's speaking and chatting rubbish on the chat, I want to see how he does public speaking or she does it. Stand up in front of the crowd. Millions of people are saying, let's see what you're going to say. And let's everyone going to judge you now. Ha! Let's see if you can stand up to this person. And you're nothing. Come on. If you are something, we'd know who you are. You're just names. In here, illa asma'un sammaytumuha antum wa aba'ukum. You're nothing. So don't come in unless you can provide an alternative to Mr. Daniel Haqiqatjou, to Mr. Jake Rampriktala, to Mr. Adnan Rashid, to Mr. this, to Mr. that. Then don't even speak about them. You can say, I think he was wrong here, but don't go too far. You try and write them off. What are you trying to disrespect? Get out of here, man. Don't disrespect the Duat. Don't disrespect our people. You're trying to disrespect the industry and the sector. How dare you? Who are you?
You're bringing up the names, so yeah. I wasn't going to bring up actual names, but if you look at what some of these people are doing, okay, like Jake specifically, he's made how many videos on me? 10, 11, 12. Aqida testing me. What's your Aqida, bro? Are you Ashari? Why don't you condemn the Ashaira as deviants, as Ahlul Bid'ah? Why are you saying that the Deobandis are good? This is Bid'ah. You're a deviant. So he's the one, actually, when you have this kind of criticism. Like, here's what I want you to comment on to make it less personal. You do have a type of an attack that's coming from a specific political agenda, like Madakhila, like Madkhalism, to undermine figures who call to Sharia, call to Khilafah, call for pan-Islamism, call for political Islam. You've been a huge target of this. You've been a huge target of these non-stop attacks. So the people who are criticizing you, someone like Shamsi or someone like whatever, some Khabith, them attacking you is not just an innocent thing. It's politically motivated. It's funded. It's literally being funded. And it's a specific type of attack, by the way. It's an Aqida attack. They say Muhammad Hijab or Daniel is not focusing on Aqida. He's talking about Khilafah, he's talking about politics, he's talking about feminism. They have to focus on Aqidah and Istawa ala al-Arsh, on Ulu, on Yad of Allah. The fact that they're not focusing on this means that they don't care about Aqidah and that they are deviants themselves and they cannot be trusted. So they attack you in order to destroy your audience and undermine you in the eyes of the Muslims. This is not an innocent thing, right? And you've been under attack for many years. I've been under attack for 2 years now, and they are ramping it up. It's everyone, Madkhalis, Daeshis, and now we have these type of sectarian Salafis, Haddadis. And unfortunately, this is what Jake has decided to do. This is what Jake, and I would love to have a conversation with him about this, but he rejects all offers, invitations to have a conversation, to have a debate. He won't even have a friendly discussion with me, right? So this is different, right?
Debate between the brothers like that, because where it's a personal, like, I'm gonna be very vulgar here, so just allow me. Where it's like a penis measuring competition. So I'm so sorry to say this, Yani, but if we make the religion into that, it becomes like, Yani, it becomes a pathway to hellfire.
But you're making it sound like it's just a matter of personal ego, where I'm saying that there's an agenda, a political agenda to undermine Islamism, to undermine political Islam, to undermine pan-Arabism.
The whole ego thing is
Islamism.
A lot of it is, if this is going to sound controversial, but I actually think that if you bring a lot of these same characters and they're not even Muslim, that they would fall out of each other just because of psychological and personal reasons. Like, a lot of it is ego. I noticed that when I was going back and forth with Shamsi, when I was going back and forth with Sajid, with all these guys, I shouldn't have done it. Like, when I was now looking back, I realize how much of it
It wasn't your choice. They were constantly attacking you. They didn't. It's not like you made a decision that I'm going to question Sajid's Aqida right now, or I'm going to question Shamsi's Aqida. You didn't make that decision. They mobilized their entire network to attack you in a very specific way. That can't be chalked up to just personal ego. Like Shamsi just has an ego problem with you. I think it's because it's a deliberate program to undermine.
It becomes personal. Like that's the issue with it. It does become, I don't know, it's very different. We have to really introspect, because I spent time, I'm not gonna lie, like, you know how I was giving advice to the brother about like forgiving and don't be vindictive and whatever. Because the main thing is, you don't want to make a decision in your life that's based on resentment, that's based on anger, it's based on personal ego. Because when you have those things, resentment is like a fire. It burns within it. It just keeps consuming itself. And so, like, when I was going back and forth, actually, the first person who ever refuted me was Abu Ayyad. And he was, I have to say, now looking back at it, it's funny because I see all the hikam, subhanAllah, all the wisdoms of why Allah allowed this man to refute me the way that he did and me to respond to him in the way that I did. Because actually, I deserved it. A lot of it, it's not, I don't agree with his views, but if we don't have people that criticize us, I know it sounds bad to say, but we become narcissistic. We become like, a fair share of dispraise is always very, very healthy. That's number one. Number two, it actually motivated me to do a lot more studies when he did that. Because when,
but why should he criticize you? Why should he criticize you as not having proper aqida? Why should he criticize you for not having the correct position on istawa ala al-arsh? Like, why specifically these kinds of issues are being brought up? That's not even, you're not claiming to be a sheikh. You're not claiming to be like teaching anyone aqida. You're doing debates. You're debating Christians, atheists, liberals. That's what. So why are they coming in? The reason, I'll tell you the reason, Muhammad. They see your influence growing in their countries, in the Arab world, in the Muslim world. They see you be gaining popularity, and you're not under their boot. You're not under their control. And you're saying things that are bad for them, because you're calling for khilafah, or you're saying that Islam is, Sharia needs to be implemented, etc. You're a quote unquote Islamist. This is very bad for someone like you to be popular in their countries. If you were in their countries, they could put you in prison. They can put you in a dungeon with the rest of the scholars that they've put in the dungeon. But the only way that they can control you is by undermining you. So there's a whole network of these speakers that are activated to criticize you specifically as a deviant or a kafir. They even takfir you.
There's a big difference between the madkhalis, like, and let's say, for example, those who, I don't know, like, follow Abdul Wahhab, Ibn Abdul Wahhab, for example. It's a huge, like,
why? The one who, Ibn Abdul Wahhab, his whole life was based off of allegiance to the House of Saud.
Yeah, but the thing is, people have different interpretations of him. I noticed that myself, because I started reading that stuff as well, and I got into it, and I think it was a little bit of a mistake from my side, like 5 years, maybe 4 years ago, I started to get into it, and I started seeing some of the reports that you're talking about, whatever, and I made a couple of comments and whatever, and it did actually get a lot of backlash, but I realized something, which was that with Ibn Abdul Wahhab, when I speak to the Salafis that are more, I would call them, just for the sake of argument, moderate, more like, Athari, but they don't make tabdiya, they're not madkhalists, etc. They don't actually, a lot of them, when I was like going back and forth and like personal discussions and whatever, I noticed that they had an interpretation of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, which is that they don't believe he did all those things, or they don't believe that it was for those reasons, or they had their own things, and some of them don't even believe that he believed in Azhar Jahl. Some of them believed in it, yani. So whatever, I just said, war off a duck's back. I'm not gonna die on this mountain. That's how I resolved it in my head. I said, I'm not gonna die on this Abdul Wahhab mountain. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I personally think that I know exactly what all the arguments are. I've read all his books. Essentially, it's not hard to read. Some of them take like 10 minutes when you read everything. You know what I mean? But but the point I'm making is, it's true. Like also the Thalatha, it takes 10 minutes to read. But what I'm trying to say is, I noticed that it's not the mountain I want to die on, talking about this, that, and the other, whatever interpretation his brother has of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, whether he thinks he's like this, or whether he thinks it's like that, whether he believes in Azhar Jahl, whether he doesn't believe in Azhar Jahl. I personally do believe this is. I have to say this. I mean, I personally do believe, bro, that if Ibn Abdul Wahhab was alive today, he'd make takfir of 99% of the Muslim countries. There's no question about it. It's not even about the istighatha issue that I know you're talking about and having a discussion about. It's about another issue of tawalli. It's this. There was another issue of tawalli, by the way, which there's no doubt in my mind that Ibn Abdul Wahhab believes that if you ally with a kafir, then you become a kafir. That's what he believed. That's no question about that for me. So,
but he believes that 99% of the ummah is kafir. So,
no, not necessarily like tasalsul to the layman, and that's another area of the interpretation. But I'm saying at least the hukumat. But what I'm saying, so that there's a gulf of disparity between the usul of Ibn Abdul Wahhab versus some of what the modern Salafi scholars are saying, and there is that. You cannot deny that. However, having said that, once again, someone say, well, it's a matter of interpretation, whatever. Say what you want. Do what you want to say. But I personally believe that if he was alive, he would make takfir of all of the Muslim nations. And yes, you could make an argument for more than that, for much more than that. But all I'm going to say about
this is why we say he's proto-ISIS. Like he is, when ISIS, it's not an exaggeration. When ISIS says their Shaykh is Ibn Abdul Wahhab, it's not an exaggeration. He is their Shaykh, and he's the best representative of his da'wah and his mission. But it's the Najdi da'wah is ISIS.
They also cited Ibn Taymiyyah. So I think it's like
Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't do mass takfir. Ibn Taymiyyah is the most careful when it comes to takfir.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. I agree with this sentiment. There's differences between Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Abdul Wahhab. I agree with the sentiment. It's unquestionable. There's differences between someone like Albani and Ibn Abdul Wahhab. All of that is unquestionable, especially on tawalli and kufr, kufr, al-hukm bima anzal Allah, and all these issues that we don't want to get into. But the point I'm making is that the question for you as a world-class debater and as like a specialist in certain areas, like if someone really wants to speak about this istighatha issue, they've got that famous debate that took place between Abdurrahman Hassan and Asar Rashid. They could watch that.
Wait, 1 second, bro. Your screen is frozen. I don't know if it's an issue. Yeah, for some reason it's frozen. Some issue with the camera.
Can you hear it?
I can hear you just fine, but it's just okay. Now it's not frozen. Okay, go ahead. Finish your point. Sorry.
Like Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Abdurrahman Hassan. We have to be honest and say he is probably one of the most knowledgeable Salafis in the Western world. Now, I've met the guy. If you just look at his, you can agree or disagree with his views. I don't care about that. But Abdurrahman Hassan, in terms of just pure knowledge, okay, even though he's young, he's like maybe in his close to 40 or 35, 36, I don't know how old he is. But he is one of the most knowledgeable Salafis in the English-speaking world. Top 3 in terms of knowledge, just pure knowledge. And then you had Asar Rashid, and he is one of the most knowledgeable Sufi, I'm not going to call him Brelvi, but you know, he doesn't call himself Brelvi, whatever he is, you know. On the other side of things, that debate that took place is enough for someone to watch it and make a decision on where they stand. Do you know what I mean? Because that debate there, we're not going to be able to, like me and you coming from the backgrounds that me and you come from, more of like comparative religion and stuff, we're not going to match them on that, especially how much hours and man hours they put into this. Like if someone came to me and said, I want a resource for that, I say this is a good resource. Watch that debate between Asar Rashid and Abdurrahman Hassan. Yes, there are opinions in between those two opinions that they both represented, but at least it will give you a good picture of it. And they brought up all the main contentions and the arguments for and against and whatever. Watch that debate. But for us to get involved in it now with the whole Palestine issue, the whole Syria issue, is like, why are we talking about that now?
I mean, that's my point. That's my whole point, is that why should we get into this issue? Why am I being interrogated, or why are you being interrogated? What's your Aqida? What do you have to say about istighatha? And if you don't answer, they say that you're a deviant and you're hiding your Aqida. This is what Jake says about me, that I am hiding my true beliefs in order to grift and to gain money. And that's how they undermine you as well. They say that you are a grifter, you're hiding your beliefs because you won't come out and clearly say Asha'ira, Asharis, Maturidis, non-Salafis are deviant, Ahlul Bid'ah, or Kafir. The fact that you won't say this means you're just trying to be popular with them and you are hiding your true beliefs. This is a very damaging type of lie, namima, to make about someone, by the way.
I think the thing is this, like, I mean, I don't want to give too much of a history thing here, but the early Hanbalis were really harsh to the Asharis. Okay, like you'd be hard pressed to find the early Hanbalis, al-Hadith, considering the Asharis, etc., to be Ahl-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. They didn't. The early Hanbalis were very staunch.
Well, can you hold that thought? Let me go pray, and you can continue eating, and then let's talk about the history. Do you have time? Do you have more time?
Yeah.
Because this is getting juicy, and I think people are going to enjoy this, inshallah, like this conversation. So let's take a quick break, and then I'll be right back, and you can just keep eating. Inshallah, I'm going to put a video on the screen so that people can watch while we are offline. Just give me 1 second. Okay, and so we will be right back with more interview with Brother Muhammad Hijab.
Inspired Salafi school Medina types. You wouldn't. So yeah.
Like
there are some things. Yeah, if you listen to that series, it's in Arabic, Huquq al-Mar'a fil Islam. That it will give you another perspective. And there are some interesting things here. Clearly, there's some things which one would disagree with. Let's say no problem. But he brings. When I watched that series, I'll be honest, I changed my perspective on a few things because he started providing references that I didn't know, and I had to kind of soften my view. I had pretty stringent view in the beginning as well. If you ask my wife in the first 2-3 years of marriage how I was with her, it's you know, it was all the I can say this, like most those guys are Salafis and that they I was worse than them, man. But then I started to really loosen up because I started to be kind of look at other scholars, what they say in the world and stuff like that. The Maliki scholar, the Mauritanian scholars. I'll be honest, I had to change a few of my views on the matter. I have to.
Can you be specific? Like, give us the example.
Okay, I'll give you one example. Like I would say to my wife, you can't go out at night, for example, yeah. And for us, we have nighttime starts at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's problematic. You know, you got universities and stuff like that, and 4 o'clock is a short day. So and then other things like other things which I was very, very, very strict with, which I've become less strict, I'll be honest, is music. Now, I'm not saying I believe in music is true, is halal. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that, for example, if I'm listening to something in the background and there's a bit of a jingle or something like that, I'd go to the other place. Like if I was in a supermarket, I wouldn't want to be there. I'd move them myself. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's what I know that. But then I realized, for example, there's a difference between as-sama' and mustama'. Like, and even Ibn Qudamah mentions in Mughni, there's a big difference between as-sama' and actually, I think he says a jahil doesn't know the difference between as-sama' and mustama'. As-sama' is someone who just hears something, and mustama' is someone who's listening to it.
Yeah.
So the mas'ala of hearing something, I can't just stop myself from moving and stuff. And this was a big, big issue because any device that would come into my house which produced a jingle or musical sound, I would destroy the device. Even my daughter reminds me one time because they brought in like a device one time and I destroyed it. And she goes, "Remember that time you broke that thing?" I was like, "Yeah, I broke it." And that, but that was back in the days. Now I wouldn't do this thing, because I think that's too much, and especially, considering the distinction that I've just made, you learn in it. Like I didn't know those distinctions. I was very, if you like, literalistic in the beginning and very rough.
I mean, this is why I wanted you to give examples, because when you say just a broad statement like, "Oh, I've softened my stances" or something like that, people's minds will jump and they'll say, "Oh, how has he moved?" But these things that you're mentioning, like, I wouldn't consider them a big shift. Or look at the kinds of shifts that we see in among some Muslims in America, which is a completely different context, I think.
I get your point. No, I think with that is like it does actually change your day-to-day life quite a lot, because imagine like there are certain things that could not even be in my house, so it's kind of like, it's not Amish or way of living, but there's certain real strict routines that I had that I thought. But then when I started listening to different scholars from all around the world and doing usul fiqh, and things started to change for me, I'll be honest, in a way which is I was very rigid.
No, even the point that you're making about music in the background, I don't know of any stores that, like department stores, that sell basic life goods that you need, that don't have music like playing on the stereo in the background, at least in America. So
Yeah,
you'd have to
exactly.
cut yourself off from it. Would become so much of a difficulty, mashaqqa, for the average believer. If anywhere that music is playing you can't go, then you basically can't be in public, because it's so prevalent throughout department stores, even airports. You can't go to the airport, they're playing it in the background.
Yeah, but then I was thinking things to myself like, well, you can put headphone in and play it when you get into the department store, stuff like that. Do you
Oh,
know
okay.
what I'm saying? I already had all that thought. I thought about all of that in it, but then this whole thing about Sam and Mustam, it really helped me out. Like, I'll be honest. So these are just some examples, but like, of how I used to be quite strict. I used to be quite strict in the house, and I used to have a routine for my wife, which I would tick it off like a report card for the schools. Just no, honestly, I'd invite her to do the same thing for me. I say to her, look, you can do the same thing for me, but I'd have a report card and for her and stuff like that, and rate her performances in different areas, and she would do the same thing for me. And it was actually quite a good thing, because it helped me to progress a certain level, and help her to be a certain way actually. For example, Fajr. If you ask my wife how I was with Fajr in the beginning of the marriage, it was actually common.
Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone, I'm back. Hope you've been enjoying the conversation with our brother Muhammad Hijab. Brother Hijab will join us in a moment, inshallah. And yeah, it's been a great conversation. So if you're new to the channel, make sure that you subscribe to our channel, and you'll get notifications for more content, more live streams for Haqiqatjou, debates that we do on the channel, etc. So make sure to subscribe. And we're still looking at the chat, so maybe I can take a look at the chat right now as we wait for Brother Hijab to come back. I think he's back now, so let's just get him on studio. Assalamu alaikum.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. MashaAllah. What were we talking?
What were you eating, by the way? What were you eating?
What's it called? Kajai.
No, it's like a chicken curry.
Chicken curry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's from which? Zishan made it? Zishan cooked it?
Zishan's wife?
Yeah.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. That's good. So you had a hearty home-cooked meal.
Yeah, it's good. It's always best to have those. They're very nice. And subcontinental cuisine you could argue it's the best in the world, really.
Yeah.
It's the best. Did you say that? Gordon Ramsay. Okay, well, now you've got two expert opinions.
Yeah. Yeah, I also want to invite Zishan for a stream just with him. I would love to talk to Smile to Jannah, inshallah. So won't put you on the spot. Okay, inshallah. That's great. So we'll schedule that. Okay, so what were we talking about? We're talking about the Ahlul Hadith.
Yeah, so back in the days, I mean, the Ahlul Hadith, they were very staunch with the Asharis. Like, for example, Maqdisis and a lot of people that were very staunch with them, and they did not consider them to be al-Sunnah or Jama'ah until I was trying to find people that considered Asharis and Maturidis to be al-Sunnah or Jama'ah, and it's put more the kind of like mutaakhirin, like al-Safarini and these kinds of guys that did consider them. Ibn Taymiyyah had a staunch view on it, obviously, very well known, he did not consider. But for me, this is a bit of an abstracted issue. And what I mean by that is we're talking about ahkam, we're talking about abstractions and stuff. In terms of tanzil, there is a difference between something called ta'sil al-hukm and tanzilu. So ta'sil al-hukm is to say, okay, well, we believe that this such and such a person, if he commits such and such an action, he'll be part of al-Sunnah wal-Jama'ah, and that's an asl of the hukm. But tanzil al-hukm really is talking about who you consider as a person to be part of al-Sunnah wal-Jama'ah or not. And I think that having a hypothetical discussion on these issues is actually a waste of my personal time in terms of dealing with what's going on in the ummah. Because would I dare to say, as somebody who's more like Hanbali background, Athari background, would I dare to look at someone like Hujjat al-Islam al-Ghazali and say he's not Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah? No, I would not dare to say that. Just like al-Dhahabi, who was an Athari himself, who wrote a book called Al-Ulu, who was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah, and who wrote Sir Alam al-Nubala. And in the seerah and the biography of al-Ghazali, he mentioned Hujjat al-Islam. Yeah, he referred to him with that taqdeer. So when it comes to Tanzil al-Hukm, are we going to dare to start speaking about some of these scholars and try and say that no? Just like I wouldn't dare to speak about this person or this individual here is that, this individual here is that. Actually, I'll be honest with you, and I think this has become such a niche and abstracted topics for talabat al-ilm, and they're looking for aqwal and the butun al-kutub and the bellies of the books. But the truth of the matter is, no one knows, or only 1% of the population knows the differences between these schools of thought. Like when I say the differences, for example, if I say, what are the differences between Maturidis and Ashaira, for example? What's the main creedal differences? I guarantee you, if I ask that question right now, these guys in the chat, no one knows. I'm sorry to say. Give me 5 differences, someone in the chat, in 10 seconds, without looking anything up, between Maturidis and Asharis. Go. That's what I thought. So don't even criticize this and that. You're jahil, okay? So just these are sorry, you're jahil. So don't ever speak. But so the fact that these guys in the chat, give me one difference. Come on, get one person in the chat. Go. You can't. So these guys in the chat, they're meant to be like interested in talab al-ilm and stuff like that. Akhi, what I'm trying to say is that these are kalami philosophical distinctions and stuff. I do not believe Allah's going to put someone in the hellfire because they don't know these differences. I just don't believe that. And just like,
but do you think it's required for Muslims? Fine, they don't know it, but that means they're ignorant. Should they be dedicating their time to learning these aqa'id, like these differences?
Because the daqa'iq al-umur, go ask Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah will tell you himself, he said this in one of his fatwas. Yeah, he said, I never ever would speak about these issues to the lay. He doesn't speak to the laity. So these issues about the daqa'iq al-umur and the differences and this and that, these are small issues, akhi. Like, it's not for the lay people. What I'm trying to say is, like, at the end of the day, this is what matters to me, okay? What matters to me is, am I going to kick this guy out of Ahl Sunnah? Who am I to kick a guy out of Ahl Sunnah? Who am I to do this? It's true in abstraction, the Hanbalis had a staunch view against Asharis and Maturidis a time about this. Now, I think that's where probably Brother Jake is. You can afford him some concession because he probably thinks, because you take the view, which is not that view, he's saying that you have a deviant view or whatever it is.
But the Hanbalis themselves, they didn't preserve that harsh stance. They didn't preserve it. Yeah, you have the early Ahl al-Hadith. Why were they so harsh against others at that time? Because they just got out of persecution from the Mihna. They just got out of this very harsh persecution. Imam Ahmad himself was being persecuted by who? By the Mu'tazila, by these other sects. They're in that environment. Of course, it's going to make you very harsh. But that doesn't mean that harshness has to be preserved. And the Hanbalis themselves, even Ibn Taymiyyah himself, did not preserve that level of harshness. He didn't takfir the Asha'ira. So there are...
He did tabdi' them. There's no question about that.
That's fair. That's fair. But the point being that harshness that they had, if we adopted the harshness of the Hanabila at that time, the early, like the students of Imam Ahmad, they were takfiring the likes of Imam Bukhari. They were takfiring the likes of Imam Muslim. They were takfiring the likes of Tabari. You're mentioning Tabari. They takfir Tabari.
Yeah.
So that if we
Look,
have
I
that
think that what
standard,
it
if
is
we
is
have
that-
that standard, then that means we have to throw the entire Islamic tradition away in the trash. Everyone is a kafir by that standard. From that, why should we take that standard? Why?
Their argument is not to do with takfir; it's more to do with tabdi'. I think that's. But the issue is, so they
Then why would they refer to the early Ahl al-Hadith? Because the early Ahl al-Hadith, the early Hanabila, they takfired. They did not do tabdi'. They said these are
Some of them
kafir.
did.
Bukhari
them
is
did,
a kafir. Muslim is a kafir. Tabari is a kafir.
yeah. Now some
They
of them
didn't
did.
do tabdi'.
Some of them made takfir, and some of them made tabdi'. But like for example, but the point is, I agree with the sentiment that okay, now how are we going to implement this in our daily lives? Okay, I'm not going to make tabdi'at on the people who are ascribing generally to al-Sunnah Jama'ah, especially when I know they don't know the differences. I know that this and that, there's kalami differences. They don't know anything. At the end of the day, like there are some things which like the Hanbalis took very seriously, which Asharis, for example, didn't comply with. So for example, I would say now what's become popular is the ulu issue of where is Allah is above the throne, etc. But I think the biggest thing in the past was actually the kalam of Allah issue. Of like is the Quran, is it
Ghair makhluq.
Allah, is whatever and all that kind of stuff. Not just makhluk, but they had this because the Ash'ari definition is not makhluk in the classical books, but it's like selbi way. So it's but then the Hanbalis would say no, it's harfun wa sawt, and they would actually be very staunch with that kind of thing. Okay, I understand it, but for me personally, I'm saying all of this is abstraction. All of this is.
They say that you're a deviant for saying that. This is Aqida, brother. What's your Aqida? This is not abstraction. This is something that everyone has to know. Everyone has to have the correct Aqida, brother. The fact that you're saying it's abstraction and it's not important, that makes you a deviant.
Nah, they wouldn't go that far.
They do. No, all of these Wahhabis, all of them, this is exactly what they're saying. Constantly, non-stop.
But now, I don't know, like, I think that by calling them Wahhabi, you may be alienating them, akhi. It's like calling the Shia Rafid. It's a bit like calling I don't really call the Shia as Rafidis. They take, you can't get through to them. After that, you can't get through to them.
No, I want to distinguish. That's something that is important to distinguish. I agree with you. There's a difference between a Salafi and a Wahhabi. I use the term Wahhabi, mean this is a true follower of the type of attitude that Ibn Abdul Wahhab had, where he has made takfir of the entire ummah. And they should be characterized with their Shaykh because they're acting like their Shaykh. But there are Salafis. We have to purify Salafism from Wahhabism because there are, as you mentioned, more intelligent, educated Salafis, and they follow the Athari manhaj, they follow the Hanbali school, and they don't have the same kind of approach to takfir or even Aqida in general as Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So yeah, we make a distinction. These Salafi brothers are some of the best Muslims. They're some of the strongest Muslims, and we praise them and we work with them and we love them for the sake of Allah. That's very different than these people who are constantly Aqida checking and causing fitna because they go online and they make video after video about, Imam Ghazali was a mubtadi'. Imam Ghazali and Nawawi are mubtadi'a. They are deviants. Why? Because they deny ulu. They deny the sifat of Allah, this and that. Issues that 99%, as I said, have no clue about what they're talking about, but they want to make that the only topic of conversation. Why? Because if you're debating and internally having a civil war about Ash'ari, Salafi, Maturidi, the sifat of Allah, you're not helping Palestine. You're not helping Khilafah. You're not establishing Khilafah. You're not calling for pan-Islamic unity of all Muslims coming together against a common foe. No, you have to be focused on our differences, and we have to endlessly debate, endlessly argue about these particular issues. It's a tactic, divide and conquer tactic, and we have to root it out. That's my opinion. I'm sorry to say. We have to root it out because it's a cancer, and has caused so much damage. And you have been a victim of this yourself.
Of course. I agree with that. But the thing is, here's what I think. What the people want to see is a great unification between... Actually, before I say that, let me ask you a question, bro. Actually, it just came to my head now. Like, literally, I was about to say something, but I thought about it. So what's your view on Omar Suleiman now? Is it changed? Because no, it just came to my mind. But it seems to me that you've become like you've changed your positions on certain issues. Like, so for example, you went from more associating Athari Salafi or whatever. I always thought of you as that, and then maybe now the parlance has changed, and now you're more about unity, you're this and that and the other.
No, I was always about that. I was always about, and
So,
you can
okay.
look at my track record. Look, I mean, this is what these people like Jake bring up. They say, this is what they cite actually. Daniel has a long record of promoting Asharis. Daniel has a long record of promoting Deobandis. See, he's a fake Athari. That's exactly their criticism, because I do have I haven't changed. This has always been my position.
So now with what you believe, like, would you say that could you unite with Omar Suleiman now?
Yeah, you can unite. So that's another position that I've always had. You can unite for the sake of a bigger cause. However, I say that just like you can unite with. Wait, what?
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Yeah, you can unite with deviants.
Now,
you can unite with a deviant group, right? So Shia.
But you still consider him to be a deviant.
I don't know what he believes, if he has the same positions as he's had before. But
no, but did you consider him to move to that?
I wouldn't label him like that, but in terms of what he was promoting, in terms of the principles he was promoting, yeah, they were deviant principles. So I never takfired him. I said that he's promoting a deviant approach to Islam. Same with Yasser Qadi. Like when Yasser Qadi goes and says that we want to reform Islamic law, we want to reform the Sharia, he openly uses that language. Like I'm explicitly saying, quoting him verbatim. That's deviant.
Even with him, so like, even because remember we were talking about Iran. So let's be fair here for a second, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were saying that okay, we can ally with Iran. They're 12ers, killing
deviants. Yeah, 12ers are deviants. What do you
call it? Sunnis and this and that. Now, whatever Yasser Qadi has ever said in his entire life, it's never going to be that bad, is it? It's never going to be that bad.
As what?
It's never going to be like Hezbollah, is it? Like, let's be honest.
Hezbollah as in terms of their actions or in terms of their beliefs?
Both. What do you call it? Yasser Qadi and Omar Suleiman, they can't be that. They're nowhere to be compared with the Shia 12ers, isn't it?
In terms of beliefs, yeah. In terms of beliefs, there are different types of deviance.
Even actions. Like, who's worse, like, in your opinion?
Well, if you consider your actions when you're basically causing a huge shift in the ummah towards accepting liberalism, feminism, LGBT, you have been an active part of that for years, and you're openly calling for the reform of the religion, reforming Islam.
Well, guys,
those are very serious, serious deviants.
Khomeini believes in tahrif al-Quran. He believes in that one of the Imams can move his hands around and he can control the atoms of creation. He's got essentially the same power with bi'idhnillah as Allah. Like this is way more, and there's no, even what they say about, the LGBT and left wing, which I think let's say, softened their stance, but let's be honest, it can never reach this. Tahrif al-Quran, this, that, and the other. What I'm saying is, therefore, if this is your new approach, then shouldn't it follow that you're okay now what you're going to do with Omar Suleiman and what you're going to do with Yasser Qadi? Maybe we should create unification between you guys, because in many ways you could argue that if you could agree to disagree on certain issues and stuff, what do you think of that?
So I haven't changed my stance. I've always had the same stance, and you'll notice that if for the past year or so since the war started, I haven't really been focused on them. I haven't been focused on critiquing them and making videos about them. I have, like, here and there, but very much less than before. That's because there's a much bigger threat. There's a much bigger problem. And we should, if Omar Suleiman is there and he's advocating against Zionists, I will defend Omar Suleiman. I have done this. I've defended Omar Suleiman. I was interviewed by one of these Zionist organizations.
Yeah.
And they started attacking Omar Suleiman, and they wanted to create like a rift. They said, oh, isn't it such a bad thing that Omar Suleiman is promoting Ilhan Omar? And don't you think that is so? They were trying to get me to say something against Omar Suleiman.
Yeah.
I said, Omar Suleiman is under a lot of pressure, and he's doing the best that he can in that situation. Do I have all the same views as his? Do I agree with him on everything? No, but why are you criticizing him? So I defend these people against Zionists. I defend them against a bigger enemy, but that doesn't mean that what they're saying is correct or that it's not deviant. Reforming Islam and trying to liberalize Islam and saying we as Muslims should support LGBT rights, which was their official position for many years, and we should support LGBT rights, and we should bring in LGBT activists as allies for us in our masajid. Yeah, that was their position. That is deviant, and I called that out.
That bit of it at that time, I think, where you called it out and stuff. But I'm saying now, like, okay, that was the past. You know, you said what you said. They got refuted. You know what I mean?
So with Yasser specifically,
now moving forward, could there be a great reconciliation between you and Omar Suleiman?
Reconciliation in terms of we talk. And he accepts that he made mistakes and he has been unjust to me, yeah, we can have a conversation. In fact, there has been an attempt. There has been an attempt for arbitration. And this is something that I want to discuss on another platform or another time. But there has been an attempt to arbitrate with me and Omar Suleiman and Yaqeen overall. They have rejected it. They refuse to be arbitration where you have mediators, arbitrators who are shuyukh, who come, one from me, one representative from me who's a sheikh, one representative from them, and then a neutral representative, someone like Sheikh Diddu, for example. Come and arbitrate between me and them. I wanted that. They rejected it. They said, we don't really want to do this.
Yeah, okay. Would you'd be willing to do that, yeah?
Yeah, I would be willing to sit with arbitrators and lay out my case. This was my critique because they claim that I slander them and I've lied against them. Yeah. And I've invited them to have a conversation with me like we're talking right now live. I've invited them. Privately, we had all that kind of discussion in the past. But fine, let's have an arbitration. Let's have an arbitration behind closed doors. But we need a record of it. We need a record of what is being said. Everything transparent, everything open with shuyukh, with scholars. I lay out my case. You claim that I'm slandering you. And they lay out their case. And then we see where the truth lies. I'm open to that. They have said no. They have said that they are not going to do that because this is for whatever reason.
So hopefully
by the way, they go constantly behind my back and they try to cancel me from events. So I'm trying to go to the UK in 2023 to do events. And guess who they're calling? Guess who they're trying to say, don't invite Daniel. Don't allow, Daniel is this, XYZ, making all kinds of false claims about me and doing it behind closed doors. So don't think that I'm the aggressor against them and they're just an innocent party that's sitting quietly. Miskeen, Omar Suleiman. No, they're very aggressive in attacking me. They just do it behind closed doors.
The reason why I asked that question, because I just thought, wow, okay, now you've kind of changed stances on certain issues. Because I always
what issue that
I always thought that you were hard. I don't know. I thought that you were hardcore. I had this probably a wrong perception because
why would I say that I'm a fanboy of Deoband if I'm a hardcore Salafi? Like in that sense.
Okay. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, good. I don't know because I just thought like you were with what's his name? I forget his name now. Lipham. There was a time where you guys collaborated, right?
Yeah. Why? Because he also came out and said, "Yeah, this LGBT stuff is getting out of hand." Yeah. That's why. But I was never on that. I was never on their stuff.
He would never, what do you call it? Collaborate with somebody who's not of his manhaj. Do you know? So in my mind, I probably looked at that and thought, okay, then he must be whatever Sajid Lipham is, because they've got very clear criterion that they would never sit with, you know, certain people of certain manhaj, etc., etc. So that's probably what I thought of it. So yeah, you're probably different to what I thought. But then, has your position changed at all
On what exactly?
on any of the issues that we're talking about? Like for example, were you more Salafi before, then you became less? Because that when you were talking to me now,
Here's what my view changed on. It's
Yeah.
my view and understanding of Ibn Abdul Wahhab changed. Before,
Okay.
I thought that, okay, you know, he had a lot of important ideas that were very helpful to eradicating shirk. That's what I believed. And, you know, people are slandering him. That's what I actually believed. I promoted his work. I promoted Kitab al-Tawheed, not because I was a hardcore Salafi Wahhabi. I'm an Athari, and I have studied Hanbali fiqh, and now I've studied more Hanafi fiqh. But that was my understanding of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. But then when you get to Dura Saniya and you get into some of these books of Tariq, now it's completely changed. Now I say this is proto-ISIS, and it's shocking the kinds of things that Ibn Abdul Wahhab was teaching. And it's a huge, huge fitna. This is like neo-Khawarij that's causing so much problems for the Ummah. That's now my stance. So that's a big change. But in terms of being Athari, I'm still an Athari. In terms of being Hanbali, I'm still Hanbali. Maybe like a Hanafi Hanbali mix. In terms of, but I've always had the position that Muslims need to be allied together. Do not get into the details of Aqida. Do not start questioning people's Aqida. Do not say, okay, you're a Salafi, you're a Ashari, you're a Deobandi, therefore we cannot work together. Or you're Brelvi, for example, we cannot work together. No, there's a lot of areas that can be, especially when it comes to conservative Muslims. We're conservative Muslims. We believe in Quran and Sunnah. And as you said, 99% don't know these Aqidah differences and debates. So how it's such a own goal. It's such a loss that we cannot politically, at least in terms of our communities, work together to face these major challenges that are threatening apostasy, like mass apostasy in the future, if we do not address them properly, or Zionism. If we do not address them, look at the kinds of danger that we are facing and have faced. This is such an own goal for conservative Sunni Muslims. This is the thing. I went on to one of these Salafi conferences, and they grilled me. They questioned me. Oh, you said that you're a fan of Deoband.
I didn't like that. I did not like that.
So how foolish is that? That you're a conservative Muslim organization, but you can't work with another conservative Sunni Muslim. I'm not. Let's put even Shia to the side. Even another
like that on this issue. You're this is absolutely, it's even Ibn Taymiyyah's perspective actually, and I think that this is something that we need to. This is the crux of the matter, and this is what I feel like. Ibn Taymiyyah made it very clear that you can unite on issues which are of shared benefit with people from other sects. He made this very, very, very clear. No one can deny that Ibn Taymiyyah had this view. He said, "Maslaha, everyone unites on where there's maslaha." And even they mention like a ta'awun al-birri wa taqwa wa la ta'awun al-ithmi wal-'udwan. That, you know, the ayah in Surah Al-Ma'idah where it says that come together in goodness and piety and stuff. And this is correct. And, you know, like, I think this is where the crux of the matter is, Akhi, because for me, if the Muslim community is going to survive, we're going to have to really put our differences aside on issues. And we're going to have to lay our guns down, or put our swords down, or proverbial swords down, and we will have to, I think, come together. And that's why I really genuinely hope that whatever issue is going on between you and Jake or anybody else for that matter, that we can, there's some kind of ceasefire agreement that we can draw. We don't have to agree with each other. Everyone can disagree. Jake can believe this about you, can believe this about Jake, whatever. You disagree with whoever else you're engaging with, and they can disagree with you. But I really hope that we can all come together, because you guys are too precious to the Ummah. You're too good at what you're doing to focus on these issues. Do you know what I mean? Like al-istighatha and all this stuff.
And the issue is now bigger, you know, it's bigger than just me and him. The issue is that this is a recurring pattern, that you have a kind of cycle. It's like a Wahhabi cycle. You have someone who like really this cycle I've been through it like maybe 3 times. It's every 5 or 10 years. Someone comes onto the scene. Maybe he's like a convert, or he's an uneducated Muslim who finds a Salafi Shaykh or a Wahhabi Shaykh basically, and he learns, and that Shaykh teaches him basically some of these aqwal of the early Ahl al-Hadith, Hanabila. And that person starts thinking that, this is the core of the deen, is denouncing the Ashaira, denouncing the Maturidis. We have to purify and reach, that kind of Salafi Tawheed, the Tawheed of the Salaf. So this is priority number 1 to come out. So he comes out into the public. He might have a dawah channel. He might go on in speaker's corner or wherever, and he starts denouncing and takfiring. And Muslims are attracted to that, because Muslims are attracted to purity. They think that, the more takfir that you do, the more orthodox you must be. You're really serious about Aqida. So they gain like a small following, and they cause all this fitna. Then more knowledgeable brothers or shuyukh come and point out that, hey, you are saying that only the Ahl al-Hadith, only the Hanabila are on the correct Aqeedah of the Salaf. But did you know that these Hanbalis actually disagreed on the issue of istighatha? They disagreed on the issue of tawassul. They disagreed on what the meaning of the Quran being uncreated actually is. Do you know that they had disagreements on the sifat? Do you know that they were takfiring the likes of Imam Bukhari and Muslim and Tabari? Do you know that, then that information comes out, and then they are disillusioned, and then people realize that, okay, this is a lot more complicated than I first anticipated, and then they realize that this is just a big fitna, and they go back to being normal Muslims. And then people, after a while, they forget about the fitna, and then their pattern repeats itself. Some other, Wahhabi Shaykh comes along and influences them. So it's like a cycle. And this is, right now we're in the middle of one of these cycles. They're causing a huge fitna, denouncing Asha'ira, saying that Imam Ghazali is a deviant, or he is a kafir, Imam Nawawi, Ibn Hajar. Now we're in the thick of it, but I'm putting out a lot of stuff. For example, I gave them an Aqida test on Twitter. I said, what do you say to the one who says that the hellfire is not eternal? The hellfire is not eternal. The hellfire will end, and then the inhabitants of the hellfire will be put in Jannah. What is that, a deviant belief, or is it kufr? And you have all of these Salafis saying that, that's clear deviance, or it's kufr. So okay, khalas, you just takfired Ibn Taymiyyah. You takfired Ibn Taymiyyah on this. So that's going to shock
I
them.
do agree that was his view, because some people deny that was his view. But
Albani says it's his view. Albani says that it was his view.
But more so, it's like Ibn al-Qayyim, right? Because the thing is, if you want to know the final opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah, you go to Ibn al-Qayyim. He always follows him. So in Shifat al-Alil, he explicitly mentions that.
So then if they're all on the same Aqeedah, if all of the Hanabila, Ahl al-Hadith are on the same Aqeedah, you have Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn al-Qayyim denying that the hellfire is eternal. They say that it will end.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And that's Nas of the Quran. That's Nas of the Quran that's being denied.
The point is like, okay, so what's going to take you out of Ahl Sunnah, basically? Like, what Aqeedah mistake would you have to make in order to be removed from Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah? Like, so if according to you, the hellfire is an Aqeedah issue, then Ibn Taymiyyah fell into that, and Ibn Qayyim fell into that. The counter argument is, well, Ibn Taymiyyah had 2 qawls in Majmu' al-Fatawa, and actually they try and say that he didn't say that, or they'll say that was a mistake of the Shaykh. But that's the point.
That's the thing.
What's what mistake can a Shaykh make that doesn't take him out of Ahl Sunnah? That's why this goes back to the initial point, which is the issue of at-tanzil, the application of the hukum, is much more complicated than the issue of ta'sil, and that's what we care about, because that's where it has real life implications on how I'm going to deal with my neighbor, essentially. Like, what's going to have a real life implication of how I'm going to deal with my friend, my colleague, my neighbor, my family member, is going to be tanzilul hukum. We are not qualified to make tabdi' of people. This is something we need to know. We are not qualified. Exactly, and you know what? Many people are not qualified. And if someone does
to strawman the argument, though, to steelman the argument, they say we're not making tabdi'. We are just citing previous ulama who have made tabdi' of the likes of Ghazali, Nawawi, etc.
So you can follow your own tabdi' all you like. You can believe that Nawawi and this one, that one, all these great scholars that really the Imam of Ahl Sunnah al Jama'ah. But you can, for the sake of argument, you can believe that Imam of Ahl Sunnah, they were mubtada. But the issue is now, is this mulzim on me? Is this molten ijma'in? Is this ijma'? And the answer is no, because it's now a fatwa. A fatwa is not mulzim. And we go back to this point. They'll say, well, if there's dalil, and that's the issue. Well, everyone's got dalil for something. And that's why I believe, do you know, in the beginning when we were talking about masail fiqhiyya, my attitude towards masail fiqhiyya has completely changed based on the qaida or the principle of la inkar fi masail khilaf, or there is no blame on issues of difference of opinion. I think, you know, a lot of the confusion will be removed when someone describes what is al-ijma' in the first place. And there's, ironically enough, there's a difference of opinion of what is ijma', which is consensus. I mean, some of them say it's, I'm sure you're aware of all this.
It's a big difference of opinion on what constitutes ijma'.
But the point is that how many scholars you need to go against a point in order for it to be called kharq ijma'in? It's kharq. At what point now kharq, which means that ijma' no longer is there. So kharq happens if you have ta'ifatun min al-ulama, if you have a group of scholars who disagree and they're mujtahids. For example, Ibn Taymiyyah mentions that as well. And I only mention Ibn Taymiyyah a lot now because of but obviously a lot of other scholars because of the Salafi discussion. He's the central figure that almost all Salafis are united upon. So that's why I keep mentioning. But so I say that since there's not going to be ijma' on the classification of a person, whether he's Ahl Sunnah al Jama'ah or not, just leave it. Leave this issue so long as they ascribe to Masadr al-Shaq, Quran and Sunnah. They don't, they believe in the 5 pillars of Islam. They believe in the 6 pillars of Iman. They don't say things which there's ijma' about, which is takes you out of Ahl Sunnah al Jama'ah. So there are some things which essentially there's ijma' about them. Then just leave it because you just don't know. Yeah, you just don't know. And if that person has crossed the threshold or not, and you will not be asked on the day of judgment about this.
I agree. I agree that in general we should take exactly your advice. I think it's very wise advice. At the same time, we have to be careful about because this kind of attitude, if taken too far, then we lose amr bil ma'ruf wa nahi anil munkar, where you can't criticize anything. So someone comes and says support LGBT and vote for it, for their rights, and you say, well, this is ikhtilaf and this is ijtihad and we should just accept. I think there has to be a boundary, what is within tolerance and what is outside of what can be tolerated. And this is what the scholars have been debating and defining, not only the circle of Islam, what is outside of Islam, what's kufr and what's Islam, but also when it comes to tabdi', what is bid'ah and what is not. It has to be a well-defined circle, because if you just say there's no inkar for any ikhtilaf, then that has the danger of opening the door to all kinds of deviant views, and then you're threatening the preservation of the deen moving forward. So it's a tricky thing. It's a very tricky balance.
Yeah, but that's why I caveated it with, if there's ta'ifatun min al-ulama, if there's a group of scholars that they believe that this, and they're mujtahids, and the ummah agrees that they're mujtahids. Let me give you a practical example, okay? If someone gets married with the Hanafi madhab, okay, and without a wali, so you got 2 witnesses, and you have the mahar, okay, and the woman says, "Zawajtuka nafsi ala sunnatillahi wa rasulih." She marries herself off. Now, obviously, 3 schools of thought will say this is an invalid marriage. One school of thought says, no, this is a valid marriage. Okay, that's what they would say. This mu'tabar opinion of the Hanafi school. No problem. Now, can anyone accuse those people of committing zina? There's ijma' that no one can accuse those people of committing zina that married in this way. Now they're away from it. Likewise, there's more severe cases, for example, to do with abortion. The Hanbalis believe it's 40 days. The rest of the madhabs believe it's 120 days. If someone does it based on the Maliki madhab. Now, I have strong views. Actually, I believe in the Hanbali madhab. I really do believe in it. about 40 days. But if someone believes the other one, can I really push them and say they're sinful? No. Even though
No, you
it's
can.
about
Like, who says that it's not sinful if it's before 120 days? There's only like
no,
maybe
some
one
of them do.
opinion, and it's not clear. One
That is not
opinion.
sinful.
Yeah, because
Some
the
Hanafi
distinction
say
is
that.
not sinful or not. It's about, well, does it count as murder or not? So just because you can
No,
abort before 120 days, terminate the pregnancy, yeah,
I've
it's
seen
not
some very
murder,
lenient
but it's
opinions on it. No, it's not murder. It's man. It's not. There's no one saying it's murder, because this. What do you call it?
no,
You might have
after
yeah.
after 120 days, it's murder. Ijma'an.
Would it,
You
in the
abort
sense
after
that they would be
120
given had,
days.
they wouldn't be given had on it though. They would not be
Well,
killed.
let's just
for it.
talk about the sin. Like, is it the sin of murder
Oh,
after
yeah. I don't know.
100? The soul has been breathed into the fetus
Yeah.
after
That's
120 days.
great question. I'd have to ask someone.
But
But
before
would they be given
120 days, it's still sinful. You're still committing a sin because something is growing in your body, and you're terminating that. Is it
No, but it
sinful?
depends on
And
what if it's darar on the woman or something, if there's some sarif, if there's some
yeah,
reason.
assuming that there's no harm, there's no kind of medical issue, is it sinful to abort prior to 120 days? So 119 days, you abort. There's no sin on that? I don't know
I
any
believe
scholars who
there's a
say
sin on
that.
because I follow the 40-day opinion. But what I'm saying,
If you
I
follow
believe
the 40-day opinion, you think it's more than just a sin. You think that this is like a major kabira.
I couldn't say it's kabira because there's difference of opinion on the issue. It's like the Hanafi marriage thing. I can't say it's kabira. This guy doesn't believe in it. This guy doesn't believe in what I believe in. Do you know what I mean? If I did it, it would be kabira. But if he does it, it's not. Because you know what I mean? Like, it's so long as there's a group of scholars who believe in a certain issue, like, I would give the person concession, and it's a bona fide group of scholars. How do we go away from that and zandaqa? Because zandaqa, when tarakhasa ta zandaqa and all this kind of thing, some scholars of the Salaf, and I believe that the main difference is if this opinion is actually a valid opinion established by mujtahids, that the Ummah has agreed that this person's a mujtahid. And I don't want to go into more controversial examples than the ones I've given. There are more controversial examples, which I actually believe are different of opinion. I wouldn't mention it to the public at this point because I don't think it's going to be received very well. But
I think it's like a very loose standard though, because you can find anyone, like find Ibn Hazm and say, well, he's a mujtahid, therefore he has this opinion, therefore like now it's an ikhtilaf and we can do X, Y, Z.
By himself, or would he, like, if it's Ibn Hazm, I could consider him to be a mujtahid. He's definitely a mujtahid. Yeah. He's a bigger mujtahid than the majority of the ummah. Like, he's a massive scholar. His book was praised by Ibn Taymiyyah. I mean, his opinion.
There has to be an element of multiplicity or plurality. It can't just be one shadh view. Even if the shadh view is coming from a mujtahid, exactly. I don't think that's sufficient.
Yeah. So that's why the ta'ifa min ulama, it's got to be a group of them. So Ibn Hazm by himself, no. But if it's Ibn Hazm followed with another group of people that have the same view and back him up and say the same thing as him saying, okay, let me be controversial.
You controversial? Unheard of.
No, but like, for example, music. Yeah.
We talked about this in the last interview too.
Like, could you say there's ijma' on the fact that music is haram? I'm sorry, but you cannot say this. Like, if you can say it's haram, according to you can say it's the majority, if you can say it's vast majority, but you cannot say it is ijma', because then you'd have to disqualify so many people out of the ijma' process. But if ijma' is in aqad, it's a group of scholars believing in one thing after the Prophet's death. If you the classical box standard definition of what ijma' is, then I can name 5 or 6 people that believed, like huge scholars that believed it was halal, for example. It was jaiz. Al-Ghazali was one of them. In fact, Ghazali, you mentioned him, because if we're going to give Ghazali the benefit of the doubt with other issues, let's say music, he had a whole book in Ihya Ulumuddin trying to justify why it's halal. A whole book dedicated to it. He's making this argument saying, like, hitting on the table and this, when does music start, when does it like the noises of the bird and all of that, this and that. So at that point, could you say it's complete? Yeah, you could say it's haram. Music is haram. Yeah, I say that.
It's qualified, like it's
vast majority of
qualified.
people.
Like,
I
is
say
it
it's
voice? Is it instrumental? Is it something like nasheed or?
he believes in music. He even says things. I can remember reading a book, and he was saying things like, if someone hears some music and he doesn't move to it, he's something wrong with him. just, do you know what I'm trying to say? That's what Ghazali is mentioning. يعني, for example, Ibn Majashun from the Salaf, he used to have a slave girl there, and she used to play cello in front of him.
Cello? How do they have
Yeah,
a
like-
cello in the time of the Salaf?
do you know yeah, they did. I think they did. They had it. They had a cello. Yes, I could mention. He was playing the cello in front of the guy. You know, subhanallah. I'm just saying. I'm not saying therefore music is halal. Listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying we've got to revise what we mean by ijma' here, consensus. Because if we say consensus is everyone agrees. Do you know what ijma' is?
But we
For
can't
example,
reduce
Hajj. There's Hajj. There's 5 prayers a day. These things is ijma' upon them. But when you go into these issues now, I don't consider people deviant for believing these things. I really don't. Do you know what I mean? Like, let me ask you a question. For if someone believes,
so there's a lot of different, like, you're using a lot of different terms. So if they're not deviant, but are they committing a sin?
according to me, yes, but according to them, I would give them concession. Do you know what I mean? I would give them concession. I say this person might believe it's halal in their understanding, so I start giving concession. Because I think that if we're going to do it, like, the question is, what's the dabit? That's the question. What's the principle that says this is letting kafir masail khilaf? There's no difference of there is no blame in difference of opinion. Where does that start? Where does it end? Do you know what I mean? Where would you start that? Where would you end that? So I'm saying the dabit for me is ta'ifatul min al-ulama, which is what Ibn Taymiyyah mentions in Raf' al-Malam, the removal of blame, which is that if you have a group of scholars, that if it's a group, ta'ifa linguistically is 3 scholars. I'm not saying 3. Let's, for the sake of argument, say 5, 10 major mujtahids that the ummah agrees that these people are mujtahids. If they agree on a certain issue, I think you've moved away from zandaqa if you accept this view. Let me give you an example, Akhi. Let me give you an example. Right?
I think that's I agree. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Let me give an example. Like, do you know Ibn Taymiyyah? He had a view that no one else had in the Hanbali madhab, and no one else had in the 4 madhabs. And he had a couple of them in Bab al-Talaq. Okay? He had the view that if you say talaq 3 times in one majlis, that this counts as 1 talaq. Okay? I'm not going to say this ijma', but the vast majority of scholars in 4 madhabs reject this view. 4 madhabs. The Hanbalis reject it for the most part. The Shafi'is, the Malikis, they all reject it. They say if you say to your wife taliqun taliqun taliq 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 3 times, it's 3 divorces. Ibn Taymiyyah says no, 1 only. My point is this: if someone follows Ibn Taymiyyah and he continues in a marriage, is he committing zina? I would say no, he's not committing zina, because even though it's only Ibn Taymiyyah and he argues his granddad kana yufti bihi sirran, al-Majd Ibn Taymiyyah used to also give fatwa of this, and he also makes citations from the Salaf, etc. I would say this person is not committing zina because he's following mujtahids, proper mujtahids. They're not committing zina. And in fact, now in a lot of the lejnas and a lot of the councils, Islamic councils and stuff, they follow Ibn Taymiyyah's opinion from a pragmatic perspective. So I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, these are all minority opinions. I would say the music opinion is more widespread than Ibn Taymiyyah's opinion of 3 divorces in 1. I challenge any Salafi to this. No way. The music opinion in terms of the madhabs, I'm not talking about the Salaf. That's a different argument. The madhab, the music opinion is more represented in the 4 madhabs and with scholars that are bona fide in the 4 madhabs than Ibn Taymiyyah's opinion of 3 in 1. You see? But so why do we have one attitude? And one is much more severe than the other. We're talking about marriage and divorce and zina. So I'm saying if we have to have like a kind of consistent standard. If it's going to be like in Karfi Masail Khilaf, there's no blame on the issue of difference of opinion, then okay, khalas. Then that means all we need to do is find a group of scholars, and the person now is, you can't blame them. And you'll be surprised how many of these issues there are. How many of these issues where you can, or you can give concession to people, not accuse them of deviance, not accuse them of, because I know what you're saying about nahi an munkar, But if the person truly believes that this thing is not haram, he's only been asked one thing in the Quran: فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلِ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Go and ask the people of knowledge if you don't know. وَلَوْ رَدُّوهُ إِلَى الرَّسُولِ وَإِلَى أُولِي الْأَمْرِ مِنْهُمْ لَعَلِمَهُ الَّذِينَ يَسْتَنبِطُونَهُ مِنْهُمْ. Yeah, that if they brought it back to the messenger and the ones who've knowledge among them, they would have been able to extract it. So the one thing I've been told as a layperson is go to the scholars. If I go to certain scholars and these guys are giving me the easy opinion or whatever, if, for example, a woman goes to 3, and that's why I was talking about, remember that issue of the woman that in the message that you read out? A woman goes to, or a man and a woman together, they go to 3 different mashayikh. Shaykh number 1, is our marriage valid or invalid? He said talaq 3 times in one majlis. He's a Hanafi. He says she has to go and marry another man and come back. She goes to scholar number 2, who happens to be say the same thing, yani. And then she goes to scholar number 3, who's a Salafi, and he tells her, okay, you can go. Let's just say there's 2 scholars. She goes to the second scholar, which is a Salafi afterwards. Can she choose the Salafi scholar? Yes, she can choose him. Because ما خير بين أمرين إلا اختار أيسرهما. Unless she truly believes that the first one is speaking the truth and the second one is. But if she doesn't know which one's the right one and the wrong one, she can choose the easier opinion. She can choose the one that's going to make her life easier. That's what I truly believe. Because the hadith says that the Prophet was never given a thing to choose between 2 things except that he chose the easier of them. So if this istawaya, there's 2 things in her mind in terms of the scholar A and scholar B have the same knowledge, the same whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let her choose the easier. Let them save their family. Let them do these things. So that's how I see it. I see it like, we can start being pragmatic a little bit with these things. Now, I'm not saying be too pragmatic, but we have to be a little bit pragmatic, like a little bit more, because then we're going to attack each other and be with the excuse of it's nahi an munkar, nahi an munkar, nahi an munkar, nahi an munkar. Actually, this guy has different opinion.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to well-represented ikhtilaf, then there needs to be mutual respect, and there needs to be caution about just tabdi' or just accusing people of being fasiq. However, I mean, I do think that there is also a thin line, and that there is a tendency to do fatwa shopping. There's a tendency to follow your desires. Everyone experiences it. I go online and I see that there are multiple opinions on an issue, and then I incline to taking the easier opinion. Is this valid? Is this good? If everyone does that, then we're going to be the worst of the worst. Like, forget about liberalism. Like, everything is going to go out the door because we just are able today, because of the internet, because of our smartphones, to quickly fatwa shop and find someone somewhere in 1400 years who said this. And maybe there's another 2 or 3 scholars who agree with that. Now there's not an ijma, or now I can follow this. That you can justify every kind of sin. You can justify every kind of deviance.
Like
actually,
what kind of sins would you be able to give me some examples of?
Like even the music example, for example, even certain like sexual practices, even
Like which one? I want to know. So, in case. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but the thing is, should we talk about that? Because like now we've got fatwas, sorry to say, about oral sex, and this guy, I mean, the ta'leel that they have, I mean, one of them, I heard that one of the scholars, and this one, if I'm going to refute this scholar, and he's saying that, sorry, how do you say this? Giving oral sex to the man. That this
family
is
friendly. Let's keep it family friendly.
But I mean that give it, because it's a fatwa issue. I'm just saying, like I don't know how you call it. I'm not gonna give it any like name, but the woman giving oral sex to the man. So I'm trying to figure out, why is it haram? I'm just trying to figure out why. Why is it haram? Fatu harsakum anna shi'tum. Tell me why this is haram. Oh, it's haram because, brother, you do dhikr with your mouth. So how can you let the instrument where you do dhikr with your mouth, how can you put it in such an area? And how can you let your wife do this thing? My answer is, well, you do dhikr with your hand as well. What, this one? You cannot use this one? Okay, subhanallah, subhanallah, astaghfirullah. What the hell is? What kind of ta'leel is this anyway? So you're making my life hard. You're making his life hard. You're making his life hard, and you're suppressing us. Akhi, you know, at the end of it, you want us to have rabbinical Jewish behavior. Maybe you want me to get a sheet. I heard one person over there say, you know, one of the guys, Asian, he was saying, I've never seen my wife naked. She's never seen me naked, and I don't know, something like this. I said, what kind of relationship is this anyway? You know what I mean? Like, it's absolutely. So what I'm trying to say is, they make things difficult for the brothers and for the sisters. I think, akhi, the opinions, the sexual ones, we need to know those ones. We actually need, think about the following. Akhi, the kafir has 10 sexual partners by the age of 21, according to Super Drugs study in the UK. By the age of 21, an average kafir has 10 sexual partners. Can you imagine that? Yeah. Porn, sexual partners, billboards, sex, whatever. You want me to stay like that? And now, to add insult to injury, you want to bring conservative opinions in my bedroom? And you want me to tell me she cannot use the mouth, and she cannot use the hands, and she cannot bend like this, and she cannot turn like that? Aib. Get involved in such a personal issue, and Allah said, "Fatu hasakum anna shittum." Come and do. Akhi, haram alayk. That you make this everything is so rabbinical and difficult. Let me have my time. Let me enjoy myself. No, man, this is Allah. They take it too far, akhi. So you want me? Okay, no masturbation, no problem. You're telling a 15-year-old you can't masturbate, okay? Even though I'm not going to talk about differences of opinion there, I'm not, because I know there's going to be refutation. Don't masturbate.
Come on, akhi. There's going to be like 20 refutation videos at this point.
No problem, but no, don't masturbate. Okay, stay celibate. Okay, no problem. I will. Don't lower your gaze. Okay, I will lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then now I'm married. Now it's my time. Sorry to say, now it's my time. But now it's my time. But don't use this. Don't use this. Don't let her use this. Don't let her to bend this. Don't make her do this. Don't make her that. I will not do this. I will not do this. I will make a fatwa. I'll become mushahid overnight, and I'll make a refutation of Jami' al-ulama. Give me this one. Don't tell me that. What do you mean? Give me the ayah that tell me that a woman cannot use her mouth.
Okay, so you're the one. You were the one who said that fiqh is so dry and you prefer tafsir. Now all we've been talking about is fiqh.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. So.
No, but honestly, wallahi, I mean, I just feel, why'd you get involved in? Oh, but the mouth. Oh, but this, but that. You know, you can't pull the hair. You can't do this. You can't make us do whatever. You can't make
concern for.
What the hell, okay? I'll do what I want. You shut your mouth. Like, get out of here, mate. Oh my God, these people, they just want to restrict until I don't know what to say afterwards, honestly. I mean, just let people live. Just give them easy opinions, akhi. When I went to Hajj, and wallahi, it's a different topic, but like, you've got like old people and you're giving them the most conservative, difficult opinion. Go Mina, walk this, Muzdalifah, this and that. They're going to die. Akhi, give them the arkan of Hajj, the wajibat, the bare minimum. These guys make it easier. The Prophet said, if'al wala haraj. If'al wala haraj, do this. Can I do this? If'al. What was the attitude of the Prophet? The attitude was, just do it. Don't worry. Akhi, look at the tone of the Quran. Nisa'akum harsun lakum. Fatu harsakum. Anna shi'tum. Your women are harvest for you. Do what you want with them. Huh? And then this guy come with this and that and tell me, don't use this, don't use that, don't do this, don't do that. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. That's what I say. And then you got this guy in Hajj, old person going up and down Muzdalifah, dying and this and that. And the Prophet's attitude was more like, "If'al wala haraj." No problem, don't worry. وَجَعَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ
No, but that's
فِي
the thing.
الْحَرَجِ.
The advice of the Prophet ﷺ, like, look at. I think that your Azhar background is really showing in these fiqh discussions, right? But if you look at the way like fiqh was taught and halal and haram was taught historically, you have one madhab, and within a madhab there are some issues that are more easy, quote unquote, and others that are more difficult, but it balances out within the context of one madhab. But if you're just doing madhab shopping, fatwa shopping, then and following the easiest opinion from each madhab, this will lead to a disaster, because you're acclimating yourself to just associating Islam with whatever your desires are. Islam is whatever your desires.
Yeah.
But this is what the actual Muslim community is, unfortunately, in this liberal era, they're inclined to. Like, that's the danger. So we have to recognize we have to recognize the reality of people, right? Just like you recognize the old person on Hajj, and the mufti or the Shaykh has to consider the condition of this old person going to Hajj. We as du'at have to appreciate that the people watching this stream, for example, or listening to you on your channel, they're going to have all kinds of shahawat. They're going to be inclined to take things too far. They're not going to know the line like you know the line. So we should also keep. So
to say.
So we have to keep that in mind as well, just for the balance purposes, because I think that
right.
on many of these issues, you personally, in your personal life, are much more conservative than people will get the impression from what you're saying. What you're saying. I mean,
for me, do you know what is? Do you know? For me, like, honestly, there are some issues I will be more staunch about, and some issues I'm not staunch about. So, for example, the issues I'm staunch about are things to do with the 5 pillars of Islam. So, for example, like I wasn't really praying on time from when I was 14 to 17. Going to the Hanbali method, I don't have to redo the prayers, but I did redo the prayers. I did them more than 1 year, and I was praying 20-something times a day. But because that was related to like the five pillars of Islam, is related to the salah, which is the most important thing, I just took the most conservative opinion, bab al-ihtiyat. When it comes to kaba'ir, when it comes to, for example, even riba, because riba is one of the kaba'ir, of course, but it's like, it's especially scary, like فَأْذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ, then prepare for war with Allah and the Messenger. So with that kind of stuff, I do take seriously. But when it comes to the far'i stuff now, like when it comes to essentially the transactional stuff, the mu'amalat, that kind of stuff, I think, with the exception of the things that we mentioned, the kaba'ir issues like the riba and all that kind of thing, I don't want to prioritize that, because I think that's a secondary issue. It's like, you know what I mean? Just
it can't be secondary, because there are like huquq involved, number one. There are also kaba'ir. There are also enormities, like sins are involved. So like that distinction is also like an Azhari thing, like the rituals versus the mu'amalat. Like that is a modernist Azhari wasatiyya kind of distinction as well. But the mu'amalat, they're not secondary. Like they have furu' obviously and versus usul, but you can't just say, oh, mu'amalat, we're not going to be so serious about that. That's a huge part of Islam.
Kaba'ir, I agree with you. Like so things like that are considered kaba'ir min al-mu'amalat, I would prioritize. But outside of that, like outside of the kaba'ir, outside of the aqaid, and outside of the 5 pillars of Islam, that's where I think there can be a lot more leniency in the religion of Islam, because it's the stakes are not that high on these issues. They're not really that high. And if someone follows an easier opinion, I wouldn't care too much, to be honest, on these issues. If they follow an easier opinion when it comes to riba, when it comes to issues relating to ard,
what about hijab?
Hijab, and if they took an easier opinion with that, like for example, the Hanafis allow the feet to be shown. The Hanbalis say the face must be covered. So that's a scope. That's a spectrum. I'll allow that spectrum. You know what I mean? Like if I see a woman with some of her feet are showing, I'm not going to be too dismayed about that. Likewise, if I see a woman that's her face is showing, I don't see that as a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like
I think the balance that I try to take in my approach is that I distinguish between like a pastoral type of role versus a da'i type of role. So if I'm speaking about an issue like gender mixing, I'm going to be like speaking as a da'i. I'm going to, people might consider it harsh. But if I'm speaking to someone that I know who he just likes hanging out with the opposite sex and it's inappropriate, I'm not going to go and necessarily blast him. I'm not going to necessarily go and boycott him. I'm going to take a kind of, especially if I know he's not going to benefit from that. He's going to benefit from me being gentle, being kind, like not just, canceling him basically for committing sins. Like everyone is committing sins, and some people commit bigger sins. But sometimes you just have to have a more pastoral, a helpful approach. Like you called it missionary with Andrew Tate, but having like that kind of lenience and kindness and mercy in a interpersonal context or a family context or community context, as opposed to being on the minbar or being on, like, I think if the problem that we have, like the term compassionate imam that I use, is because they take the pastoral approach and they take it to the minbar. So I'm not going to say, as the Shaykh, as the imam of the masjid, I'm not going to say something that is going to alienate someone in my audience or make them feel bad about themselves. I want everyone to feel good about themselves constantly. That's the kind of approach that they take. This is a disaster. It's a disaster.
Yeah, no, that part, I agree with this. I totally agree with this, actually. So I mean, no, there's a lot there, man, and it's always good. I think I like to hear your perspective, because sometimes I go too much in the lenient direction. I think recently that's what's been happening, and maybe a lot of it is a reaction, bro, to the hardcore Salafism. Don't forget, I came from a Salafi background, innit? So you know what happens is that when you come out, it's like now I'm very attentive to everyone's other opinion outside of the Salafi school. So maybe a lot of it is just to do with the fact that, okay, well, let's see what these other guys have to say, especially with fiqh, because I've never really seen, especially with things that don't relate to the kaba'ir or the 5 pillars or these kinds of things. I've never, there's too many big things happening for me to really care about that. I remember one time there was one of the messages that shall not be named. They were talking about Sibel, and the thing where you keep your thing up, your trousers or pants up, like and they were saying
above the ankles.
Above the ankles, and if the hadith of letting it drop underneath the ankles and stuff like that, and they were saying that hellfire, blah blah blah. So the guy done a khutbah about this issue, okay, even though there is a difference of opinion on this issue, okay. And I can't remember if it's Noe or who it was, but he basically said, no, this only if it's accompanied by arrogance. Okay. So there's a question of if it's accompanied by arrogance, if it's not accompanied by arrogance. There's a difference of opinion. This guy was not entertaining the difference of opinion, and he done an entire khutbah, on this issue. Now, he finished the khutbah. I thought, okay, maybe one khutbah, that's from no problem, whatever. In the end of the khutbah, he said, next week, we're going to do round 2 of the same topic. Round 2 of the same topic. So what's happened is there's big things happening in the world. Muslims are dying. There's aqaid issues. There's people doing ridda because of liberalism and feminism and all those things. And now you're talking to me about fara' min furu' al-Islam, one of the least prioritized issues in the religion of Islam. Actually, it's an issue of difference of opinion, and you are making it into a khutbah. This is the devil has deluded you, has made you think this is a bigger issue than it actually is, has made you aggrandize this issue, whatever it is. But certainly this is not the approach. I think there needs to be a bit more fiqh al-awlawiyat. There's a level of prioritizing the issues that matter, the issues that don't matter, the issues we can be more lenient with. And when you start seeing the evidence from the other side, you see the other scholars, they have a different opinion.
Let me give you a counter. I agree with you, like in terms of priorities. Like, is this really the topic for a khutbah? And I've been in khutbahs like that as well, where it's like a minor fiqh issue. Yeah. But let me give you a different perspective, or maybe a counter argument. If you condition people to be very concerned, because this is an argument that can be used against Islam as a whole. And you see these atheists say this, like, why does God care if I eat with my right hand or I eat with my left hand, or I step into the bathroom with my right foot or my left foot, or if I have some kind of najasa on my clothes or not? Why does God, the creator of the universe, care about these issues? This is a kind of madness. This is the kind of argument that they make. Here's a type of counter argument to that line of reasoning, is to say that if you get people to be concerned about the very tangible, immediate things within their control, like which hand they're eating food with, or the form of their clothes, and does it go above your ankle or below your ankle? Are you growing a beard or not? If you get people to be conditioned to concern, like to have taqwa about these things, then they will have taqwa of the much bigger things. They will be more likely to avoid zina. They will be much more unlikely to lie and to cheat. They will be much less likely to worship a stone, for example, because they remember Allah. They will be much less likely to defraud others, or to betray others, or to kill others. So these small things play a very large role in the cohesion of society at large, and the overall piety and taqwa of society or a community as a whole. So that is why they have to be emphasized. If they're not emphasized, and they kind of, what was that?
Oh, like the small issues are you talking about?
The small issues, if they're not prioritized, then that is a domino effect. Now, and it leads to the loss of religiosity for the community as a whole. Now, again, I'm not denying that there is a balance.
The only counter I would have to that would be what the Quran mentions itself. Because the Quran says, الَّذِينَ يَجْتَنِبُونَ كَبَائِرَ الْإِثْمِ وَالْفَوَاحِشَ إِلَّا اللَّمَمْ, that the ones who leave off the major sins and the lewd actions except for the minor sins. So meaning Allah, when he's telling us who are the chosen people who will be given the guidance and he's giving us a template here, and the template is focus on the major sins. So for example, leaving off the prayers, leaving off the 5 prayers, leaving off like a siyam, this, that, drinking, if you're intoxicated, if you're an addict to this kind of things. And obviously, this is the advice I give to the lay people, because I realize that if I don't start like this, it's going to be very difficult to train somebody, even myself. Forget about somebody else. Train myself. You know what I mean? Because what are the major sins? This, once again, ironically, there's a difference of opinion among the scholars as to what constitutes a major sin. So obviously, Al-Wahhabi has a book called Kaba'ir, which is it's got like 70 sins mentioned, and if someone just looks at the contents page of that, that's I think a very important thing to look at. But some scholars say no, it's actually only just 7 sins, the 7 that I mentioned, mubiqat as-sab'a hadith, etc. But the mubiqat sab'a hadith of the 7 sins, that every Muslim should know this hadith. Like what are the 7 things that are considered to be sins, and then the 70 hadiths, 70 sins as an extension. So that's the first thing. If someone is, and then when that's sorted, when you've got a society where that stuff is not commonplace, then one can decide, okay, let's talk about some of these minor issues. But if your society is struggling with intoxication and zina and this and that, I can't afford to talk about these small things at any length. Maybe with Talabat al-Ilm, for very select groups and stuff like that. But with the youngsters and with the people that I know that are going to be engaging in these sins, we can't, because the students of knowledge, they become very obsessive over the minutiae, and it becomes like a boys' club, and it becomes like talking about issues. It's almost, like I said, it's mubaha. And that's why, subhanAllah, like what this book is really good, I think, for every student of knowledge. I read it, it changed my life actually. It's Ghazali's book, it's the beginning of guidance. It's been translated into English. Even if someone reads the first chapter of the book, it's a very powerful book, because this book, it started off by saying something to the effect of like, if someone is seeking knowledge just so they can debate or they can compete with their peers or with their colleagues, then know that your profit is you're not going to be profitable from this. You're going to hellfire, all this. And it's very direct, like kind of challenging from Ghazali. So I feel like if we just focus on the big issues for the communities, we need to focus on them, and then the minor issues and difference of opinions and all these kind of things. Yeah, there's going to be a time and a place, but it's the time and the place is not now yet. Do you know what I mean?
I 100% agree with what you're saying. Like when it comes to a khutbah, like to a general audience in the West, there are much bigger problems than necessarily how you're wearing your pants.
Yeah,
That's 100% agreed, but we should also be careful not to disqualify or downplay or belittle the importance of the furu' and the secondary parts of fiqh. They're not as important as the major issues within the deen, avoiding the kaba'ir, the major sins, etc. But we can't say that this is not important, because if it wasn't important, why did the Prophet ﷺ teach us these things and convey these things? And
yeah.
why
No,
would
that's
it be
true.
preserved? Why would it be preserved for us reaching us today if it wasn't something
No,
of
yeah.
importance and a way to achieve the rida of Allah, the pleasure of Allah?
Mm. And I
You know?
think as well, you mentioned in the beginning, I think what's really helped me recently is thinking more about the spiritual elements as well. You know, um, just thinking about self accountability, thinking about removing, to put it in Ghazalian terms, to remove the impediments. He had this in obviously in Ihya al-Muddin. He's got four major subsections. He's got al-ibadat, he's got al-mu'amalat. So he's got worship, he's got transactions, and then he's got al-muhlikat, and then he's got, which is basically the things that destroy you, and then he's got al-munjiyat, okay, which are the things that save you. Wallahi, this book is really a special book, to be honest with you, man. Ihya al-Muddin, especially the book that talks about the inner issues of the human being. For example, I think this book has changed my life, actually, really and truly, because I started thinking about how do I remove the anger, the jealousy, this, that, whatever it may be that I've got. Just how do I remove that from myself? How do I become more self accountable? How there's a book of self accountability. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I feel like also focusing on the inner aspects, like a proper muhasabat al-nafs program where someone says, let's really focus on what my motivations are. I'll be honest, I've done it with a couple of friends of mine who happen to be counselors and psychologists. And I just he employed with me a Socratic method almost of let's be honest, forget no one's, let's be honest about what is motivating me to do these actions. I want to really get to the heart of why I'm doing certain things. And there's a lot of dark stuff, dark motivations with a lot of the stuff that we're doing. I think a lot of the psychologists, they call it shadow work. We're going to see the shadow, going back in psychoanalysis, like the shadow, the negative elements of the human being. Let's go in there and see what's going on. Let's try and see if we can fix a few things. It's like opening the bonnet of a car and seeing all this kind of engine and stuff. Let's open it up and clean it up a little. Let's really be honest. We've got to see what's happening in the spiritual. What's our spiritual welfare like? Why am I acting like this? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, so the inner dimensions of the human spirituality, I think that's very, very important. And I've been doing these things where like for example, I have grandiose thoughts, ujub, which I have suffer of this or this or that or the other. I'd write it in a journal, and then I'd revisit this and I say, okay, well, or I have a journal. If I looked at something I shouldn't have looked at, which every person does, even as a hadith in Sahih Muslim, it's like so difficult to avoid lowering your gaze to a degree of 100%. Anyone who says they do it is a liar, especially in today's society. Even flicking through like one of these apps, sometimes you see something, astaghfirullah, and then maybe one would look at it more than they should be looking at. You know what I mean? It's just part of human life, especially if she's a beautiful woman or something like that in the street, or it's a very normal thing. But I'm just saying, yeah, for the sake of argument. But then one will look afterwards and then will kind of write it down, make istighfar, have the bead, say astaghfirullah, like proper yani self accountability, tawbah. This element of things is, I think, is so underrated, like very important, you know. And muhasabat nafs, spend 5 minutes every day, like, oh, I could have done this better, I could have said this better, you know, like these elements are also important. I think that when you become very like legalistic, sometimes these bits are under the carpet as well. And
Yeah,
not
mashallah. We're a proper Sufi now.
yeah.
Mashallah. No,
Everyone's calling me everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I 100% agree with you that the spiritual element is even more important than the physical.
Yeah.
Because one person can follow everything physically 100%, even more than 100%, but it's all going to be wasted, and they might be even the first that is thrown in the fire. Just as the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ has mentioned, that the Quran reciter will come, the Shaykh will come, the one who gave charity will come, and they said that they did this for your sake. Allah will ask him, who did you do this for? And they say, for the sake of you, O Allah. And Allah will say, no, you lie. You did it for the sake of yourself. So, and they will be the first to be thrown into the fire. So, yeah, this is very important. Self-accountability, especially if you're doing da'wah, but even if you're in the comment section, even if you're arguing and debating behind a keyboard in the comment section, you have to interrogate your nafs, interrogate your ego, interrogate why are you doing the things that you're doing and saying the things that you're saying. Don't think that you won't be accountable for the comments that you're putting in the chat. People are making, like, even takfir. Like, takfir can be so dangerous, but it's coming off like just like they're drinking water. They're making takfir of people in the comment section. But this is dangerous because if you are just doing it for the sake of ego, or you're doing it for the wrong reasons, then you'll be held accountable, as the Prophet ﷺ mentioned. You call one who calls another kafir, but one of the two is going to be a kafir. So, yeah. So, brother, I know that you're. It's very late for you, and you're such a generous guest with your time.
You. Of course, of course.
So, I mean, we can read a few super chats. Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, so let me just pull those up. Okay, so we have to prioritize some of these for the sake of time. Let's see. What's the permissibility on studying the occult? I think that's an easy one. What do you think?
I don't know. I'd have to ask a sheikh about that one.
Yeah, ask a sheikh. Studying it for what reason?
What refutation, or who's studying it, and I don't know. Like, I have to ask some sheikh or something. But
Yeah,
obviously, it's haram for the masses. Haram for the masses, but you know, like some people can do it to see what's going on, and they help the community. I don't know. Ask a sheikh about it.
Yeah. What is your position on tasawwuf? So we pretty much covered that. But if you have any other thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I said, this I'd like giving bay'ah to if that's what they're asking, like giving bay'ah to a sheikh or something. Obviously, this is not something you need to do, akhi. Like, especially if someone come and ask you to give bay'ah or something like that. I think there's I don't see why, yani. But what I'm saying is, it's tasawwuf, or if you like tazkiyah, whatever language you want to use, you need to be, you have to have some of that in your life. A dhikr. What is it? We're talking about a dhikr. We're talking about, essentially, we're talking about two things. At-takhliya wa-tahliya. That's the two things we're talking about. Removing the impediment, trying your best to like really remove the anger, the jealousy, the resentment, the hubb ad-dunya, the shahawat, loving, all looking at the wrong thing, the eyes, the tongue, what you say, all of that, really trying to control all of that. So this is a process called a takhliya. It's essentially removing the impediments from something. And then after takhliya is done, you do a tahliya, which is to adorn something, which is now you do that with dhikr, and you do that with the Quran, and you do that with muraqabah, and you do that with khalwa. Khalwa, I mean, you literally sit in a place by yourself, and you make some tasbih, you by yourself, only you and Allah, and you just say subhanallah, alhamdulillah, like Allahu Akbar, Allah subhanallah, like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Think this kind of things, akhi, you need to be able to do this. If you can't do these kinds of things, giving a shukr, doing shukr and hamd and thanking Allah, and thinking about all these things, this is now all tahliya. So you have to have a bit of tahliya, and you have to have tahliya. This is all you need to know in a nutshell, about the true form of Sufism. This is the true form, a takhliya and a tahliya. There's nothing else you need to know. There's nothing else. Simple as that.
Okay, great answer. Bilal, Jazakallah khair for your super chat. I love you both for the sake of Allah. Thank you, brother. So yeah, how can someone wake up and think he's the only one that's on Tawheed? It's a good question for Ibn Abdul Wahhab fans. More anti-Wahhabi comments here in the super chat. So your perspective is that Asha'ira and Maturidis, they are Sunni, Ahlul Sunnah, yes or no?
I would never ever go to anybody from who is an Ashari or a Maturidi or Deobandi and accuse him or her of being a Mubtada. This is not something I would do.
You'd say that they're Sunnis.
Of course. The question, the abstract question of do the Hanbalis in the early days believe in terms of Tafsir? Did they have harsh views and stuff? Yeah, of course they did. But nevertheless, in terms of Tanzil, which is for me the only thing that I care about really, Tanzil, application of the Hukum, I would never ever do such a thing. I don't know at what point somebody leaves Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, exactly how many violations they must have. Because the thing is, for example, bro, if it was to do with, Allah is above the throne, if it was that issue, or the issue of Nuzul, then why do you keep Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani in Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah? Like, why do Salafis do that? Ibn Hajar should be removed from Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, really, if that's what your belief is. He should be removed, actually. Look at his tafsir of like An-Nuzul and stuff. You should remove him. A lot of sorry to say, we said that Ibn Qudamah had a very strict view, of Asharis. He did. The Maqdasis had that. But he himself done things which may have interpreted as tafweed. He himself done that. So what are you going to do? Let's kick him out of Ahlul Sunnah. Let's kick out Ibn Qudamah al-Maqdisi out of Ahlul Sunnah al-Jama'ah. Obviously, Abu Ya'la and Ibn Aqil, and there's many scholars in the Hanbalis that have also had controversies. Are they to be kicked out of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah? So when you bring it onto a Tanzil issue, then you realize that the question is, if you're allowing a person to be more outside of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah for this issue, then why don't you allow this person out of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah for this issue? That's always going to be the question. So when it comes to Tanzil, application of the hukum, forget about what abstraction you have. You can say whatever you like abstraction. When you bring it, the issue is always an application. Then I don't know where it starts and where it ends. So I don't know why someone would do that.
Okay, great answer. This super chat was also related about different ulama that were from the Hanbali school that clearly state that Asharis and Maturidis are from Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. But unfortunately, that's not enough for some people, some sectarians who will be unnamed. So a lot of super chats. Jazakallah khair. Jazakumullah khairan for everyone who submitted super chats, but we want to be respectful to our brother who is generously giving us so much of his time, and we truly appreciate it, because I know right now is 11 o'clock for you?
No, actually it's 12:30.
12:30. Okay, so subhanallah. And what are you doing? What's the big project right now?
Right now, man, I'm gonna have a bit of a rest from everything. I had this MMA fight, and I also I'm gonna do another one. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wanna get up to like 5 fights, man. I wanna fight some. Here's the thing, Daniel. I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll be honest with you, man. It's like I've discovered about myself that I'm a man who.
You had too long of a pause there. I've discovered that I'm a man.
I've discovered about myself that I'm a man who likes to, sorry to say, show off. Yes, I know it might come as a surprise to many of the the people listening, they know me as a very humble and meek individual. But
Humble,
I like
soft
I have
spoken.
always liked it. I was looking at some of like the home videos when I was 12, 13, 14. I just love to be the center of attention. By the looks of it, I have to be introspective here and say, I, for some reason, want to show off. I want to be in a high risk situation. I want to be in a dangerous situation. I want to, this is what I want. Okay, so I realized that if that's my psychological inhibition or weakness or whatever you want to call it, there's going to be two options. Either I'm going to use the dawah as a conduit for me to do whatever I want to do and use the dawah as a means of getting my own supply of attention and validation from the public, or I'm going to do another activity, okay, which is not dawah related, it's not ibadah related, it's going to be some other activity or activities in plural, which are not ibadah. So it's not, it cannot be riyah. It's not riyah because riyah is only applicable to things which are ibadah. This is not riyah because I'm doing something which I don't consider it to be ibadah, where I can put myself in a high risk situation. And if I win, I win. I don't. But I'm a man. I want to do things that are risky. I want to do things out there. I want to put myself in danger. I want to do something. I don't win or lose. I want to participate. That's what I want. I'm either going to use the public to do the thing, or I'm going to go and find myself an avenue that keeps me out of trouble. So I want to do things like this. I want to get involved in sports for the next 3-4 years. I want to do things like a little bit more. I just want challenges, Aki. I just want to challenge, Aki. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You know,
Well, can you do like one of these contact sports that aren't like striking the face, like jiu-jitsu or grappling, judo?
Yeah, I've been doing all of that. The thing is, Aki, like, you know, I've done countless Brazilian jiu-jitsu competitions. I don't even know how many. I've got
really?
I got a box of medals in my house. My kids do it as well. You know, oh yeah, mashallah, my son got the silver medal for the British Open. You know, it's very good boy.
Wow, mashallah.
My daughter got the bronze, but she's a yani. So we're all into it. We're really into it, Aki. Like, this is a big thing. It's a big part of our family. It's a big part of the fiber and of DNA. We need to engage, Aki. That's what it is. But BJJ is a bit like, I know this is going to sound, and I've made my justifications, but it's a bit like a drug, okay? When you take these drugs, you need more drugs to increase the threshold. Do you know what I mean? So, okay, BJJ. I used to go every month, competition. I need something more. Give me something a little bit more. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Give me something just a little bit more. So I need to be putting myself in a risky position. I need to put myself, I need the threat of humiliation. I'm sorry to say. Like, I want to be face to face with someone that can potentially knock me out, to hurt me, to humiliate me, I like that kind of thing, Aki. So at the end of the day, I probably will be, because I'm not going to be how old are you, by the way, Daniel?
I'm 39.
Yeah, so you're in your 30s as well, yeah? So, like, we're not going to be in our 30s forever. You've got 1 year left of your 30s. I've got... no, but it's
6
honestly...
years, 7 years.
Yeah, but 45, stuff like that, that's where you think, okay, well, I'm going to take a new role. I'm not going to take the role of some sheikh and some guy that's going to wear the bisht, and I might wear the hat a couple of times to show that I'm Azhari now, whatever, no problem. But I'm never going to... But you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be that guy. So I might as well just live my life, enjoy my youth. I want to enjoy my youth as a Muslim man in Britain. I want to enjoy my youth. I want to go to country. I want to eat different foods. I want to try different this. I want to try different that. I want to go and put myself in this. I want to go and do something for the community. I want to challenge, Akhi. Give me a challenge. You know what I'm trying to say? I feel that's what living is. Give me a challenge, Akhi. I can't live without a challenge. Right now, I just finished this Azhar thing. Today, I finished. I need something. I feel like I need a challenge. I'm already thinking, give me. So that's what.
Yeah, that's a good insight into your mind, your personality, and why you do the things that you do. Because people, have their questions and they have their criticisms, of course.
Yeah.
And but you are your own man, and you're making these kinds of decisions, and mashallah. So. Yeah, we'll expect to see more from you. I'm excited for your future projects, inshallah. But just don't hurt yourself, please, because you're taking risks, and it's going to be a big loss. La qadar Allah, that something happens to you, like, because when it comes to contact sports, even to be honest, something like BJJ, you can get injured in such a way that it harms your ability.
BJJ than anything else.
Yeah.
Akhi, it's the most, especially when they get the heel hooks and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Akhi, I've had multiple surgeries.
Yeah, subhanallah.
I've had two surgeries on my knee. I've had multiple surgeries. I've ripped everything, Aki. So no, it's BJJ is a dangerous sport, man. There's like some people say, well, darar and this and that. BJJ, if they start doing heel hooks on you, you better get out of that quick.
Yeah, I'm worried about it because my kids are also in BJJ. They also go to tournaments, and I'm worried about like getting their neck damaged or some other kind of ligament tear.
Their tournaments are going to be fine because you're not allowed to do heel hooks if you're not a brown belt or if it's not no-gi. So I don't think there's going to be an issue with them. And they're all light. They're light. The kids are light as well. Like for me, I'm a heavyweight. So all it requires is just somebody to get on top in the wrong way. That's it. Finished.
Yeah. So may Allah protect you in everything that you're doing, inshallah. But the thing that people should understand, and this is, I think, obvious from everything that you put out publicly and my personal interaction with you. There are people that I interact with privately, and they might be an imam or they might be a sheikh. And I just know that this person, from the way that they react to Quran or hadith, that they're actually liberal. Like internally, they have an unsettling. Like if you mention ghazawat, for example, or you mention the issue of riqa, or you mention jihad, they have some hesitation, or you can see that they don't like it because internal. Yeah. So there's a difference between. Yeah, there are people like that, and then there are people like yourself, where I know that in your heart of heart, you're a very conservative, traditional Muslim. And you're doing your best, and people need to cut you some slack. They need to cut me some slack. We may make mistakes, but may Allah bless you for all the work that you do. I titled this video or this live stream, "The People's Champ," because as a way to appreciate, look, you're 33 years old and you do have a lot of white hair, subhanallah.
Yeah.
Why does that white hair come? Why you're being attacked by some of these big platforms? Elon Musk is threatening you. You are going through, and I'm not saying this to praise you to your face and making the argument making this argument more of an issue, but may Allah protect us. But I think that it needs to be said for people that you have a lot of very big critics and unfair critics, and it's not right. We should appreciate things that you do and your journey and the dawah that you do, the service that you do. I want to say, myself, Daniel Haqiqatjou, I appreciate our brother Muhammad HIJAB. And as long as Allah allows me, and as long as you stand for the truth and you stand for the ummah, count me as your supporter and as your backup to help you, inshallah, against these threats.
And likewise, and to everybody else as well, And one day we're gonna find Jake, me, you will do a nice thing one day. I know it's gonna happen, and everyone's gonna be so happy. And then do you know who's gonna come in? Omar Suleiman.
Let's bring in Dawah Man as well. Let's bring in Dawah Man. Let's bring in
Dawah Man.
Imran.
As a person, he's quite a nice guy,
Yeah, I know, absolutely. I really like Dawah Man, mashallah. May Allah bless him as well, even though he has a lot of big critics. Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, that's what I hope. I hope that Allah brings us together.
Stuff,
He's doing what?
He's doing like business stuff. I might want to do some kind of consultation with him or something to get that money like him, because I've been, as you heard, I've been in hotel rooms and working class background and this and that. But it goes to the Dawah Man. He's gonna give me some advice.
MashaAllah.
7-figure Dawah Man. That would be nice to. No, he's a really nice guy. These people are really good, face to face, in person. To be honest.
Yeah, some of them, not all of them. Not all of them, but that's okay. We've said all we needed to say about that, alhamdulillah. And just everyone watching, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the chat. super chats that you left. Like the video, share it, go to Muhammad Hijab's channel and subscribe if you haven't. Follow him on Twitter, follow him on his social media, and keep us in your dua. If you agree with us, if you don't agree with us, we can always benefit from the dua that you make. And inshallah, I'll talk to you, brother Muhammad, behind once we end the stream, behind the scenes. But let me just end the episode, and I wish you all a good rest of your week, and we'll catch you on the next Haqiqat show. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I mean, right now there's like 10,000 viewers, and then at one point there was like 15,000.